Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our City Commission meeting of December the 10th. This is our Christmas meeting. Maybe Santa Claus will be good to some of us today. Who knows? So thank you all for being here. We're going to start off with the opening prayer with Dr. John Haley. He's the senior pastor at New Covenant Church of God in Christ. And then after that, Mr. Ed Young is going to come up and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. So if y'all could please stand, I'd appreciate it.
Bless you. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we come before you again. We come before you again, thanking you for everything before we ask you for anything. Thank you, God, for life. Thank you for health. And God, thank you for strength. Thank you for blessings in the past, blessings you're giving us right now, and a special thank you for the many blessings you will afford us in the future. Lord, thank you. Thank you for the developments you've allowed our mayor, commissioner, and Senate leaders to do, the building of infrastructure needed to sustain this city. Thank you for erecting the Martin Luther King Center to help the youth. Thank you for the needed housing developments, the rectifying of city concerns. God, we do as you told us to do when you said, call upon me and I will answer. Therefore, we do just that. We call upon you to give us and instilling us a greater sense of community, to help us adopt the creed of being our brother's keeper. God, allow this guiding principle of love, principle of compassion, principle of understanding to shape and fashion our decisions for a better community, a better neighborhood, for a better representation of you. In the matchless name of Jesus, we pray. Amen.
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 All right, Mr. Young, can you come forward and lead us in the pledge, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, Mrs. Smith, could you please call the roll?
Mayor Rowan,
Here.
Commissioner Granger,
Present.
Commissioner Street,
Here.
Commissioner Halligus,
Here.
Commissioner Lucas.
Present.
Mayor, you have quorum.
Thank you. Would anyone like to make a motion to approve the minutes from the November the 12th meeting, either approve or if there's any addendum or changes, we can do that?
Motion to approve? Second.
Ms. Smith, can you call the roll?
Commissioner Granger.
Yes.
Commissioner Street.
Yes.
Commissioner Halligus.
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas.
Yes.
Mayor Rowan.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Moving on to item 4, are there any additions, deletions, or modifications to today's agenda?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, staff has one. Under section number 5, we would like to add a 5B, which would be a special recognition of the Glenwood Rattlers football teams by Commissioner Lucas. Again, that would immediately follow the recognition of firefighter Mr. Smith.
So that'll be 5A prime.
5B, light boy.
Okay, well, we got community announcements for B.
Those would just shift down to 5C then.
So they're going to move to C.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so B is the Rattlers. Would anyone like to make a motion to approve of that change?
Move to approve.
Second.
Ms. Smith, can you call the roll?
Commissioner Granger.
Yes.
Commissioner Street.
Yes.
Commissioner Halligus.
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas.
Yes.
Mayor Rowan.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, I would also like to make a couple changes. I want to take 10A and 10B and remove them from the agenda. I had a conference with Mr. Jared.
A motion, we remove 10A and 10B.
Second.
All right, Ms. Smith, can you call the roll?
Commissioner Granger.
Yes.
Commissioner Street.
Yes.
Commissioner Halligus.
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas.
Yes.
Mayor Rowan.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Mr. Mayor, I'd also like to add at 10D during your section a brief discussion and hopefully action on a support letter in support of Congressman Dunn's bill HR 2672. FEMA loan reimbursement has been reintroduced yesterday, and sending letters to our senators would be helpful in that process.
So Where would we put that?
D.
D? Okay, that sounds good.
B, because 10C would move to 10A.
FEMA loan reimbursement, or FEMA interest and reimbursement would be the item name.
10D, and it's FEMA reimbursement?
Interest reimbursement.
Okay. All right, Ms. Smith, can you call the roll?
Commissioner Granger,
Yes.
Commissioner Street.
Yes.
Commissioner Halagus.
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas.
Yes.
Mayor Owen.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Great. Okay, when we get to 10D, please remind me. I sometimes forget about those things. All right, moving on. We're in number 5. And could Christopher Ryan Smith please come forward? Thank you. You're fine. I won't bite. You're okay. Got your buddies here.
Family, please join us.
Yeah, come on forward. Oop, excuse me. All right, we are honoring Ryan Smith today. This is his 20-year recognition bio. He began his fire service career in 1998 in Northwest Georgia before relocating to Panama City. In 2001, he completed an emergency medical technician course at Gulf Coast State College, where he obtained National Registry EMT certification. December 7th, 2004, he began his career with the Panama City Fire Department and has spent the last 20 years with continued education and training with the goal of being the best fireman he could. His education and training include associate degree in fire science, bachelor's degree with honors in fire department administration, both from Columbia Southern University, State of Florida Firefighter 2, State of Florida Pump Operator, State of Florida Live Fire Training Officer, State of Florida Fire Service Instructor 2, State of Florida Fire Officer 2, Swiftwater Rescue Instructor, Dive Team Instructor for Public Safety Diver, Dry Suit Diver, as well as Technical Operations Diver. He has certified numerous divers and has continued to help guide them throughout their diving careers. Special operations teams include Urban Search and Rescue Team since 2005, Dive Team since 2008, Fireboat Operator since 2010, Honor Guard since 2023, Regional Critical Incident Stress Management Team. Ryan is also an adjunct instructor for Gulf Coast State College, where he teaches firefighter minimum standards. Ryan has been on numerous deployments with the USAR teams, as well as joint operations with the dive team to assist neighboring agencies with dive operations. His knowledge, skills, abilities, and leadership style are exceptional. He takes great pride in conducting himself in a highly professional manner and always strives to represent the Panama City Fire Department in the best possible way. He has had a very positive impact on the Panama City Fire Department. So Ryan, I want to present you with this plaque in recognition and appreciation of 20 years of dedicated service to the city of Panama City, Florida, December 7th, 2004 to December 7th, 2024. So congratulations. Thank you. Very good.
Thank you, sir. Want them to come on down? I'm going to step up. Brandon and I will come help you in a second, okay?
Okay.
Commissioner Lucas is now going to do some honors with our local semi-professional Rattlers team.
Coach JC, if you would ask the teams to come in the order that I called them. We'll start with the younger kids, 6U. 6U and your coaches. Come on down. Just stand right here up front. Stand right here up front. Stand right there. Stand right there. All right. 8U, next, if you'll come and stand right behind 6U. Yeah, they're not. Yeah, thank you. Next, we'd like to have the 12U come and stand. 12U. And the 14U, if you'll come, and your coaches. And Coach JC, if you'll bring the 10U team down the center to my left. Thank you. I was wondering how that was going to happen. Okay. I'm going to give them to the coaches. Not the way they spoke it. Ladies and gentlemen, family, coaches, and the remarkable young athletes of the Glenwood Rattlers, today we come together to celebrate not just the victories on the football field, but the heart, spirit, and determination that define the Glenwood Rattlers. This past Saturday, Panama City's 5 Glenwood Rattler Youth Association football teams showcased their skills, courage, and unity on a national stage at the AAU National Championship Tournament, and what an incredible showing it was. Let's begin by applauding our 6U division. Raise your hands, 6U. These youngest Rattlers brought incredible energy, enthusiasm, and teamwork to the tournament. With their impressive resilience and spirited play, they finished ranked 3rd in the nation. This group of future champions has set a strong foundation for success, and we couldn't be prouder of their hard work and growth. Thank you, coaches. Six U parents, raise your hand. 6U parents, thank you very much. Next, our 8U division demonstrated strategic thinking, fierce determination, and an unrelenting drive to succeed. They faced tough competition, yet they rose to the challenge, finishing with a well-deserved 3rd place national ranking. 8U division. And the 8U division coaches are, say your name, please.
Coach Lasso.
Coach Bam.
8U. 6U.
Marquise Scribe.
Jared Jagers.
And the parents of the 8U. Let's give them all a round of applause. Our 12U division showed us the true meaning of adjusting and heart. This team started the season with 29 players, but challenges left them with only 18 for the tournament. Despite these odds, these resilient Rattlers gave everything they had, finishing 6th in the nation. 12U division. 12U coaches. 12U coaches, you are
Want me to tell you what they call me?
Let's use your government name.
Coach McClain.
Coach McClain. All right, Coach. Congratulations. 14U Division brought experience, leadership, and grit to the tournament, competing against some of the toughest teams in their bracket. They fought hard and earned an impressive third-place national ranking. 14U Division. 14U, Coach.
Coach Lasso.
Coach Lasso. Thank you very much, Coach. Parents of 12U and 14U. Thank you. Thank you. Each of these young Rattlers is receiving a certificate of congratulations from the city of Panama City. We thank you for representing us well. This is just the beginning of the winning, not only on the field, but off the field. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Our 10U Glenwood Rattlers. This team delivered an outstanding performance in the AAU National Championship Tournament, finishing second-ranked team in the nation, the Glenwood Rattlers, in a thrilling hard-fought 7-6 game. They left everything on the field. The winning coach himself described it as the toughest game they played all year, a testament to the grit, skill, and determination of our 10U Rattlers. These young athletes demonstrated discipline, sportsmanship, and an unwavering commitment to the game. They wear the city seal on their jerseys, and we are proud to call you our champions, 10U Glenwood Rattlers. So, Coach J.C. Carlisle, we thank you for being a leader of this team. Are there other coaches we want to recognize for 10U?
David Jones.
All right. David Jones.
Our team mom, Shamika.
Shamika Arnold, team mom.
Josh Suggs, he's not here. And who else I'm missing? Coach Fred. And there you go, Coach Fred.
Coach Fred, thank you. All right, each of the Glenwood Rattlers 10U runner-up AAU national champions, Adrian Grady. Jamari Buchanan. Messiah Ware. Grady Williams. Jordan Langston. Fidel Cloud. Ashton Rolak. Jason Smith. Anthony Hernandez. Jason Blackledge. One will suffice. Derek World. All right, Derek, congratulations. Wynn Miking. Caleb Lobb. Congratulations, Caleb. Kaylin Whitsett. Congratulations. Brantley Suggs. Khalil Britton. Nolan Donaldson. Zamarian Pickett. Terrell Gansey. Jace Crooks. Elias Martinez. Avante Mills. Come on. What's your name, baby?
Jakar Moorhead.
Jakar Moorhead. We got you, baby. We'll take care of you. So we want to thank all the parents of the 10U, parents, family members of 10U. Thank you for being here today. Now, the Glenwood Rattlers have a fond place in the city of Panama City and in our hearts, but especially as a graduate of the Florida A&M, let me get this right, the Florida Agricultural and Mechanical University, which sits atop the highest of 7 hills in Tallahassee. I must remind these young Rattlers that we say on the hill in Tallahassee that Rattlers will strike and strike and strike again. So we'll see you back here next year for more national championship awards. The Glenwood Rattlers. Yes, we're going to get a picture.
And I encourage all these young men to attend Bay High School whenever it's time.
Let's get inside. Commissioners, come on down. Come on, come on down.
You want us?
Come on. Come on, Doreen, get in the picture. All right.
Sir. Who got my back?
I make a motion that Janice does all of the proclamation.
Great, wasn't it? Strike and strike and strike again.
Cheese, 1, 2, 3, cheese. Thank you. Thank you,
Yep. Too big. Nothing major.
I think instead of doing a prayer, you should do a motivational speech before every meeting.
Now I just like this is.
I'm ready to go play some football,
Let's just end on that. Go home.
Yeah. Sounds good.
Thank you. All right.
Highest on the hill.
It is.
Is that why they call it the hill?
Yes.
Okay.
I saw a little bit of teacher come out with you, like
I
as
know
you
when
were
she was like,
directing those
I don't need
kids.
everyone to see.
Yeah.
I was like, go Jenkins
Yeah.
in the organization.
Yeah. 6
years
here, 8 here.
If it had been me, they'd been crawling all over the friggin' seats coming up to the top, the front.
Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, thank you for the opportunity to do that for the Glenwood Rattlers. 10 years ago, this community was reeling because we had had a series of homicides. And now 10 years later, because parents have stepped up, community members and church leaders have stepped up, we are now celebrating young men instead of burying them. And so I thank you for the opportunity to just celebrate them and encourage them and the coaches and the parents to keep on keeping on. Thank you so much.
Yes, yes, yes.
Well, thank you, Ms. Lucas, for bringing them forward. You certainly know that the city represents all these people, all the kids. We want to do what's right for our children, and this is wonderful. We got coaches, parents out there trying to help the kids do right. You know, get away from that telephone, get out there and play something. So wonderful, and on behalf of the city, I certainly appreciate all that you have done and all the baby Rattlers have done. Some of them will be over there at FAMU one of these days, no doubt.
Yes.
With the big Rattlers.
Thank you.
Okay, we have the community announcements. The City of Panama City wants you to stay informed and engaged with the latest happenings in the city. We encourage you to participate in our diverse range of events, programs, and meetings. These are designed to foster a dynamic and connected community. For more details and updates, please visit our website at www.panamacity.gov. And you can also follow on the Panama City Facebook page, has information. The holiday season officially sets sail this Saturday with the 38th annual Parade of Lights. The waters of St. Andrew Bay will be merry and bright from about 5:30 to 7:30 as boats travel from St. Andrews Bay Yacht Club all the way west to the Hathaway Bridge. The boat parade will feature a dazzling display of Christmas lights and decorations, transforming St. Andrews Bay into a magical winter wonderland. For more information, visit destinationpanamacity.com. Destinations is putting it on this year, and so a great big hearty thank you to them. They're doing a wonderful job, and it's great to see the boat parade back here in town. The offices of the City of Panama City will be closed December 24th and 5th in observance of Christmas. Normal business will resume Thursday, December 26th at 8 a.m. Residential and commercial garbage will be run as normal on Christmas Eve, but not on Christmas Day. No bulk pickup by the claw truck on Christmas Day or Eve. So we're going to take the day off on Christmas. I think it's probably worth it. It's a special day for all of us. Join us, please, for Musically Up Close, Friday, December 27th at 6 p.m. in the City Hall Rotunda. Enjoy a captivating performance by soprano Alexandra Razkazov, a grand finale's winner of the 2022 Metropolitan Opera Competition, accompanied by PCS music director and conductor Sergei Bogza. The evening will feature beloved songs from classic musicals, unique art song selections, and exciting operatic hits. General admission is $10, with VIP seating available $50 for two. Don't miss this festive night of musical delight. It's sponsored by Panama City Parks, Culture, and Recreation. So please join us. It's going to be very nice. Some culture comes to Panama City. We enjoy it. The City Commission will hold a special call commission meeting Monday, December 30th at 8 a.m. for the specific consideration and approval of award for Project Area 012 in downtown Panama City. The meeting will be held at City Hall, located 501 Harrison Avenue, room 10. Citizens may join us for in-person or attend live stream via the city's website. So this is going to be about Project Area 012 downtown. The offices of the city will be closed January 1st in observance of New Year's Day. Normal business will resume January 2nd at 8 a.m. There will be no commercial or residential garbage collection on the 1st, on New Year's Day. Nor will there be any bulk pickup by the claw truck on New Year's Day. So we're going to start the New Year's Day off with a day off. Wonderful. These people work hard, so we need to support them in their time off. Calling all young baseball and softball enthusiasts in the city, please join us for Major League Baseball pitch, hit, and run event on Saturday, January 11th, starting at 10 a.m. at Oakland Terrace Sports Complex. This is an exciting opportunity for boys and girls to showcase their skills and compete for a chance to advance all the way to the 2025 Major League Baseball World Series. For more information, visit panamacity.gov or call our Parks, Culture, and Recreation Department. So this is really important, this baseball. You know, a team from the state won the whole deal at the Little League World Series this year. So baseball's coming back, or maybe it's always been here the whole time. So get all our baseball players out there if we can get them away from that football for a while. The next regularly scheduled City Commission meeting will occur on Tuesday, January the 14th, 8 a.m. It'll be right here at the County Government Building, right where we are today. So please join us. That'll be the first one of the year, January 14th. We're now going to move to the quasi-judicial hearings, and Mrs. McSwain is going to take over.
Thank you. Good evening. During quasi-judicial proceedings, the Commission will hear evidence and render a decision regarding the matter presented based upon the evidence received. The parties before the Commission and the public are entitled to present evidence and cross-examine witnesses. All parties and witnesses will be under oath and the entire proceedings recorded. The Commission is not bound by the strict rules of evidence and may consider any evidence which it deems relevant and trustworthy. Any member of the Commission may ask questions of the parties or the witnesses. Since quasi-judicial proceedings are legal in nature, everyone is expected to adhere to proper courtroom decorum and etiquette. Any comments or objections should be directed to the mayor. The burden of proof in a quasi-judicial proceeding rests with the applicant. Therefore, the applicant has the opportunity to address the commission last, after all public participation, and before the commission deliberates. At this time, for items 6A through 6E, I will swear in staff who will remain under oath during the entire proceedings. I will swear in additional parties as needed if they intend to testify. Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. I will ask the commission to disclose ex parte communication, any communication received outside of this hearing that you intend to rely on after the city manager introduces each application and before witnesses testify. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Item 6A is the second and final public hearing on Ordinance 3248.1, an ordinance amending the future land use map of the city to reflect the land use designation of residential for a property located at 109 Spring Hill Circle. Relevant background information is enclosed in your packet. Staff recommendation through the Director of Development Services is that the City Commission conduct the second and final public hearing and approve the ordinance.
All right, this is a public meeting. Would anyone like to speak on the ordinance 3248? This is an ordinance amending the future land use map of the city to reflect a land use designation of residential for a property located at 109 Spring Hill Circle. All right, would any member of the commission like to speak?
Motion we approve.
Second.
Okay.
I just didn't know, was I supposed to tell you if I talked to anyone about? I thought
Yes.
so. Okay, yeah, I have. I've spoken to a realtor about this property.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, there's a motion and a second to approve ordinance 3248.1. Any discussion? Ms. Smith, can you call the roll?
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Halagus?
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Mayor Owen?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0. Evan?
I'd like to read ordinance number 3248.1, an ordinance amending the comprehensive plan future land use map of the city to reflect a land use designation of residential for a parcel of property located at 109 Spring Hill Circle, Panama City, Florida, providing for a repealer, severability, and effective date.
Item 6B is the second and final public hearing on Ordinance 3248.2, an ordinance amending the zoning map of the city to reflect a zoning designation of Residential 1R1 for a property located at 109 Spring Hill Circle. Relevant background information is enclosed in your agenda packet. Staff recommendation through the Director of Development Services is that the City Commission conduct the second and final public hearing and approve the ordinance.
All right, this is a public hearing. Would anyone like to speak on ordinance 3248.2? This is an ordinance which will amend the zoning map of the city to reflect a zoning designation of residential R1 for a property located at 109 Spring Hill Circle. All right, Commissioner?
A motion we approve.
I'll second the motion. Is there any discussion? Ms. Smith, can you call the roll?
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Halagus?
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Mayor Owen?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
I'd like to read the title to this ordinance. Ordinance 3248.2, an ordinance zoning a parcel of property located at 109 Spring Hill Circle, Panama City, Florida, having approximately .227 acres, R1, providing for severability and effective date.
Item 6C is the first of two public hearings on Ordinance 3254.1, an ordinance on the voluntary annexation of approximately .895 acres of property located at 2626 23rd Street West. Relevant background information is enclosed in your agenda packet. Staff recommendation through the Director of Development Services is that the City Commission conduct the first public hearing.
All right, this is a public hearing, the first public hearing on ordinance 3254.1, an ordinance on the voluntary annexation of approximately .895 acres of property located at 2626 23rd Street. Would any member of the public wish to speak? Okay, since it's a first reading, do we need to do anything more?
No, other than I will read the title.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, I'll read title. Ordinance number 3254.1, an ordinance of the city approving the voluntary annexation of .895 acres of unincorporated property located at 2626 23rd Street into the city as further defined, amending the wards and boundaries of the city to include said lands and providing for an effective date.
Item 6D is the first of two public hearings on Ordinance 3254.2, an ordinance amending the future land use map of the city to reflect a land use designation of general commercial for a property located at 2626 23rd Street West. Relevant background information is enclosed in your agenda packet. Staff recommendation through the Director of Development Services is that the City Commission conduct the first public hearing.
All right, this is a public hearing. It's the first hearing on ordinance 3254.2. This ordinance amends the future land use map of the city to reflect a land use designation of general commercial for a property located at 2626 23rd Street. Would any member of the public wish to speak? Evan?
Thank you. First reading, ordinance 3254.2, an ordinance amending the comprehensive plan future land use map of the city to reflect a land use designation of general commercial for a parcel of property located at 2626 23rd Street, Panama City, providing for a repealer, severability, and effective date.
Item 6E is the first of two public hearings on Ordinance 3254.3, an ordinance amending the zoning map of the city to reflect a zoning designation of General Commercial 2, GC2, for a property located at 2626 23rd Street West. Relevant background information is enclosed in your agenda packet. Staff recommendation through the Director of Development Services is that the City Commission conduct the first public hearing.
All right, this is a public hearing on ordinance 3254.3. It's the first reading. It amends the zoning map of the city to reflect a zoning designation of general commercial for a property located at 2626 23rd Street. Would any member of the public wish to speak? All right, seeing none, we'll turn it over to our attorney.
First reading, ordinance 3254.3, an ordinance zoning a parcel of property located at 2626 23rd Street, Panama City, Florida, having approximately .895 acres, GC2, General Commercial 2, providing for severability and an effective date.
Item 7A is the final reading and public hearing on proposed ordinance number 3239, amendment to Chapter 23, Utilities, adding Article 10, Underground Utilities and Communications Facilities. This is a continuation of adoption hearing from November 12th, 2024 Commission meeting. Staff recommends that the City Commission conduct the final public hearing and consider the adoption of Ordinance 3239 to further the city's efforts to underground electrical and communication infrastructure where possible and practical at the lowest cost to the city and its taxpayers. Mr. Mayor?
Thank you. This is a public hearing. It's the final reading on ordinance 3239, an amendment to Chapter 23, Utilities, adding underground utilities and communication facilities is a continuation from the meeting of November 12th. Does any member of the public wish to speak on this ordinance? All right. Any member of the commission like to make a motion?
Motion to approve?
I'll second.
Any discussion? Mrs. Smith, can you call the roll?
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Halagus? Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Mayor Owen?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
The commission has adopted ordinance 3239, an ordinance of the city of Panama City, Florida, amending Chapter 23 by requiring attaching entities to underground and remove co-located facilities, requiring pole owners to remove redundant utility poles, providing for procedures related to major hardening projects, requiring property owners to cooperate and comply with access to utility easements, access to property and location for facilities, providing requirements for the undergrounding of utility and communications infrastructure, and providing for a severability clause, repealer provision, codification, and effective date.
Item 7B is the final reading of Ordinance 3236, the Sweet Bay CDD tax increment financing and proposed amended and restated interlocal agreement. Enclosed in your agenda packets was the revised proposed ordinance number 3236, both a clean and a red line version, the proposed amended and restated interlocal agreement, red line version, and a letter from myself to Mayor Rohan dated December 3rd of 2024. The commission could adopt ordinance number 3236 and the amended and restated interlocal agreement this evening with one motion and vote. Mr. Zimmerman?
Thank you. There is a letter that sets forth the Sweet Bay interlocal agreement, the Sweet Bay Community Development District interlocal agreement, as well as the proposed ordinance. We have with us today Mark Mustin, who's bond counsel for the city with the law firm of Neighbors Giblin. And after the adoption of the interlocal agreement, which I'd like to point out is effective only upon the adoption of the ordinance that's before you today that creates a tax increment financing district. And then it's also contingent upon validation in court. And I asked Mr. Mustin to come. He had some technical comments, which were a lot of red markings, but none of the deal points were changed. Also, I have one page in front of you where there was a mistake that we caught after the agenda pack, and it mistakenly talked about the developer and impact fees. The developer's not a party to this interlocal agreement. It's the district, and this just confirms that the district will not be subject to any future transportation impact fees. The developer, if I were to remind you, is that we'll talk about this in a minute with the second amendment to the developers agreement. In the first amendment that was done a year ago, the developer has agreed to that $3.1 million covers impacts the city and the developer up to like 700,000 square feet. If it exceeds that, then the commission can revisit any transportation impact fees with the city. But that's not a part of this agreement, and I digress. And if you would like, Mr. Mustin can just explain to you briefly what validation is, and can talk about the genesis of the comments that were made to both the ordinance and the interlocal agreement. Mr. Mustin understands what it's like to be a commissioner. He was a city commissioner in Tallahassee for 2 terms, so he did his duty.
In a fit of insanity, I ran for public office and was elected. So yes, I've done so. Yeah, I'm Mark Mustin with Neighbors Giblin.
Could you lift your mic up, please, sir? Thank you.
We're the city's We are the city's bond counsel. There we go. Okay. So I'm just going to give you a brief overview of sort of where we are and what we're doing here. This is as Mr. Zimmerman indicated, this is the ordinance that basically puts the tax increment into effect. The interlocal agreement is the agreement with the developer and the CDDs as to what they're going to do and what the city's going to do. And so in terms of the ordinance, we've mainly just made some suggested changes to just match up with the interlocal so this all works together. And in the interlocal, there were a couple of technical changes that were really resolved around not implicating the city's non-ad valorem revenues in this. You have a whole series of debt financings that deal with non-ad valorem revenues, and sort of the point of this is ad valorem revenue that's the TIF, that's the tax increments that's coming off this particular piece of property. The validation that Nevin mentioned is a legal proceeding that's permitted under Florida law. It's where the city would bring suit against the state of Florida in something to ask the judge to declare this particular bond issue valid. And actually, I misspoke that. This will be the CDD that would bring the suit against the state of Florida. The reason for that is it makes the twofold. it enhances the security for the bonds so that the investors would know that a court has passed on this. It's actually required for CDD financing, so they're going to do it anyway. But I had suggested to the city that in the course of that we have the court approve this interlocal agreement. It's not, as I was asked, was this ever been done before? Yes, it has. Our firm has done it. It's not necessarily a usual thing. I'm sure the city has a CRA, and so you understand how TIFs work, and that's a fairly commonplace thing. Setting up a home rule tax increment district is a little bit more unusual. We have done it at our firm a number of times, and then pledging it to the CDD is a step further. So I think it makes sense from the city's standpoint to have this as part of the validation that the CDDs are going to undergo. So I'll stop there, and if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them, but that's the overview.
So as this thing is presented today, haven't we already passed the interlocal agreement?
You have. But again, from a technical standpoint, to make sure it all works together, our advice is to amend it with these amendments. And as Nevin said, it doesn't go into effect anyway until you pass the ordinance with the TIF.
Okay, so we're looking at an amendment to the interlocal agreement, and that's, I guess, like sort of tells things how they got to go. And then there's no money there. The money comes in the ordinance.
That's correct.
And that's what we're going to vote on both of them today. I don't know if I should ask you or I should ask Nevin.
Either one, but the request is yes, to vote on both, and they can be voted on in one motion. In other words, the interlocal agreement doesn't take effect until the ordinance is adopted, and then the interlocal agreement has been amended to reflect that or to match up with the ordinance. So it can be done with one motion.
No, wait a minute. We're going to do an interlocal and an ordinance with one motion? That doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Okay, it's up to the commission. I'm just saying that they're tied together, so it could be done.
Okay.
Or it could be done with two separate motions.
I guess if everybody understands that, we could do it and we could do something like that. So we have an interlocal agreement that sort of tells how the pieces fit together. And then the ordinance tells how much money we're going to give you guys.
Yes, I mean, basically that's correct.
Okay. Would anyone else like to ask some questions?
The interlocal is 99% unchanged. Changes here that was given to us. But we would have to vote on those to change them.
We would have to vote on the changes? Is that what you're saying?
That's what you're putting in front of us today, right? Nevin, it's an amended and restated interlocal agreement.
In the agenda pack is the amended and restated interlocal. Changes are reflected in red. There was one additional one that I passed out today that was missed in the amended and restated interlocal. All in the agenda pack.
Right.
And so,
okay.
I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am. Go right ahead.
Attorney Zimmerman, that would be Exhibit C, amended, restated,
yes,
redlined
yes.
edition. And this
yes.
page that we've been given
yes.
today is in addition to these
yes.
redlined.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I think we.
Public hearing.
I think.
It is
yeah.
a public hearing.
I understand. I want to say a little bit more. This is probably almost half an inch of literature here, so I want everybody to know it's complicated. But as Mr. Zimmerman just pointed out, this is a public hearing. Would anyone like to speak on this issue? If you do, please come to the microphone, state your name and address, and tell us what you think.
Right. I
don't see anybody that is interested. Okay.
I'll motion that we approve the ordinance and the amended and restated interlocal agreement.
I'll second that.
Okay. It's time for some discussion. Would anyone like to discuss this? I have some things I want to say. Commissioner Granger brought this up July 23rd, 2024. And he wanted us to have a workshop. And the workshop was to develop adopt interlocal agreement and to, I would imagine, go on with the ordinance. I think I found some things that are kind of interesting. In 2013, this thing actually started with the development agreement for Sweet Bay. And that's when they directed this $3.1 million in roadway projects to the Forest Park mobility area. So this $3.1 million roadway projects, that's ours no matter what happens. What this ordinance does is it accelerates the ad valorem tax. And the way I heard this originally, Commissioner Granger wanted to improve roads in his district. And I think that we should not tie the money to one district. If we were going to do it, I think we should go to wherever the roads are in the most serious state of disrepair, which is all over the city. We know that. If we wanted to obtain money for roads, I'm kind of stunned that we didn't let FEMA buy the repair of the city marina. They would have repaired it at no cost to us, and then we would have started getting revenue. So there are other ways of getting revenue. So this thing has been kicked around since 2013. I want everybody to understand that's a long time, 11 years. In this agreement, the total amount of bonds needed to generate the construction is $404 million. So we're looking at $404 million bond. Additionally, in this packet, it's a little confusing because there's a St. Andrew Land Company, and then HomeFed took over from St. Andrew Land Company, and now somebody called Jeffries owns the whole thing. I'm going to get to that in a minute. But in this packet, it says that HomeFed has not made a profit on Sweet Bay as a whole for any phases to date. Now, we all know where Sweet Bay is, and it looks pretty impressive. I think most of us talk about it looking impressive, but HomeFed said they hadn't made any money yet. If they haven't made any money, why are we help? Do they need our help to make money now? The developer has said he'll stop the project, perhaps, if we don't form a P3. The developer has indicated the infrastructure will happen a lot faster. So are we the city, trying to help a private developer move faster and generate income for the city, which may or may not happen? Our city clerk, sitting right up here next to me, Jan Smith, she's gone through this document, and she said it's a bad deal. We shouldn't do it. I've asked in the past for second opinions regarding some of the projects that we've done up here. And I've suggested that we get some CPAs to look at things. And I've been told by our city manager that Jan Smith is very appropriate. She's a licensed CPA, very smart, knows what she's doing. So they don't want to get second opinions regarding some issues here in the city, but now Ms. Smith says we shouldn't do this, but they're not going to listen to her. There's a disconnect there. Okay, I talked a little bit more about Sweet Bay. It's owned by the Jeffries Financial Group. Jeffries Financial Group is described as one of the world's top investment banking and capital market firms. The net revenue of this firm in the last 12 months was $6.4 billion. So these people that own Sweet Bay got $6.4 billion, and they've come down here to get us hicks in Panama City to help them get on this $400 million deal. It's going to help them. And we are giving away ad valorem money. I think that's a very bad thing for us to be doing, just so that we'll get more money real quick. And, you know, they've threatened to leave or mothball Sweet Bay. Well, you know, when the economy gets better, if they mothball it, I'm sure it'll come back. I asked Nevin Zimmerman in a letter, December the 2nd, I said, I would like to know who's getting paid on this Sweet Bay deal and how much are they getting paid. Maybe he'll answer me today, but I've not heard an answer yet. it's amazing when you go through these papers. We, in the city, we tend to use the same consultants all the time. We use Owen Beich. We've got Mr. Mustian here. These are the same people that do all these deals. And guess what? They work together. And I don't think they're working on our behalf. I think they're working on their behalf. I think this thing can be summarized very eloquently and very simple by Mr. Zimmerman. The policy decision for our city is to consider whether or not the city should invest 50% of the net city benefit to incentivize the more rapid development of the remainder of the Sweet Bay development, which may then expedite the creation of additional city revenues. So we're going to give these people 50% of the net city benefit to have them develop this more quickly, and this may expedite city revenues. I don't think it's our job to help private developers. I think Sweet Bay will grow and be developed, and it can happen without us. Without us giving them $400 million. A lot of money, folks. Anybody else want to talk?
That was quite a lot, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I did some research on all the papers that I was sent.
It's a very demonstrated that you didn't understand the agreement altogether. We're not giving anybody any money. So when you say that we're giving $404 million, or that we're bonding $404 million, that statement shows that you fundamentally do not understand what we're doing here.
That's what the table shows. The table shows $400 million.
Mr. Mayor, I let you talk the entire time, didn't interrupt you at all. So I'd appreciate the same thing in return.
Okay.
All right. So yes, this did come in 2013, but it was not formed in this way. The agreement was there, but the sharing of the ad valorem taxes was not there. The taking of the net and sharing the net and putting it back into the surrounding neighborhoods was not there. That's what I introduced in July of 2024. So yes, the $3.1 million was already ours. I don't think anybody has ever disputed that. When Mr. Harrison came to us and he explained this to us at length, multiple times over, everything that you said in regards to that this deal has been on the table for quite a bit of time. This is the most recent version of it that actually gives money back to the people of Panama City in road improvements in an area of the city that is in great need of road improvements, which, by the way, doesn't have a CRA, has no other mechanism by which to take any kind of tax dollars and put it into the system. So it covers Ward 2, it covers Ward 4, and it covers Ward 3. Let's see, what else do we have here? So it's not tied to one district. Owen Beich answered every single one of the concerns that our clerk presented. I mean, it's opinion based on both sides, so it was attached to our agenda here today. Every single one of the concerns that was raised. We're not giving away any ad valorem. We're sharing an ad valorem that is not created today. So in signing this agreement and moving forward with this will actually enable the ad valorem to be created that we then can share. If we do not move forward with this, there is nothing to share. So the idea that the city is giving up anything is, to me, quite silly and demonstrates a misunderstanding of what it is that we're actually doing, because there's nothing to give away. There's nothing to share as of this moment. As the deal moves forward and as they continue to produce homes, that's when there'll be something to share. But that won't happen if we don't sign this deal, if we don't move forward with this. And then the citizens that live in that area, which are your constituents as well, won't receive the same infrastructure, or they won't receive the improvements to their roads. That is a transportation impact fee that is ongoing to these districts. That's why that this extra sheet of paper was given to us that removes the development and specifies the district shall not be subject to any future transportation impact, because the continued shared ad valorem that's coming out of that is considered their transportation impact. Transportation impact fees have to be used in an area that surrounds the development. So otherwise it's not a transportation impact fee. So all of these residents that live in the area that surrounds Sweet Bay will benefit from this deal because they're also impacted by Sweet Bay just being present. So that's pretty much all I have to say on the matter. I mean, we've had it in front of us since July, so to not understand it to this point, to me, is I don't know what else to tell you.
Ryan, why don't you elaborate on the $404 million?
That's an estimation that the CDDs would take on if they choose to.
Right.
They don't have to choose to.
Paying for that.
We are not paying for that at all.
And then the only thing I just want to add to that is I agree that Jan is an incredible accountant and CPA, but there is a very stark difference. This is not an insult to you. A stark difference between an investment expert and a CPA. Like I have a CPA that I think is awesome, and I go to him to do all my taxes and to give me insight on that. And then when I invest in restaurants or invest in companies, I'm invested in a skincare company right now, that's an investment specialist. Those are people who focus on how you can make money off your money, which is a different skill set, in my opinion. So.
Well, I asked for second opinions on things that we had done down here, and you all were quick to tell me what an outstanding person, an outstanding accountant Jan Smith is, and I have no reason to disagree. But now she has come forward, she represents the city. She doesn't have a dog in this fight. She's trying to tell us what's the right thing to do. She says this is a bad deal for the city. And we are taking money right now to give it to Commissioner Granger's district, but it's money that if we didn't do this, we would eventually get taxes as things developed, and then there would be actually more taxes. So we are giving tax money away in this ad valorem. And I'm going to go back to what Mr. Zimmerman said. Whether or not the city should invest 50% of our benefit to incentivize the rapid development of Sweet Bay, that's where we are. Do we want to give 50% of our net benefit to them to develop it? Hey, if you want to give our money away, I'll vote against it, but you can certainly vote for it.
It's 50% of the net. So what that means to those who may not understand is that the city does a calculation on what the city needs, services to the citizens of this area. Everything above and beyond that, because these homes are incredibly expensive, they get taxed for more than what they actually receive in services. And so everything above and beyond what that number is, which by the way, gets recalculated every year. So if the city services cost more in a given year, then at the end of that year, it'll be recalculated. So the net then changes. So what winds up happening is that the ad valorem that is generated above and beyond that amount, we split that with the district, not the developer, but with the district to help pay off the bond that they're taking so that they can put in the infrastructure ahead of time. Those of you that are in construction know that infrastructure is incredibly expensive and it lags. So you have to drop millions of dollars into the ground and then you have to basically wait to sell the plots or the houses on top. So I think continued development is what this city needs. I think continued investment into our infrastructure is what this city needs. And this provides us with a path to do both. So I think the citizens that live in Forest Park, Candlewick, North Shore Phase 2, Phoenician Villa, those over in Kings Point, I think they would actually appreciate having their roads repaired in a much faster way than currently have available to us.
But they won't have as much money to repair the roads because we're going to have to give some of this. You can call the CDD, you can call it whatever you want. It's going to the developers. And you know, if you understand this thing so well, why don't you go to Jan Smith and educate her, because she doesn't really think this is a good idea. And she said so. So, you know everything. Go talk to her and convince her that she's wrong, and she's telling us this is not a good deal. Anybody else want to discuss?
Thing I'll add is, I don't really care about the developer, don't really care about the districts and all those other things, but I have had quite a few conversations regarding Frankfurt Avenue specifically, which is addressed in this agreement, regarding road infrastructure that's in the mobility districts, as well as Sweet Bay residents that are concerned about whether or not what was said and what they bought into is what's going to continue in the next phasing. So, I mean, at the end of the day, my response is, a lot of people asking for it, and it's not really the developer that's asking for it that I really care about. It's the citizens that are really have an expectation on the improvements. So that's kind of just why I've reluctantly, and I've communicated my reluctance in supporting this. But I also understand we've got a gap in the city where there are no other funding mechanisms. Currently, we discussed using the half-cent surtax to make some of that gap work. This was the selected mechanism that the elected representative for that district chose to bring forward. And so in light of that is really why I've delved into it. Otherwise, I would have gone right along with moving on and doing something different. So,
Well, I'm sorry, are you through?
no, I'm done.
No, you said that you are listening to constituents who are talking about this and not the developers. Well, why'd the developers bring it here then? I mean, this was brought here by the developers. It wasn't brought here by a bunch of people.
Okay.
And not much question about that.
Citizens
So,
can't bring this forward because they aren't the owners of the CDDs.
did they ask
question
the
doesn't
owners
even
of the
make any sense.
CDDs? Did they ask them?
Question doesn't even make sense.
I think the people's elected representative did bring it forward, so that's I think that is in and of itself a representative of the people that are in that district.
I have friends in Sweet Bay, and they don't like this. They haven't bothered to come to this meeting and say so. So it's not universal, but I haven't gone out and polled them, and you probably haven't
And I
either.
would have loved to hear from them, but I mean, I've not had anyone in this entire process, other than maybe one or two, of very educated people, just like our clerk, that have expressed concern. But I have had a lot of people that have expressed specific concern over infrastructure and the unknowns of how this development's going to continue, considering their home is their greatest investment. I don't want to do another one of these. I hope that we never see another one of these ever again. But I've done my diligence and read through the documents, and at this point in time, I'm supporting what the district ultimately is desiring.
Mr. Mayor,
I'm sorry, go right ahead.
I've struggled with this fundamentally because I understand that a CRA TIF is to turn blighted property into tax revenue for the city, for the benefit of the whole and the great. And the Sweet Bay property is valuable waterfront property. And so I've wrestled with what's the value here. And listening to the debate, I guess I'll call it that, going on here, we've been wrestling with this since July. And so those of us, all of us, have our opinions on it. And I don't know that that much is going to change with the way the debate is going now. I would like to ask my colleagues if there is support for using more of the infrastructure tax in those areas on the east side of town, in Millville and Glenwood, that have not risen to the top in those infrastructure surtax projects. Is there an appetite for that?
For bringing money to the Millville? Is that what you're saying?
Millville,
I'd like
Glenwood,
to-
those roads there that don't get prioritized and they just keep getting worse. Because as I've thought about what's happening here, if this moves forward as it appears that it will, we are going to stabilize this infrastructure, which in the future, the city would ultimately have to figure out how to pay for anyway, thus freeing up surtax dollars that can go to other areas in the community. And so I'd like to advocate for that.
So I would like to say that that's what I think we're doing. Like, for us to allow a neighborhood that is valuable to generate money to put into the other areas that are not. I don't know about everybody else, but I lived in an apartment and grew up in Aztec Villa off Venetian Villa, and it's not a, I mean, it has its struggles. And the areas off Forest Park and all of that. And like you said, this hits 3 wards. And Millville, at least my part right now, is under a $23 million infrastructure project because, not the CRA, but because of CDBG and all that, because it is such low income, it actually qualifies for more grant money than some of these areas that are just kind of, they're just kind of in the middle. You know, they're not poor, they're not low enough income to get that. So what I do like what you're saying though is, which I think we're doing, is because of how we're doing this, the city coffers normal that we're bringing in for ad valorem will not go into that area because it's already going to be coming from this transportation impact fee. So then, yes, the SRF or the infrastructure surtax can be used in Glenwood and other places as well. Do I understand that correct? Is that what that's?
So
yeah.
You've got 2 pots of money basically to use for now because the voters voted it in. You've got 2 pots of money to use for infrastructure. And if this doesn't pass, then we only have 1 pot of money. And one of those pots of money, if we pass this, will be created out of this and can only be used in this black outlined area. And so that will basically mean that we won't need to pull near as much money out of the second pot. So that's the easiest way I can explain it.
I would just say 2 things. I think we talked about this in one of our meetings earlier, Janice, was, surtax dollars, yes, I see those allocating differently as a result of this agreement. The other thing I do think, as we go into our strategic priorities, look, we have identified multiple times and said from this dais, we have to be creative, we have to be creative, we have to be creative because of where resources are. I think we should also do an evaluation in the city, similar to how we're doing in St. Andrews right now, with where these CRA boundary districts could change. To address some of these areas that are one, blighted, but also are lacking in infrastructure. Our citizens understand our highest issue is infrastructure. And so every dollar that's in this agreement, even what benefits the districts, is dedicated to infrastructure. There's nothing else that it can be spent on. That's it. Both inside of Sweep A and outside of Sweep A. So I think that from the perspective of, I'm not really excited about complex things, but to just reiterate communication that you're asking, Commissioner Lucas, yes, I do see differently how we allocate things as a result of this. So,
well, this is certainly, as Ms. Lucas pointed out, is certainly not a blighted area. This is obviously rich people helping rich people. And again, I'm going to go back to the Jeffries company that owns this piece of land, or 17 acres, I think we're talking about now. This company made $6.4 billion so far this year. So this is not a poor company. And what this does is we lose ad valorem money because we accelerate the ad valorem process, so we get more money right away, but we're going to get less money in the long run. And that's what Ms. Smith has told us. She said, these people have made a bad business decision and they're looking for us to bail them out. And if we wait long enough, I think we all know the economy is a lot of optimism about our economy. Things are going to get better. So I'm sort of one of those people that think you ought to hold off and you ought to try to get the maximum for your money, not to try to get the quickest thing for your money. This tries to do the quickest thing for your money. Any more discussion?
Mayor, you did ask me about the consultants.
Yes, sir. I certainly did about 10 days ago.
Yes, sir. And I did not did not respond last week.
That's also correct.
So I do have the information here. The city hired 2 consultants One was Owen Beisch with GAI Consulting Group. He is actually, his first review of this project was in 2022. And he charged $14,000 in 2022. In 2023, he charged $1,200. And then in 2024, so far, this would conclude his role, he has charged $20,000. So that's a total of $35,000. And then Mr. Mustian's firm, Neighbors Giblin, has charged $7,500. So those are the two consultants. The city pays those fees. Sweet Bay doesn't pay those fees, except Sweet Bay, Chris Folger has given us a letter where he has indicated that they will reimburse the city for their consulting expenses.
Okay, we're talking about a $400 million bond. So there's no more money going to be spent. Nobody's going to get any more money on that relative to the $400 million bond?
Well, I have no idea what consultants Sweet Bay Community Development District will hire. They're an independent entity from the city, and I'm sure that they will hire consultants to help them as they go down this process. I hadn't heard about a $400 million bond issue before, but there will be a bond issue to help to put in public infrastructure, roads, water and sewer system and all.
The 400 million comes from this table that's in the document. So I was shocked, quite frankly, because some people had told me it was 40 million. And I said, well, no, I think it's 400 million. So
it's an aggregate of all the different bonds that each district would need to
yeah.
There's multiple districts there. And so as the development moves forward, the district will need to bond. So that would not be all bonded at one time. I mean, nobody would do that. That would be kind of like any developer out there just paving all of the streets in the entire subdivision of however many phases that they wanted to have. It's not going to happen. So with that, I think we should call the question.
Let me ask a question. So it's bonded, I think there's 10 increments in there, something like 10 increments. How much are they paid on each one of those? Is Sweet Bay paying that so it's not any of our interest? Is that what we're trying to say?
Correct.
Because it's probably sizable.
So each district is responsible for its own bond, not us.
Okay. Mr. Granger has called the question, I think is reasonable. Ms. Smith?
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Halagus?
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Mayor Rowan?
No.
Motion passes 4-1.
And the motion was to adopt the ordinance, and I'm going to read that title, and then also to approve the amended and restated interlocal agreement. And the title to the ordinance is an ordinance of the City of Panama City, Florida, relating to the Sweet Bay Community Development District's Tax Increment Financing District, providing definitions and findings, creating the Sweet Bay Community Development District's Tax Increment Financing District, and defining the geographic boundaries of the same, providing for the annual calculation of a tax increment amount within the geographic boundaries of the Sweet Bay Community Development District's Tax Increment Financing District, creating a trust fund for the transfer and maintenance of such tax increment and amounts, providing for use of the monies in the trust fund, providing for severability, providing for codification, and providing for an effective date.
Item 7C is the first public hearing to consider Addendum 2 to the St. Andrew Bay Land Company, LLC Developers Agreement, Sweet Bay. The Commission will be conducting the first of two public hearings on Addendum 2 to the St. Andrew Bay Land Company, LLC Developers Agreement, Sweet Bay, which is attached in your agenda packet at this evening's meeting. No action is required by the Commission at the first public hearing. The second public hearing will be held on January 14th, 2025, and at that time, the Commission, if it so decides, may adopt Addendum 2. Mr. Mayor?
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Would anyone like to speak to the issue of the first public hearing regarding Addendum 2 to the St. Andrew Bay Land Company, LLC Developers Agreement? Anyone in the public wish to speak? All right.
Would you explain what the Amendment 2 is to the public, since we just had that long?
Sure.
Thank you.
Addendum, the initial development agreement with the Sweet Bay community was in, I think, May of 2013. And it was been amended once, and that was a year ago. So there's been an Addendum 1 in December of 2023. This is a request for Addendum 2. And Addendum 2 provides for the immediate use by the city of the $3,100,000 that will be paid by the Sweet Bay developer, and the use of the payment is expanded for any roadway projects in the Forest Park Mobility Plan area. And the specific projects to be funded will be determined by the city. So the city determines where that money is spent. The city can decide to design and do the projects itself. These are public roads, or the city could work out something with Sweet Bay, but that's not what this agreement is. This agreement is to move that forward. It expands where the funds can be used, and that is what this development agreement amendment is. Today, there is no vote on the Addendum 2, and there's not a title to read, but this is a public hearing, which we've held, and then it will come back the first meeting in January.
Thank you. Jonathan, you want to do 7D?
Mr. Mayor,
I think
Pardon
Dr.
me?
Zimmerman needs to read it.
after Mr. Zimmerman reads, I'd like to.
Well, I'll read the title.
You read it.
Well, the title is simply City of Panama City, St. Andrew Bay Land Company, LLC Developers Agreement pursuant to Section 163.3220, Florida Statutes Addendum 2.
Thank you very much. All right.
So, Mr. Mayor, I would just like to reiterate that my colleagues at the dais have made a commitment to reprioritize the infrastructure surtax monies that will be coming as a result of the passage of that amendment in this past November, and want to make sure that that's recorded and that city staff will, or whatever, this is my first time going through the surtax process, so I'm not sure what that is, but want it read into the record that we've made a commitment to do that.
I would like to add to Commissioner Lucas's that we just put that on the priorities, a workshop that we've got coming up, so that we make sure that we have it scheduled.
All right, thank you very much.
Do we have a priority of doing roads in the surtax? I've not ever heard of that. That doesn't mean it doesn't exist, but I have not heard of.
To my understanding, there is, the money isn't spent willy-nilly. Once it is approved, it goes through a process to select those projects. And we have several shovel-ready projects that don't have funding that are infrastructure, and several of those are in the Glenwood and Millville community, and I want to make sure that they get moved up on the list.
Okay, and you said we're supposed to have a meeting on this? Or?
So, we still have 2 years left, just to clarify, in the current time frame. But for the new 10-year, we've made no commitments, no plans. And yes, Mr. Mayor, the end of February, it's on all of your calendars. We have a strategic priorities workshop plan, and it is absolutely staff's desire to get guidance from this body on where they want us to focus with the surtax money starting in 2 years as we move forward.
Starting in 2 years, or can we make addendum, or can we talk about what we can do now, so to speak?
Well, we already have plans right now. Projects are already designed and kind of coming into fruition for this next fiscal year. But again, what the voters just renewed back in November was for another 10 years, which starts in 2026. So it'll be from 2026 to 2036, and that's generate about $40 million, correct, Ms. Waldron? $40 million, I believe. And none of that has been allocated or any plans yet at this time. So we would definitely appreciate guidance from this body on where to focus those resources. It can only be used for infrastructure, hence infrastructure surtax code. We can't, you can't just go use it for whatever you want in the city. It has to be specifically for infrastructure.
Was that $40 million for the city? The city's going to have?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, I think Ms. Lucas thought, because of that deal we just did, that she ought to move to the head of the line of this 2 years now, and I would agree with her. I think she deserves to be paid back for what she helped you guys do.
Mayor, it might help. I don't know if this will contribute, but I hope it does to, so as you know yourself, that there was no plan of roads and infrastructure and water and sewer. After the hurricane, that Mark did it was like 18 months. Brandy, I'm sure you remember this too, but it was like 18 months that we had, I think it was Mont McDonald or maybe a couple engineering firms that went through all of the city and made a heat map of our like worst infrastructure up. So it didn't really matter if it was low income, high income, average, whatever. It was truly based on the greatest need. And so I think that wasn't funded by CBDG or FEMA or whatever, and was tied to SRF. So I think we've already scoped the city as a whole of like the worst infrastructure, and Hurst just falls in there naturally because it's an old area. So does a lot of Millville. The Cove was too, and St. Andrews. That's kind of why Brian didn't have anything really tied to some of his infrastructure wasn't the same. So it might be helpful to get that heat map, Jonathan, and share that information with the commission and with the mayor, and all of us, but just so we kind of have a idea of what the worst is.
And so those projects that are referenced, that are shovel-ready, but are not funded, got to that point as a result of that heat map study that was produced.
Yeah.
That is correct. So there are a number of projects that are either designed or nearly designed from SRF dollars. And so, our plan is, as you know, we're working on a couple of different loans. At this time, we're working on, even with Congress next year as well. So we'll continue to look for different options. But what Commissioner Halligan said cannot be stated enough, and I wasn't here, so I can take no credit for it. But after the hurricane, the city at the time very wisely, and so much of what y'all have to decide is subjective, but in a very objective matter, they had an outside engineering firm analyze all of our infrastructure and utilities across all 4 wards, across every corner of the city, to help inform this body with where we should focus our limited resources based on some of the oldest infrastructure in the city. So Ms. Halligan is spot on.
So there's 2 years left on this, and we've got how much money is that? In round numbers.
Yeah, I'd have to double check the numbers. I'm not sure, but as a reminder, so one of the planned projects is the city's portion of West Beach Drive, which was already planned prior to the hurricane from 6th Street to 4th Street. It's kind of part of a lot of the other projects, and I believe it was one commissioner said that is the only road outside of their ward where they get complaints is that particular section, and then another project was yeah.
Many of us have said that.
Yeah. And then the other one is it's covering the storm water portion of Baker Court from Frankfurt Avenue East. Now, originally that was in Ward 4 at the time of the planning, but because of redistricting, it got moved into Ward 1. That was also a project that was planned. There's some severe stormwater issues in addition to underground utilities through that stretch. So those are the two. Most of that project is actually being covered by SRF, and those are kind of already in the pipeline to go out for construction bid in early 2025. So.
Okay, so we can look at these things in this strategic workshop, but we can't change anything.
I mean, you could, but again, a lot of these decisions are made on the front end in a very objective manner with engineering kind of helping us prioritize as the subject matter expert. So I think as we look at the end of February to the next decade, we absolutely look at the project areas where we already have designs and shovel-ready projects, and I think putting those at the front burner absolutely makes the most sense. And then beyond that, what are some other areas where we need to start doing the engineering, start doing the design, start doing the focusing and the planning of those projects in those areas. And when our engineers go in there and look at it, whether it be our own engineering staff in-house or contract engineers, they're looking at the infrastructure grid, and there are often very natural boundaries to develop up to, depending on lift stations, depending on sewer mains, water mains, to that end. So yes, we'll discuss it, and I believe we'll have a lot of objective information and recommendation from the engineering teams, both for the city and as contractors and advisors to the city, to help y'all make the very best decision for the citizens and businesses of Panama City.
Okay, thank you.
All right. I Mr. Zimmerman read it, so Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, item 7D, and I will just state before I read this that if this item does pass, then that would make item 7E and 7F a moot point. The applicant for 7E and F has communicated to the city in writing that if ordinance 3252 does pass, then they would withdraw their request for ordinance 3245 and that development agreement regarding 4101 West 21st Street, again, because the ordinance 3252 would resolve that issue. So item 7D is the second and final public hearing on ordinance 3252, an ordinance amending section 104-26, residential 1 R-1 zoning district of the City of Panama City Unified Land Development Code, or ULDC. I will read the full background information for the benefit of the public. At their regular meeting on October 22nd, 2024, the City Commission directed staff to prepare a draft ordinance that would amend the minimum lot size requirement of the R1 zoning district in the ULDC. A memorandum is provided in this agenda packet that discusses the amending the residential 1 zoning district as directed by the City Commission. Staff recommends the City Commission approve this request. The Planning Board considered this item at their November 12th meeting and has recommended their approval unanimously. The City Commission, again as a reminder, held the first of 2 public hearings on November 12th, and the following documents are enclosed in your packet this evening. Memorandum on minimum lot size in the residential 1 zoning district, ordinance number 3252, and the staff analysis report, recommendation, and proposed text amendment. Staff recommendation through the Director of Development Services is that the City Commission conduct the second and final public hearing and approve the ordinance.
Okay, this was how I remember it. I think at the meeting we said that we were going to stay at R1, and I was puzzled on 7E why we were going to R2. Was there a reason for that?
Mr. Fuller?
Was that just in case it didn't pass?
I believe the answer is correct, but I'll yield to the subject matter expert.
Michael Fuller, Director of Development Services. So I believe the item, the R2 item was tabled until this ordinance, whether it passed or not, until that's worked out. If this ordinance passes, then that request for R2 goes away. The applicant has requested to withdraw the ordinance that would rezone their property to R2 if this item is passed. That makes sense?
Yeah, I thought we all agreed that that was the way it was going to be, so.
Yeah, I think it still was tabled, so it had to come back.
I see. I'm sorry. Okay. I should have come and talked to you during the week.
That's all right.
I apologize. Okay. This is a public meeting on ordinance 3252, amending section 104.26, residential 1 zoning district of Panama City Unified Land Development Code. This has to do with, let's see, we're talking about 4101 West 21st Street. Does any member of the public wish to speak? Derek?
Yes. Derek Thomas, 1100 West 10th Street. I object to this. It's actually regular Panama City shoot first, then aim. They are already doing this in residential neighborhoods that already exist. Across the street from me, they're putting in 2 houses on what was 1 lot. They're less than 20 feet apart. So they're not obeying the regular 10-foot setback from the property line because there's no property line. It's just 1 lot that's been divided into 2. That's happening all over my neighborhood. You're going into a neighborhood that had a sewer system that was put in 1951. It hasn't been upgraded since. Across the street, you had 140 apartments that were single story. Now they're 3-story, 350 units hooked into that same system. I've tried to get information from the city about how often the pump trucks come to my neighborhood, but it's pretty much every single day. They're going around and manually removing the sewage out of the line because it's already not capable of handling that. And then when you take, 53 properties and you turn them into over 100 properties and you completely change the neighborhood and the aesthetics in the neighborhood. It used to be the garden district. Now you're packing in houses, like I said, less than 20 feet apart from each other with no basically yard. You're hooking into a existing sewer main, which is already taxed to its maximum. I heard from somebody today about St. Andrews and they had a gas-powered pump to running 24 hours a day all the time to help move the sewage through their neighborhood. You're going into existing neighborhoods and doing this, that's wrong. If you want to go into neighborhoods you haven't built yet and plan in the plumbing that you're going to need and make those lot size smaller, I think that's fine. Those people are buying those houses at those sizes. They already know what they're getting. But when you go into existing neighborhoods and you change the size and you don't allow people to go in there and, you know, say you're bringing in so much dirt that now your neighbor's property can't drain anymore. The storm drain system doesn't work. In my neighborhood, there's a 3-story house right next to a single-story house. The back part of the property next to the building is 5 feet under the height of the house that's being built. It hasn't even been finished. There's already a sinkhole at the entrance to the back of the property at the corner lot, which is a single-family house. There's people been living there, 40 years. It was built in like the early 60s or something. You're going into those neighborhoods with clay, ceramic, sewage pipes, and you're just overloading the system more than it can handle, and I think that's wrong, and you should not do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Derek. Anybody else want to speak to this? I think he brought up a good point. Do we check and make sure that these neighborhoods can handle the sewage when these kind of things get built? Do you hear me, Jonathan?
We absolutely do, sir.
Okay, so we shouldn't have to worry about what he's talking about.
No, yeah. Anytime there's any type of development, there, you go through the permitting process, you go through the development process. There's, we look at the engineering team looks at it, the planning division looks at it. Even our solid waste environmental service guys often will look at it depending on the size of the development. We have to determine that there's no adverse offsite impacts. We look at capacity for the lift stations in the area for all sorts of development. So there's a very rigorous process, and I'm very proud our team has done a very good job over the last 6 to 9 months to really refine that process, and we'll continue to make improvements as we move into 2025.
Good. That sounds great. We certainly don't want it backing up into our shower.
And I can guarantee you, I hear often from contractors and developers that wish our Mr. Fuller's team and Chief Collier's team and Mr. Murphy's team would be a little bit quicker and maybe advance stuff through. And I'm sure each of you have heard that at times too. We're very careful to review each of these plans and make sure again that the city's policies and our code are followed to the very best of our ability.
Good. I appreciate that. Thank you. Anybody up here want to discuss 7D? All right. Would somebody like to make a motion to accept 7D or to not accept it?
Approve.
Second.
Ms. Smith, can you call the roll?
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Halagus?
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Mayor Rowan?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Commission has approved ordinance 3252, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Panama City, Florida, amending the city's Unified Land Development Code, amending Chapter 104 zoning districts, amending the minimum lot size for R1 zoning as provided in Section 104-26, repealing all ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for severability, providing for codification, and providing for an effective date.
All right,
Okay,
thank
so
you.
that means we can ignore E and F?
Well, I think I would, and I'd like Mr. Zimmerman to weigh on this as well, but I think it'd be appropriate for the commission to affirm in a roll call vote the withdrawal by the applicant, items 7E and 7F in light of the passing of ordinance 3252.
Our motion.
Correct, Mr. Clements? Yep.
Our motion, we remove 7E and 7F in light of the passage of 7D.
Second.
Pardon me?
I just motion to make it official that we're removing these from the.
And we're removing it because Mr. Clements has withdrawn it. Is that correct,
The
Mr.
applicant
Clements?
has withdrawn.
And the applicant is nodding his head. So it's been withdrawn, and that's been communicated in writing too.
Is Mr. Clements the owner of this 4101 West 21st Street?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Or his entity.
That's him, eh? Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Ms. Smith, can you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Halagus?
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Mayor Rowan?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Do you need to read it?
Nope.
I don't believe so. All right.
All right, we're going to take a 12-minute break. Come back. Very good. We got to quit the kibitzing, and now we got to get back to business. So appreciate you all staying here. And I think Mr. Hayes is going to resume on 7G.
That is correct, Mr. Mayor. Commissioners, item 7G is the second and final public hearing on ordinance 3250, an ordinance amending the zoning map of the city to reflect a zoning designation of residential 2, R-2 for a property located at West 20th Street, parcel ID 28077-020-000. Relevant background information is enclosed in your agenda packet. Staff recommendation through the Director of Development Services is that the City Commission conduct the second and final public hearing and approve the ordinance.
All right, this is a public hearing on ordinance 3250, an ordinance amending the zoning map of the city to reflect a zoning designation of R2 for a property located at West 20th Street. Would any member of the public wish to speak? Would any member of the commission wish to speak? Would any member of the commission like to make a motion?
Motion to approve?
Second.
Mrs. Smith, can you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Halagus?
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Mayor Owen?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
The City Commission has approved ordinance 3250, an ordinance zoning a parcel of property located at West 20th Street, Panama City, Florida, having approximately .828 acres, R2, providing for severability and providing for an effective date.
Item 7H is the first of two public hearings on ordinance 3255, an ordinance to vacate and abandon a portion of the alleyway right-of-way easement located south of East 2nd Place, east of East Beach Drive, and north of East 2nd Street. Background information is enclosed in your agenda packet, and the applicant is seeking to vacate and abandon a portion of the alleyway located at the description above. Staff recommendation through the Director of Development Services is that the City Commission conduct the first public hearing.
All right, this is a public hearing on ordinance 3255, an ordinance to vacate and abandon a portion of the alley right-of-way located at East 2nd Place, east of East Beach Drive, and north of East 2nd Street. Would any member of the public wish to speak?
Hi, my name's Francie Bean. I live at 205 Harmon. It's where the alley ends up at the other end. And I'm also representing Rebecca Daffin. She's my neighbor and has a little duplex next door. The reason why they're trying to close it is because the guy at the other end of the alley has bought the house behind him. And he wants, the only thing standing between his two properties is that alley. And so this is the thing with a self-centered land grab. Then we both thought, well, if they just close the entire alley, because my driveway is the alley, and I get tired of having to move my car all the time. But anyway, they say they have to have maintenance for I guess it's the manhole that's at their end of the alley, and so they can't close the whole alley because of that. Now, if that manhole is at their end of the alley, why are they going to close it? Because that's the way that they would take care of that. But anyways, nervous trying to, yeah, the city access to the manhole is at their end. And I would agree to closing the whole entire alley, but not just half of the alley. That's it. Thank you.
Ma'am, do you have property adjacent to this?
Yes. I live at 205 Harmon. Now, the 2nd Street, that's on the opposite side. But yes, I have property. My house is in the alley.
On this map, which is 205?
Harmon,
We got 501, something 06, and 114.
it's 205 Harmon. Harmon, the alley dumps out at Harmon. It goes in at second place or whatever it is. But
You see on the map those numbers? Which one is you?
205, well, I can't see there's.
Mr. Mayor, she's kind of, if you look at 4 o'clock in that whole kind of section, it's to the far right of the actual easement that's kind of grayed out. You'll see 205 is up against Harmon Avenue.
I mean, the driveway.
It's not actually up against the easement that's proposed. Do you see it, sir?
Yeah, 205 is a long way away, it looks
Yes,
like
sir.
to me.
It's at the opposite end of the alley. The driveway, my driveway is the alley that goes in. And the person that bought the property who's trying to close the alley also put a fence up to make it hard to even use that part of the alley.
So if I understand you, ma'am, you're saying that you come out at 205, if you wanted to use the alley going toward the bay, this would preclude you from doing that? But you would,
I'm right at 205. My driveway is the alley.
but the section that's proposed to being
Right, it's
closed,
the opposite end, and then we would get all the traffic, but that's where the manhole is, at that opposite end of the alley where they're trying to close it. So I don't know why they would close it and, and still have that one open. If they have to maintain that, then they need to maintain it up there. I don't.
so you're suggesting the closure would come all the way down to by your house instead of just in the area that's proposed?
Right.
Okay, I follow you now.
Yeah. But they can't because they have to maintain that manhole, which is at their end of the alley.
Mr. Mayor,
Why would that have to go all the way to the end? I didn't quite understand that.
I don't know, I just wanted to understand what she wanted, and now I do.
They're trying to close that end of the alley. The alley comes in at Second
Yeah.
and then comes down and it drop and goes out at Harmon Avenue. Now,
So
that's built, my driveway's there. I have to move all the time for the construction vehicles going down towards the end of the alley. And then why Rebecca and I would both have all that, everybody be using that end of the alley, having to turn around and come back out. But the manhole that they need, that the city says they can't close the entire alley for, is at their end of the alley.
Mr. Mayor, what I'd like to suggest is I would like to, Ms. Bean, I'd like for myself and Mr. Fuller to meet her in the field. So if you could please get Mr. Fuller's business card, we'll go on site with you and walk the alley. I'd like to understand your concerns. And Mr. Mayor, this is only a first reading, so there's no vote or decision being made today, but I want to understand more Ms. Bean's concerns before we move forward any further. So please get his information and we'll reach out to you very soon.
Yeah, that's a good idea because I don't understand exactly what's happening either.
And be happy to let you know if you want to meet us and walk the alley with us, Mr. Mayor.
You can tell me what you find.
Okay. You don't want to go on a tour through the alleys in the cove?
I'm still walking around Derek Thomas's place trying to figure out how to get that.
Clint will meet you there for that one.
He's been here 5 years on that, and we still haven't solved his problem.
Longer than that.
Is it longer than 5 years?
Yeah, no longer than that. But I will say, I thought where this was, that their alley is not, like no one drives through, like it doesn't even look like there's an alley right there, but I need to go check it out too. I'll go check it out.
Yeah, I'll let you and the mayor know, and if y'all would like to meet us, I will say, I do believe the one portion that goes north-south, that's kind of right in between 115 and kind of the 521, that is really not passable. It's very difficult. And so I just like to think meeting on site and understanding her concerns is the best path forward.
That sounds like a wonderful idea, and if Ms. Halligus goes, call me, I'll go too. All right, this was a first reading, so we're going to have our...
Mr. Zimmerman, right?
Our lawyer is going
to...
Our counselor.
We have more public input.
Oops.
Walter P. Henry, 614 Maple Avenue. I was listening. I wondered how can you close an alley with utilities in it. I know she talked about a manhole at the end of the alley. Which direction do that sewer goes? Do it go back to Second Court? Go into the main follow line? Or do it go back to the south, to the north or the south? That's the only way I could see that y'all can close that alley. Most of the houses in the code, they come off in an alley. You might get a few that's on the main street. It's not many of them, sewer lines. It's on the main street in the code. I've been going a long while. I don't think it changed. But I just, that was my, I think if I understand that, if she get enough people say that, said, no, we don't want that alley closed. Made no difference what the other man want. Alley cannot be closed. That's by y'all rules. That's not my rules. I'm telling you what y'all rules says. But I just want how y'all need to go out there and look at it, and find out how this sewer line is running, which way it's going, before you shut that. I don't care how bad the alley is. It's your alley. It's their property, but the property is no longer theirs. That alley is the city's. That's the city's alley. So if it's a bad alley, if it needs fixing, y'all need to fix it.
Thank you, Mr. Henry. Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Patrick Jones. I am the applicant. I live at 515 Beach Drive, the property that is there at the elbow in the alley. A few points of clarification, and first and foremost, would absolutely be happy to meet you, Mr. Mayor, you, Ms. Halagus, as well as Ms. Bean on the site and kind of walk through exactly what we're talking about. This actually started in an effort to actually secure the property that I now live in. We have had instances in the alleyway that have been unsafe and have resulted in police phone calls and reports. The way that the elbow of the alleyway works at a 14-foot width doesn't allow for any of the trucks to actually make the turn or any cars to make that turn. So in terms of the actual bend in the alleyway, it is unusable. In regards to closing the alleyway, I want to make sure that I'm being clear about my application. My application is to close it in terms of being able to secure my property, however, with an overlaying easement to the city that gives full rights of utility access to do whatever maintenance, whatever needs are required by the city to service any sort of utilities that would remain in the alleyway. This is something that this easement would fully encumber the same area. Any fences or any gates that would be established to be able to secure my property and protect my family would have lock access similar to any lift station around town that city personnel would have keys to. So this is something that from a city use, from a utility servicing perspective, this is something that would not impede their use or their responsibilities to one bit. What it would do is it would actually move the maintenance responsibilities of the alleyway itself onto my shoulders. It would also be putting it into subject to ad valorem tax, property taxes that I would begin to pay taxes on. All the while, the city's still maintaining all rights necessary to service any utilities that are used there today or at any point ever in the future. Again, at the end of the day, this is an opportunity for me to secure the property. At the lower bend in the property there at 515 is one of the larger oak trees you'll find in this part of town. And if I had to set a fence post there, I'd be doing it on a primary taproot. So I don't have the ability to do it without cutting that tree down, and I'm going to do that. The opportunity and the hope was that this would be a solution that allowed the city to continue doing everything that they need to do to service utilities, puts maintenance responsibilities on the private citizens' shoulders, as well as returning it to the ad valorem tax rolls. So the hope was to create a solution that served all masters without any net negatives. For any sort of pedestrian access, there's still a southbound access alleyway that leads from Harmon down to 2nd, so it still allows pedestrian access as well. So we've tried to do this as thoughtfully as possible, and certainly happy to meet anyone who wishes on site and kind of walk through the logic in the situation that I'm facing.
Well, thank you. That sounds makes sense. And I know you just bought that piece of property because I used to see the for sale sign. So it's always great to see somebody buying an old piece of property and trying to do something with it. So I'm sure that we will, as Jonathan said, we'll meet with you and try to get a solution that's going to work for everybody, particularly the homeowner.
Wonderful. I sincerely appreciate it.
So how do we get both their informations, Jonathan?
Well, I believe we got Ms. Beans, and we already have Mr. Jones as the applicant, so we'll facilitate that, and I'll be sure to let y'all know when we're going to meet in the field.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Jones. Anybody else want to speak to this issue? All right, Mr. Zimmerman.
Thank you. First reading of ordinance 3255, an ordinance vacating and abandoning a platted easement and alleyway located south of East 2nd Place and east of East Beach Drive, Panama City, Florida, as more particularly hereinafter described, repealing all ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for the severability of any part of this ordinance declared invalid, and providing for an effective date.
Item 7I is the first and only public hearing on Parkbrook Phase 1 Final Subdivision Plat. Relevant background information is in your agenda packet. Staff recommendation through the Director of Development Services is that the City Commission conduct the first and only public hearing and approve the final plat.
This is a public hearing on Parkbrook Phase 1. Would any member of the public wish to speak? Jonathan, for informational purposes, why do we do just one reading on this? There's probably a reason, and I'm not sure. Maybe, should I ask you or Mr.
Yeah, I think I'll defer to Mr. Fuller.
Oh, okay.
That's even better.
He is the subject matter expert on this. Mr. Fuller?
Michael Fuller, Director of Development Services. The city's Unified Land Development Code only requires one meeting or one hearing for subdivision plat approval. There's a preliminary plat that was approved sometimes back, and a development order has been issued for the subdivision. The developer has constructed the infrastructure, and now they're coming back and wanting you to approve the final plat, so it actually subdivides the property into individual lots so that they can sell off. Now that the infrastructure.
To summarize, the developer has come to us multiple times before to get to this point.
Yes.
And this is just a process. They own the land outright. There's no parties, so to speak, within inside of the land that we've already approved for this use.
That is correct.
Very good. Well, thank you. That makes sense. Would like to make a motion?
A motion we approve.
Okay.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Ms. Smith, can you call the roll on 7I, which is the Parkbrook Phase 1 Final Subdivision Plat?
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Halagus?
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Mayor Rowan?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Item 7J is the first and only public hearing on Parkbrook Phase 2 Final Subdivision Plat. Relevant background information is enclosed in your agenda packet. Staff recommendation through the Director of Development Services is that the City Commission conduct the first and only public hearing and approve the final plat for Parkbrook Phase 2.
All right, this is a public hearing on Parkbrook Phase 2 Final Subdivision Plat. Does anyone wish to speak? Okay, anybody in the commission want to talk?
Motion for approval.
Very good.
Second.
Mrs. Smith, can you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Halagus?
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Mayor Rowan?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Oh, all right, thank you. It's now time for audience participation. Anybody that wishes to speak to anything that we've talked about or anything that we're going to talk about, you can come to the microphone, give your name and address. We'll give you 3 minutes to talk, and then we'll discuss it.
Do the clock like you had it a few minutes ago. Walter P. Henry, 614 Maple Avenue. I would like to know, Millville I got 2 sections of Millville. Commissioner Harold got part of it. And Ward 2, Commissioner had 1. And I just wonder how, I've been talking about changing out the water line, changing out the sewer line, changing out the storm drain lines. When's something gonna happen in Millville? I can see over in town, a little section we used to call years ago East End. Y'all done some work over there between there and the county code house. I've seen a couple other places in town that y'all been working on, but I ain't seen no ground broken nowhere in Millville, nowhere. From Business 98 all the way over to 11th Street to East Avenue, back over. From Millville to Bay Avenue. You see no water lines, no sewer lines, anything. Just we got holes. I thank God for my street. And my street is over, I've been there over, I was raised there. I've been back over there about 40 years. My street ain't never been paved. I think it's holding out pretty good. I'm not in a hurry for y'all to tear them up. I don't know how many contractors y'all got running around here that y'all got doing these jobs. They scheduled. Something ought to be showing up in the north side of Millville. I don't know what you're doing in St. Andrews. I ain't seen too much even going on over there. So I just want to know what y'all contractors, y'all got hired. All of them, one contractor got so many jobs that he's not going to be able to do it. And y'all got all this city, all of these contractors around here. Somebody need to get free where you can get the work done.
Thank you, Walter. We're still in audience participation.
Merry Christmas, everybody. Mayor, there's been some bullying that's been going on.
Name and address, please.
Patty Sunday, 1115 Fairland.
Thank you.
I had 2 items I wanted to talk to in my 3 minutes, but there's been bullying where I'm sitting, and I would like to bring that to the attention, and it's going to eat up my 3 minutes. So I defer to your judgment before I begin to speak.
Well, go right ahead and speak. I'm not sure
going to
what
run out
you're
of time.
talking about. Well, I'll tell you, if you need more time, how much more time do you need?
Probably a minute, sir. We
All
already
right.
burned 30.
Pardon me?
We already burned 30.
Well, we're going to start you all over again. Ms. Sunday would like to have an extra minute. Would any one of the commissioners like to favor her with a motion to do that?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right.
Thank you.
We have wait. We have a motion and a second. Ms. Smith, can you call? We have to, we have to do it. You know how the official way, Ms. Sunday. You're one of
sir.
those people. Would you call the roll, Ms. Smith?
Commissioner Granger? Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Halagus?
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Mayor Rowan?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, we got to start the clock back at 0.
4 minutes.
We're going to go for 4 minutes. I'm not sure what you mean by bullying. Do we need to call the police?
I'm not
Better
sure.
just talk. Let's
Okay.
go.
Okay.
Okay. So I want to start with the positives. Wednesday, Thanksgiving morning, 4:30 a.m., Rick and Patty went to the airport before Thanksgiving. It was so crowded that Rick had hurt his back, so I dropped him off that I had to park on the grass. I think that's a positive. The airport has grown tremendously. It's very important in economic development that you have your anchors. And whoever, I think they're in this room, moved the airport a long time ago was brilliant. It's an economic development anchor. And I know they're catching up. We break records. It comes on all of my reports. That is so exciting. I did not mind walking across the grass at 5 in the morning. Second thing is the county's threshold for warming houses for people that are unhoused, I found out today, is 27 degrees. I thought it was 35 degrees because typically when it gets cold, like it was a couple weeks ago, because I walk so much, I have a lot of friends through the years that I have met who are unhoused. And typically they ask me, where do I go? Sometimes we do blankets, sometimes we do different things. We do sleeping bags, but I didn't know where to ask this year. And I had called a couple commissioners and they didn't know either, very honestly. So I just want to put it on the agenda. I put it on the agenda, the informal agenda. How do we do that? How do we feel about those informal citizens? And how do we communicate it in the informal network? Those were my two items. Now to the bullying. I don't know why God puts me in this. The yucky people tend to sit by me, and I define yucky people as saying, F you to your names. F them, F whatever. And I'm so angry. I cry when I'm angry. And then today, there was some mocking when executive people talk. We mock them. We mock someone else about how they voted. So I want to say to those people, you can send an email. You can come up here and have the courage for 3 minutes and say what you want to say. You can have a meeting with elected officials. You can have a meeting. Y'all are so accessible. It takes courage. If you have something to say, bully people, say it. There are many things. But please don't sit behind me when I'm trying to pay attention because y'all are so smart and I learned so much. Today's discussion was wonderful. When you looked at the people and the corporate people, I didn't know any of that. I was Googling like crazy. It was a little bit tense, but I learned something from all of you and I'm trying to pay attention. I don't know why the bullies sit by me, but I feel abused. The end.
We're going to have to get a special seat for you, Miss Sunday. Maybe with a little honor, a little guard around it. So that's a good point. We all have, we have freedom of speech, but at the same time, there's nothing wrong with being civil. And like you said, if they got a beef with us, come up and talk to us. Got 3 minutes, just like everybody else. Okay, we're going to answer the rest of your questions in a little bit. I am disappointed in the bullying, aren't you all? I mean, that really doesn't need to happen here. I wouldn't think.
Hi, Derek Thomas, 1100 West 10th Street. This year, the water bill this month is up an extra $15. I know that on Arthur and 14th Street, I brought it up last time, there's huge amounts of water gushing out of the pipes. There's that kind of stuff all over the city. Your infrastructure needs to be obviously worked on. I looked at the slips that you're putting in. Basically, it seems like you took the slips from the north side and you moved it to the south side for the downtown marina. You didn't tell us yet how much it's going to cost or how many years you're going to give away 96% of the revenue from that, which I think that's a real shame. This year was a bad year for Panama City because you gave up all the revenue from both marinas. I appreciate you, Mr. Mayor, doing the job of identifying the people responsible for taking away the parts that FEMA specifically said in writing they weren't going to pay to repair, and they were torn out anyway, and then we didn't have the money to go forward. And I appreciate you doing that research for the city. I don't know why the city manager wasn't doing that. The graveyard across the street, I'm appreciated that something's finally getting done. I think putting dirt into the ditch is not the way I would have gone about it. Finally, I've moving the dirt away from the pipe that goes underneath there. That's where the founder of the city of Panama City is buried, and some of the architects, and according to Mark McQueen, that did the plans for the city. That was an area where up by the road, the gravestones are completely surrounded by water for a while. And I had to go out there and fix it. I brought it up with you 6 months before you became city manager, and 6 months after, you're digging ditches to move the water back into a retention pond. I hope that someday it actually gets fixed. That kind of stuff, it's being handled just like the city is saying that in residential neighborhoods, it's all being handled. It's easy to say that, but when you look out your window and you see the properties around you and it's not working and things are obviously bad for the people that live there, sinkholes in their property, having to go out and spend thousands of dollars and moving around dirt on your own property, and seeing code enforcement not enforce code on some people but then enforce it on other people. I tried to get the records that the city's not keeping. So it's easy to say that you're handling it all. The property across from me has been maintained 6 times in the last 5 years. 3 of those times were the city doing the work. 3 of them were the owner doing the work. The city doesn't know how much they spent on that lot. There's no records of how much you spent on the ditch that was done by somebody who didn't work for the city, who came in from out of town. I'm still trying to find out that information. You guys got a lot of work to do. I hope that next year is financially better off. I don't know what else you got to do, but raise taxes and sell off the parks. So Merry Christmas to all of you, and I hope and pray for this city.
Thank you, Derek. Appreciate that. All right, we're still in audience participation. Easy to get 4 minutes. You've got something new to talk about. We could try, but anyway.
Hank Picken, 820 West Beach Drive. I have three quick slides to show you. You know that for a number of months we've been asking for substantiation of the city's claims that they have an equal number of signed petitions. I have 110 pages that look just exactly like this. It's a list of names and of people that live in the United States. There's not a single telephone number, there's not a single address, there's not a single birthday, there's not a single voter registration name, there's not a single address. 110 pages, that could be a list out of a phone book. By comparison, if I could have the next slide, I'll show you what our petitions look like. These are the electronic petitions that we have, and we're now over 3,000 petitions. And this has the text on the side of what individual people are saying. There's a reference on here as to who they are and exactly their email address where appropriate. The next slide I have is what it looks like in writing. We have 300 and almost 400 petitions of those 3,000 that are written as opposed to electronic. And this has a listing of the names, addresses, signatures, year of registration, and or birth date. All of that's verifiable information. So I asked the commissioners to take a quick look at this particular exhibit that I'm showing you, these exhibits, and tell me how you're verifying the veracity of the petitions that you claim to have to offset our petitions, of which, as I said, there are 3,000. The second part of my presentation is bringing up, if I could have the next slide, over the last couple of weeks, I have written 2 letters, one to Mr. Murphy and the other to Mr. Hayes. Mr. Murphy's letter, I asked him to correct the report that he had sent up to the Florida DOT concerning the status of the road project. In that particular summary, he makes 2 claims that are simply not true. He claims that the environmental work had been completed, and we all know that it hasn't been completed because the engineers right now are working with the Florida EPA to get that corrected. The other thing that comes up in his memo is a statement that says we are looking at the road allocation or as a separate action from the construction of the path. And I would like to hear from Mr. Hayes how he expects to be able to build this path without the state giving him the road. The other 2 questions, and it's very interesting, that one of the questions that I asked Mr. Murphy to reply to, Mr. Hayes.
Your 3 minute is up. Does anyone wish to allow Mr. Picken to finish his discussion? It looks like he has several slides.
This is my last slide. I just have 2 more points on it.
Okay. Wait a second.
I'll move a motion to approve another minute.
All right. I'll second that motion. Mrs. Smith, would you call the roll?
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Halagus? Yes. Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Mayor Rowan?
Yes, and Merry Christmas.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay.
1 minute.
The question becomes, why does the city consider that as a separate action? How can it proceed to build this path without the state giving them the road? That's question number one. Question number two is, how come the city has skipped the review of 90% of the plans? The correspondence that's going on between the city and your engineers show that there's a belief that there's 100% completed. And these, if you look back in October of last year, the excuse that was given to the Florida DOT to delay and extend the time on this project was to allow full input from the citizens. And it included on the exhibit a 90% completion review with all of the public. That hasn't happened. I want to know why that hasn't happened.
Thank you,
My
Mr.
other
Pickens.
question is,
Thank you. We appreciate your slides and your information.
Jim Bennett, 920 West Beach Drive. So, along with Mr. Picken, I'd like to read some of those comments. You guys received them from a guy named Ross McClory. I would hope you would read them because they're very heartfelt. Let me read one to you. You won't find a yard on the street without a sign protesting this. To not listen to the people this would most affect is disgraceful. I've lived in the 3204 area area my entire life. I went to Holy Nativity Episcopal School for 12 years of my life. I have albums of photos on Beach Drive, would love to continue to take them. Took the Mosley homecoming photo there multiple times. As a flower girl, Azalea Trail multiple times. After parties, was also on Beach Drive. And they also talk about a home they possibly could have bought. This road is my life and has been. Let it continue. Another one says, the whole boondoggle is financially irresponsible, which seems to be standard for this city commission. Beach Drive has already been repaved, yet the rest of the city crumbles with potholes, ancient leaking water pipes, and failing lift stations that spill outrageous amounts of disgusting raw sewage into the bay, which is a fact. There's absolutely nothing wrong with the current beauty of the shoreline. The talk of relocating trees and palms is laughable. You'll be completely destroying the fragility of the shoreline. The way the city fails to care for our infrastructure ought to prove that we'll not upkeep this ridiculous pathway. And a final one, which is very heartfelt, kind of sad. I grew up there, and my cousin, who's fighting cancer right now, used to take me here all the time. If I lose him, I won't have that to look back on and visit. It's always been beautiful, and one of the many reasons why I love where I live, and everyone should want to preserve its beauty so our children can also grow up with that view and value the earth in general in our community. So, you guys brought up infrastructure. You brought up limited resources. So you've wasted $800,000 plus on this idea without doing all your due diligence and whether or not people wanted it. And they didn't based on the original grant. Because when you look at the box that checks community input, it was none. So I'd kind of like to know where you are with the road transfer. Because like Hank said, I'm sure Mr. Hayes, you're talking with people and you keep copious notes. So it'd be great to find out what level of detail you're talking to them and what they told you. Is it coming or not? It's pretty easy, right? If you call them frequently. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett.
Jennifer Bennett, 920 West Beach Drive. My impression of bullying was Mr. Granger laughing at the mayor and accusing him of not understanding. I really didn't appreciate that. I would like better decorum And I'm shocked that what appears to be Commissioner Lucas selling your vote. So I'll make a deal, I'll give you this vote, and then you give me the money for my streets. If that's not an ethical concern for all of you, then why are you filing these bogus charges against the mayor, who seems to be the only ethical person worried about financial responsibility of the city? Having said that, the reason I'm here is to, once again, state that I'm against this whole project on West Beach Drive. If it's on the south side, I don't want any part of it, and I will continue to fight it. You want to do something on the north side, then talk to me. I have wasted 2 years of my life coming up here, researching, coming with good intentions, and I don't have a voice, and I'm done. So grant money, waste of government money, regardless of how it comes about, it's harmful, it's a waste, it's destructive, and I don't support it. I don't support the plan to destroy West Beach Drive, plow down trees, pour concrete on my south side property whatsoever. I don't support fire hydrants, public utilities on the south side where there are none. I don't support that at any time now or in the future. I am fully on board with sinking underground utilities, and I'd like to see that on the north side, not on the south side. So I have no easements whatsoever. I have guy poles on my south side. I will never agree to any easements for utilities or fire hydrants on that south side. And I'd like to get to the budget. The only two people that seem to be concerned about the budget is Jan Smith and Mayor Rohan. And I'm not hearing anything from anybody else other than growth, growth, growth. But it's spending, whether it's this, regardless of the pocket of money that it's coming out of, we don't have any money to support all of this. So at this point, the reserves are at an emergency crisis level low, and I don't hear anything being done to address that. You can raise $20 million to build a library, but if you can't buy the books to put in the library, all you did was raise a building. It's not a library. And that's where we're at with every single project you're all talking about. So I'm asking the three city managers, where are we with the budget, with the crisis level? What are we going to do about this emergency? And I'll save clean water for another day.
All right, thank you, Ms. Bennett.
I saw something interesting today. Brenda Lewis, not me, but Brenda Lewis Williams. I am interesting, but Brenda Lewis Williams, 1007 North Center Avenue, Panama City 32401. I've often stated, and I did to City Manager Hayes the other day when we met, this commission tends not to be citizen friendly, but I saw that today. So you get a B. The school teacher in me gives you a grade B. You did very good. Okay, now on to my business. I'm making a public record request for all properties owned by CRA in all wards. Public record request for monies dispersed by CRA and for what? In my observations, it seems that CR monies have become a cash cow for business and groups to milk the city of monies. Additionally, this smacks of fiscal irresponsibility. I addressed the city friendliness, and you did good on that today. You really did. I wish to thank the mayor for asking Michelle Bryan and myself to work on the advisory committees directed by Florida statute, and the statute does make provisions for advisory committees in all municipalities. I did the research, and almost every municipality in the state of Florida has a citizen advisory committee. It's volunteer, wouldn't be a paid position. So it's incumbent upon this commission to address that and put citizen advisory committees in place. I also, CRA voted to have funds go to work. That grant is for the facade on A.D. Harris. There's no way in God's green earth that there's $700,000 worth of facade work to be done at A.D. Harris. So $600,000 of that money can be taken for matching funds that have been granted the city of Panama City to rehab Joe Moody Park. Patty Kelly from the U.S. Wildlife and Fisheries says that is a treasure, and let's not destroy it. Additionally, how can we manage to have $150,000 going for architectural interest, et cetera, to build a park, and we don't have parks in Glenwood? The closest park for Glenwood is, what's the name of that school up there? I can't think of it right now. But anyway, Oakland Terrace. There's not any parks this side of Harrison Avenue. For the kids in Millville, for the kids in Glenwood, we have none. Joe Moody Park needs to be taken care of. You took the money to do MLK. Let's put the money back to do Joe Moody Park. Thank you.
Thank you, Brenda.
Ed Young, 1606 West 10th Street. Jan Smith, thank you for the work that you did on the Sweet Bay proposal for the bond issue. Mayor, thank you for a good fight to try to explain why it is not a good idea. It is a $6 billion a year annual entity. They are not philanthropists. They have no interest in helping anyone but their shareholders. They're going to report back to them what a win this was tonight, because the city took what's called a payday loan. Payday loans are illegal in most states in this country, but that's what you took today, you commissioners. And yes, I also did see someone sell a vote to have her priorities in her district moved up, which is admirable for the people that voted you in, but it's not admirable for the rest of us. This city has a 17.5% poverty rate. There's 36,000 residents in Panama City. The average mean income per household, that's 2 or 3 earners, is $48,000 a year. The city manager's office alone has the salary of $175 and $125 and $125. You're losing touch with who is in Panama City and what their average income is and what their needs are. You're mismanaging. The city is nearly broke. You talk about continued development. Well, how about quality over quantity? How about protecting what you have, maintaining what you have, fixing what you have, and slow down? If I wanted to live in Fort Lauderdale or Tampa, I'd go there. I live here for a very good reason, like Beach Drive. Beautiful, left alone. Since Hurricane Michael, our traffic flow on all the main arteries in this town are packed beyond what they've ever been. We have developments going up on Wilson Avenue, Florida Avenue, 11th Street's complete, more cars, more people, no more infrastructure. I'd like to hear from the city manager on what's already been asked of him tonight on the plans for the infrastructure, the repair, the maintenance, and for the growth of our infrastructure versus the growth of more stress on our city. And once again, I thank the mayor and our city treasurer for the report that she gave, which was it was precise, it was clear, and it was truthful. As for the rest of the votes that I saw here tonight, I'm queasy over what I saw and disappointed, and I don't give you a good grade.
Thank you, Mr. Young. All right, we're still in audience participation.
George Carruthers, 1702 West Beach Drive. Just one quick question. With the trajectory of the city finances, just wondering if the city is able to pay the normal expenses and payroll through the end of the year.
Thank you, Mr. Carruthers. Good question. All right. We're still in audience participation, but it's winding down. All right, going. All right, it's all over. Audience participation's closed, and we're gonna go through the comments, and starting with Mr. Hayes and anybody else here that wants to talk, we'll see if we can't give you some answers. I think you had some good questions.
All right, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, up first was Mr. Walter Henry. He talked about Millville and the need for streets being paving. I think this commission has expressed a commitment to that. I'm going to give him, and you have a copy of this too, Mr. Mayor, in your packet. It's the project area map. Believe it or not, the actual largest single project area in the whole city is Area Y in Millville. It's a CDBG grant. There's 2 different contractors working on it right now in 3 different areas within that project section. Mainline construction and then Gulf Coast Utility contractors has that, and it's that one by itself is over $20 million in Millville. And so again, that was one of the oldest areas that was flagged for it, and it is a very disruptive and very large project it's undergoing right now.
Thanks to me, he was concerned that there's so many people working and so much needs to be done that it isn't going to get done. Is that I'm sure it's a concern, but I would imagine we don't want that to happen.
No, we obviously don't want that to happen, but I mean, we have project management staff that's out there. We have engineers that designed it that help us provide oversight for these projects. We get briefings every month on these projects. And I mean, any type of project of that magnitude, there's going to be hiccups, but we course correct and have the utmost confidence in our public works team, the project management team, our engineers and the contractors. But again, when you're going into an active living neighborhood and literally ripping everything out from curb to curb, there's going to be challenges with that. We acknowledge it's very disruptive, but at the end of the, some of these other projects start to kind of wrap up. We start hearing, it was kind of a painful 12 to 18 months, but boy, we're happy now. I saw a lot of positive comments over the weekend from the Cove as the Cherry Street project finishes up, and there's other areas, Area Area S up in the Glenwood area. Yes, it's very, we acknowledge it's very disruptive to go in and rebuild an entire neighborhood of infrastructure in an active living neighborhood. And so, but I think we do a really good job. We certainly don't bat 1,000, but we do a really good job of communicating with the constituents. And on the occasions when there are challenges and frustrations and they reach out to me or they reach out to one of y'all, I sincerely feel like we try to address those just as quick as possible. So.
Yeah, I think you do a good job when we get questioned, but I think his concern was we wouldn't be able to get it done, and all I can say is that you're working on it.
They're working on it, and I mean we're going to hold their feet to the fire. I mean, obviously we don't want to rush to the point where we get sloppy and careless to that end. But I mean, I can tell you our staff and the design engineers put a lot of pressure on the contractors. So it's kind of a love-hate push and pull sometimes, but it's a great team effort. Up next was Miss Sunday, and she admonished someone in regards to just some of the comments and some of the perspective, I think, of the elected officials and some of the professional staff. And she also gave kudos to the airport. The decision to move that many years ago, it was a great investment. Also made a comment about some of the warming shelters, just as a reminder or a heads up to those that might not know, but all of the shelters are handled by the county. Whether it be for a hurricane or whether it be the warming shelters. Now, obviously, the city and Bay District Schools both support the county in those efforts with some of our facilities, and our staff even volunteers. But again, that is something that is led by the county and the EOC.
Now, we did A.D. Harris a while ago, but that's still done through the county?
Yes, we provided support. Obviously, I know Commissioner Lucas and Mr. Mefford were pretty embedded.
I think they were down there handing out blankets.
Yep, handing out blankets and everything. But yeah, this is any type of emergency response in order to keep it organized and decent and in order, the county leads that effort and the cities provide the support as needed.
Absolutely. Well, so now tell me, if it's below 27, should they go to the county website and try to find out where these places are? Because it sounds like 27 degrees is where things start to happen. At least that's what she said.
I think that would be appropriate to, and obviously whenever there's any type of announcements like that, and if it involves anything within the city of Panama City, we share that information as well. Our public affairs team would put that out. If it's any of the schools inside of our district, I know we would share that. Inside of our city. I know Bay District Schools would share that, and in the event like when we used A.D. Harris for the warming shelter last year, we highlighted that as well.
So it'd be on the city website then?
It would be on this. It would be on our social media page. We can absolutely put it, up on the website as well, and I'm sure the county would promote it in many ways as well.
Yeah, as you well know, it's hard to get information out, so I'm trying to kind of help people understand.
Plus, Alert Bay is a thing to sign up for sure as well. To those, I mean, they would announce those type of things, and I've shared this with each of you. I mean, the city is looking to enhance our communication capabilities in early 2025 as well. Through text messaging as well, in order to speak very quickly to our citizens and businesses for a myriad of reasons.
Very good. Thank you.
Derek Thomas talked about his water bill going up $15 a month, and then spoke about infrastructure needing to be worked on. I think we all agree with that. I'm not really sure what to say about the grave of the founder of Panama City being buried and us putting water and sewer lines over it. I'm going to have to get some more information on that. I obviously would never want to disturb any graves. So that's the first I've heard of that, and I think Mr. Murphy hasn't heard it either. So we'll get some more information. He has Mr. Murphy's cell phone. He can reach out at any time for any public works concerns. Mr. Pickens spoke about the petitions on Beach Drive and showed examples and names of both. I can address a number of those issues. Number one, we're working with the DEP right now to get the necessary environmental resource permit. This is specifically for the outfalls. In order to put the type of outfalls that we want in there. We wouldn't need that for the road itself because that's inside either the DOT or our right-of-way. The plans were published for a week or so in the rotunda at City Hall. I know a couple of other folks requested them to be emailed out, and we're happy to email them out. I know I sent them to Mr. Carruthers, and I want to say I sent them to someone else or maybe provided a printed copy. I'm not really sure with the transfer separate action. I know I referenced that in one of my letters at the commission's request when we were getting an update on it. Yes, we were, the city initially in our efforts going back a year and a half, 2 years, we were looking to move forward the transfer of the road and the Beach Drive sidewalk at the same time. The FDOT has communicated they consider that to be a separate action. We can proceed with the path without the road being transferred, and it was more than just Beach Drive. I mean, it was, I think Commissioner Street will speak to, there's a number of people in St. Andrews along Beck Avenue that would love for that road to become a city road as well, so that they can make some modifications in their community, very similar to what we've done downtown with the social district, increasing pedestrian safety, increasing the use of golf carts, just to name a few examples. That being said, again, we're utilizing either the FDOT or our right-of-way, and so we can proceed. The DOT is reviewing those plans. They'll approve the project even without transferring the road. The grant doesn't require that we get the road in order to move forward. We expect to get the permits from the DEP and from the Army Corps of Engineers by the end of the year. And again, I just want to reiterate, we're not taking anybody's private property. I know Mr. Pickens showed up the petition, and it referenced spending over $1 million of the city's money, which is incorrect. Taking private property from people, that's something this commission has been adamantly opposed to, and we're not doing that. And so it's not going to cost the city money. There's no desire that I've seen either publicly and privately with my conversations with the five of you that anybody would support taking any private personal property. Mr. Bennett then also spoke about the Beach Drive sidewalk and expressed his opposition to it. Read a couple of comments from folks and then referenced there was no citizen input on that. I know that's been shared before, but there's people have shared videos and pictures of those charrettes and how that how that has taken place and did take place in the past. Ms. Bennett also spoke to the commission.
Wait a second. Let's get something straight here.
Okay.
We've been saying all along that we're not going to do the path unless we have the road. Now you're saying that we're going to do the path even if we don't have the road.
I've never heard anybody say that, sir.
You've never heard anybody say that
We're not going to do the path if we don't get the road.
You said we have to have the road first and then we do the path. I've consistently heard that. So I'm hearing things?
I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you can go along and do the Beach Drive path even if we don't get Highway 98?
Correct. So let me clarify. So
please clarify.
Yeah. So right now, if they were to transfer us the road all the way from 15th and back all the way to 6th and Harrison, the FDOT would not be involved in any review of the plans or granting us a right-of-way use permit. But if they chose not to pass it, then, it did delay the project. It didn't stop the project. It wasn't required of the project. It just meant they now are reviewing the plans, which they are, and they'll grant us a use permit to build it in their right-of-way. What the statement I've heard from the FDOT is that if it was a project that they were doing, they wouldn't need anything other than just go out there and let a contract and put the concrete down because it's inside of their right-of-way if they wanted to. So obviously we still would like to see. I have not gotten any feedback from this commission that we don't want to proceed with the road transfer. So I'm continuing to advance the desire of this commission, and we've made it known to the FDOT, and what they have communicated is that is still in process. And it may happen after the fact of the commencing of the construction of the Beach Drive sidewalk, but it was not an either or.
Okay, so we don't need the road. We can go ahead in the path without the roads. That's just what you got through saying.
That is correct.
And clarifying things.
Yeah, but again, I would like the road for a number of reasons. Number one, what we've expressed about the desire of the St. Andrews community. Also, for what Ms. Bennett has spoken to, I would love to see all of those underground utilities along Beach Drive, turn that into more of a residential road and have more flexibility and more control of that without having to deal with necessarily the FDOT. So I think, making that a beautiful, iconic road and get those telephone poles off and put up some nicer lights, I think that would be a great thing to do, all the way from really starting at 9th and Chestnut, if we can, and going all the way into downtown Panama City with just a more residential feel of a road, where people aren't regularly doing, 50 miles an hour on.
So you're prepared to support going ahead with the Beach Drive path, even if we don't get the road? Even if we don't get the DOT to give us 98? Because all along I've been hearing that we want 98.
I feel like you're asking two different questions. If we proceed...
Well, I'll ask both of them then.
Okay. I still believe it's in the best interest of the city to get the road based on the many conversations that we've had, and there's different sections of the road that aren't up against a path. That being said, it's not my decision to not proceed with the path. We don't need the FDOT to physically transfer us all of that road or any of it in order to move forward with this path. And I don't believe the commission has put any restriction in their direction to staff moving forward with this project that if we don't get the road, not to proceed with the path.
Listen, we've been talking about narrowing the road, doing all these other kind of things, and it's DOT. If we don't have the road, we can't do any of that kind of stuff. So
we can. With their approval.
Oh.
And that's what they're working on that right now. They're reviewing the plans. And they will grant us a right-of-way use permit because it's still their road.
Okay, back to my original question. If we don't get the road, are you still going to push the path along Beach Drive?
I'm going to continue to push the path until this
get that
commission
in a sort of
tells
a
me
yes
not
or
to.
no. Huh?
I'm going to continue to move forward with this project until I get direction from this body not to.
Okay. Well, we'll have to ask this body if we don't get the road, what's going to happen? Because, I've always been under the impression that we wanted the road, and that's been one of my objections because I don't know that we can afford to take care of that road. It would be expensive. The other thing that I think Mr. Pickens brought up, and he showed very well about these petitions in support of the path, The ones that did not want the path, you could have gone through the phone book and picked them out. There was no documentation. So, I mean, that's unequivocal. He just showed you that. There's also been talk that at 90% or some percent, we're supposed to get approval from the DOT. And he said that us, the city, we had skipped those plans. I don't know if that's true or not. Have we skipped the plans? Have we skipped getting approval from the DOT?
Right. So, and I did address that earlier. So, no, the FDOT is currently reviewing the plans, and the 90% plans were displayed in the City Hall Rotunda for a week or two. I think it was in October.
Don't they have to get approved?
The FDOT, yeah, the FDOT is reviewing them right now.
So we're waiting for FDOT to approve the 90% plans?
Correct. Well, I think it's 100% now, but they haven't transferred the road, so they have to approve it. And issue us that right-of-way use permit. In addition to that, we're waiting on the permits from the DEP, and that public record request time period. The public notices that has been done, and it was absolutely posted. And then after the DEP issues their permits, then the Army Corps of Engineers would. But again, that's only for the outfalls itself. That's not for any of the road. Now, and there was another question you asked, sir. I'm trying to remember what it was.
Well, the real question is that the DOT does not give us the road, and it's their road. You think they're going to go ahead and let us do whatever we want? I mean, that's sort of what you're trying. That's what you're trying to say.
Not whatever we want. We've given them engineered plans, and they will approve specifically and only those plans. They won't let us do whatever we want. Oh, I know what you said. You talked about the list of names and how it looked like those that didn't want the path were taken out of taken out of a phone book. I can't speak to that, sir. I mean, I think it's fair to question, where all of any online petition, whether it's for polling for your favorite cereal or whether or not you want the sidewalk or whether you support candidate A or B, I think any online poll or petition is not going to be considered scientific in nature.
Okay.
And I would yield that.
So the poll that said they did
Well,
not
it's not really,
want,
yeah.
the online poll, which lacks science, said they did not want the path, but it is given equal representation to the petition that these people have that have names and addresses. You saw what he gave up, what he showed up here. These people have their addresses United States,
So maybe you reversed it earlier. You said those that didn't want the path were written out of a phone book. I wasn't following on that. I would yield that there's...
Okay, those that did want the path. Yes,
So-
I did reverse it. I'm sorry. Thank you for catching me.
I've yielded numerous times that there are, 2,500 plus people that have signed both petitions for and against. I think we've acknowledged that ad nauseum, and I don't debate that there's a lot of people out there that don't want it and a lot of people that do want it.
Mr. Mayor, if I could ask for, if we're going to have a long derived discussion on the Beach Drive path, I'd like it to be an agenda item rather than, because we're 1 minute away from being past our meeting time and we're talking about items that aren't even on the agenda. Not that they're not important, it's just there's people waiting in our audience for specific agenda items that we haven't been able to get to yet.
We're in audience participation. We're reviewing audience participation. It's one of the very few times the audience gets to say anything. So I'm wanting to continue with this mode, and we need to button up this. If you want to take a break, we'll take a break and come back. But we need to.
Well,
if you said these people, this petition that will show that these people, let's see, want the path, that have their addresses U.S. Why don't you get a hold of that and show it to me? I'd be real curious. And I also want to make sure I understand we don't need the path. We can go to the DOT and tell them what we want to do, even while we still own it. So that's okay. Who else did we want to talk to?
So I think just in accordance with our rules, we'll need to finish this particular item and then decide if the commission wants to move forward. So we're now on to Ms. Bennett. She spoke to the commission as well, opposing the path, raised some budget concerns. And I would just say, as we speak to the budget, and I believe at the last meeting, a couple of the commissioners, pointed out that, we're not out of money. We still have over $20 million from insurance proceeds, which are there in the event of an emergency. And that money was factored in as part of our reserve for many, many months leading up to that recently. And so obviously we knew that this period, as we move forward with these projects, things were going to be tight. And yes, I am not aware of any issues. I think that was probably one of the last questions, but just since we're touching on the budget, that I would defer to the clerk, but I'm not aware of any concerns for our ability to make payroll through the end of the calendar year.
Well, very good, because the clerk is going to get a chance to talk here in a little bit, but you touched on something that I think was brought up. And Mr. Carruthers wanted to ask Ms. Smith if the city was going to be able to pay our bills through the rest of the year. So, Ms. Smith, could you?
Yes, if you read the memo is clear that the city has currently about 12.5% of reserves, which is equals about $9 million. The issue arises during this current fiscal year. If we receive every penny that has been budgeted and we spend every penny that has been budgeted, we'll be effectively with no reserves at the end of the year. Doesn't mean we can't pay our bills. It means we don't have a savings account. It means we're living paycheck to paycheck. That's what that means. No reserves is our no savings. We're basically living paycheck to paycheck. If the paychecks stop coming in, if there's an economic disaster, another pandemic, who knows what, a significant weather event that impedes our ability to collect funds, then yeah, we might have problems. If everything goes as planned, we'll have no reserves, and that's a very precarious situation to be in. So,
all right,
that's the answer to that question.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. That was so we can meet payroll. You've got a piece of the agenda coming up, so I'll bother you more about that when the time comes. So, all right, we're done.
Nope, we got two more, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yep. So, Ms. Lewis Williams made a public records request, but I believe it's a pending one, Madam Clerk. The CRA properties over the city, and then CRA money dispersed. So, I'm assuming that the clerk and her team have received that. Man, I apologize. I cannot read my own writing here. Facade matching funds? Yeah, HRP funds, yes. And Mr. Mayor, you and I have talked about that. I'll just notice that a lot of those other projects, they're starting to post out now for construction bid. I've seen a couple of those come out as they've gotten their architectural drawings done, and you're going to start seeing those. In regards to parks in Millville, I'll just state, I mean, and also in the Glenwood area, I mean, we've got Henry Davis Park, we've got Daffin Park, we've got Millville Waterfront Park, we've got Kid Harris, we've got the MLK Rec Center, which is about 42% complete, and we've got a $1.3 million Phase 1 grant for Joe Moody Harris Park, and we got really exciting things planned for that in 2025. So we're working on that, and I know that Mr. Mefford is really excited about rebuilding that park. And you know, with the purchase of some of the asphalt equipment that this commission has expressed their commitment to, we hope to be able to do a lot of those repairs for the paths, both at Joe Moody Harris Park as well as at Bay Memorial Park, to get those paths up and running just as safely as quickly as we can, and again doing that in-house. And then last but not least was Mr. Ed Young. He also expressed appreciation to the mayor and the clerk, and expressed his opposition to the Sweet Bay interlocal agreement and the development agreement revision that's pending. And then Mr. Carruthers was asked about city payroll through the end of calendar year 2025 and 2024, and we've addressed that. So
thank you.
Those are the 9 comments, Mr. Mayor.
Very good. Well, I think my interpretation of our rules is when we get to 7 o'clock, we have to ask for more time if we're going to continue on. And
Mr. Mayor,
I believe you have suggested that we do it in increments of an hour. And
right.
Ms. Lucas, I hear you. I'm sorry, I'm not ignoring you.
There were 2 references made specifically to me during the public, and I would like to respond to that.
All right. Yes, ma'am. You may.
And so both had to do with an interpretation that I've sold my vote. I have not, in my estimation, sold my vote. As you all sat here and saw, that was going to happen whether I said something or not, whether I voted or not. In previous meetings where we've talked about this particular project, I asked the commissioners to consider the infrastructure surtax, that it would be coming up for a vote, and that at that time, let's use those funds instead of going this project way. Once I saw tonight, well, I voted against it before at the last meeting. Once I saw tonight that it was going to happen, whether I said that or not, I returned to the surtax infrastructure surtax infrastructure monies, and requested and wanted my colleagues to say on record that they would move them to an area. Now, if you consider that selling my vote, I apologize. Well, I don't apologize. I disagree with that. But as you rightly noted, Mr. Ed Young, there is a lot in the city of Panama City. There is a lot of low socioeconomic status, and I'm using tools I have to help move forward, getting those areas the services that they need.
Thank you, Ms. Lucas.
I had to answer something to you. Are you finished?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks for hitting the parks, because we have a lot of parks on that side of Harrison. I know that for a fact because of Millville too. But I just wanted to say, if the road doesn't get transferred, are we still able, because I went through a long presentation with somebody about how bad the stormwater is on Beach Drive. Is that something we would still be able to improve?
Yes, ma'am. That is actually that's the only reason we really need a permit from the DEP, is specifically for those outfalls, to put in the bay saver or the barracuda option to, prevent the washout and the fallout, to help improve the health of the bay. That's why, if we weren't doing any of that, if we weren't doing any of that, we wouldn't need any DEP permits.
Just want to make sure we can still get that.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely committed to that.
And the other thing is with Jennifer, I've actually talked to you a couple times about this with the fire hydrants. Like, I really prefer them to be on the north side as well. I know that you were going to talk to engineering and do some things. Can we catch up on that again?
Yeah, so what we've done, we've got an answer to this day, and I thought I shared that with you. I apologize if I didn't, but that'll be a kind of an alternate as part of the bid. And if this commission decides that we don't want to do that, if we don't want to take the opportunity to, put a water main down there, or maybe we just put the water main without any fire hydrants, but it will increase both fire flow and water pressure into downtown Panama City by, looping the system. So,
well, and I appreciate that.
Yep.
But I also know that it wouldn't be a big deal to put them on the north side just as it would be on the south side. And so I'm not against fire hydrants. I'm sure they're not either, but I really think that, one of the themes that I hope that we were sticking with is that really the only obstruction at all would be people. There would be people enjoying and walking down the path, but not trash cans and all that stuff. And so if they're, I really do agree with her that if we can, the less that we have over there, and if it's the same difference to have it on the north side than it is the south side, I'd really like for us to really.
Yes, so it would be a lot more money to put them on the north side. So the add alternate will be including the new water main on the south side underneath the new construction. So that's why it's not as disruptive as tearing up all those sidewalks and the road to the north end. But again, it'll be an alternate. So, we will not have to advance it if this body does not want to. We can take it or leave it. But I think it'd be prudent to know what it will cost and what we're potentially giving up as a city if we don't take advantage of that.
One of the things to add, Jenna, because I've looked at that one with the part that was inside of Ward 4.
Quiet right now.
The fire hydrants as well as water lines are really far up into the yards on the north side. And so replacing that line is going to create a lot of disruption for those property owners, because there's some where it goes up close to their door. How deep those lots are. So, I think that probably those residents would want to know what that impact would be before we just go start ripping up the yard. So
Information would be valuable for us and for them.
What we'll do is we'll provide that, and we'll also provide, to Commissioner Street's point, the GIS layout of where all those water lines are on the north side, because he does raise a very valid point.
So
That's okay. No, I got to look back and remember if there was anything.
does that mean we can make some modifications to the road? That sounds like what you're saying.
It sounds, well, that's what I'm wondering. Can we do the water main at all if we're not getting the road? If we don't, for some reason, get the road transfer?
That would be a separate project to do an upgraded water main on the north side of Beach Drive, and would have to work through the DOT process and pay for additional engineering and all that, because right now it's all covered by this grant, not costing the city a dime.
And the last thing I wanted to say was back to what I think that the confusion for the community, and it doesn't mean I'm right or you're wrong or you're right and I'm wrong. The budget. It's confusing because based on what Jan said is because we have said in a workshop that we would put that insurance proceeds, I'm just going to say 20 million just for the sake of talking about it. Is that about what it is? Mm-hmm. Okay. We said verbally and voted or whatever, said we would like that to be paid. She suggested that we pay off the old hurricane loan off with that money. But that doesn't mean that money is there. So she's right for sure by saying like, oh, well, we won't have any reserves. But it also is a little bit, and the reason I'm not as nervous and why the community might feel more nervous is because I know that those proceeds at any time, or it's not set in stone that they have to go to that we put a little tag on it. So this is where we want it to go. But God forbid there was a hurricane. Are you saying that we would not have access to that insurance money?
We would.
Okay. So I'm not saying that she's wrong. She's being very conservative, and I love that, and that's what we're supposed to do. But I don't want the citizens to think that we will just have nothing. We're like, I don't know if we could pay our bills. I mean, if we had to touch that insurance money, we could. And so, no, we don't want to touch it. That's what we decided as a board. We'd like to keep moving forward, but we are not in the situation that I believe that maybe the communication has, gotten a little bit. Does that make any sense? Like, I understand and I do agree with her, but I also agree with the fact that we do have access to money if we needed to do that. And we're not, it just sounds like we're about to lay people off or something. And so I just wanted to clarify that. So.
But I think the idea of the reserves is to give us an indication of how we're doing. It may mean we've got some money squirreled away somewhere, but our reserves keep going down. So we're doing something wrong.
Yeah, but you could look at it like, well, we could have said, well, we're going to move all that to reserves. We could have said that, and then it just looks good on paper, which is fine. But I don't disagree with you that we should have reserves, and that as far as I can tell, property values and all of those things are going up, and over time in the merchant fee, we're collecting more money. And so I do believe that we're on, after 6 years, through a pandemic, through the hurricane, I do feel like we're going in the right, two hurricanes, going in the right direction. So I'm not saying that I'm right. I just want to make sure everybody, whether you make a decision on your own, that you understand the whole view of it. That's all.
We are paying $8 million a year in interest expense. The fastest way for our budget to recover and for us to get margin is finish the projects from Hurricane Michael.
I mean, that's huge. I want to make sure everybody hears that. Yeah, so $8 million a year we were paying because of that $150 million loan we took out for all the grants, for all the infrastructure, and it ends in 3 years, like all of it, and we get the money back for the grants. We have to pay for it up front. We get the money back, and then we pay debt. We can pay down the loan. So all of it will end. What is it? 2026. And then that $8 million is back in the reserve. I mean, it's not all dire, like, I just want to make sure, whether or not you probably still disagree.
And keep in mind, we made a very large tax decrease. So if there was concern about where we were financially, then there should have been a no vote on a tax decrease. I'm just going to put that there. We keep talking about this and it feels very political in its motivation rather than the information we're provided on a daily basis. We're doing things with intention. There is intention behind it. And so you don't go and start a month after you make a tax decrease saying, oh, the city's bankrupt. No, you diligently work towards a budgetary process. And yes, we need to restrain spending, but the biggest benefit and the biggest change we can make to our budget is finishing the Hurricane Michael projects, because that represents $8 million a year in interest expense.
But at the same time, you're talking about the fire tax, where we lowered the fire tax, and I think we listened to the people. And so I'm proud of us for doing that. I hope we can do more.
Mr. Mayor.
Hi, Paula.
There's nothing political going on here. I am not a political entity. I have no politics. I don't even know how to play politics, obviously. I think
that
it's
was
pretty
an
obvious to
accusation of you, Jan.
everybody out there.
That wasn't directed
The
toward.
recommendation was to raise taxes. My recommendation was to raise taxes. This is not a last minute throwing up my hand saying, oh, we're out of money. The recommendation was to raise taxes. The recommendation was to keep the fire tax at the agreed upon amount before everybody filled that room up downstairs. The recommendations were there to keep the city financially sound. So this is not political.
If anything, that go against the
No, I
political side.
And I agree with
yeah.
Jan, I do not believe that you are being politically motivated in any of the things that you've done. I think that what I'm communicating is we keep talking about the same thing that we already know. And that has nothing to do with you. That has to do with us on this dais. If we want to make some changes, then we need to make recommendation changes. You've made recommendations. We didn't accept those recommendations. So now it's our job to make other recommendations so that the city is solvent. That is the political process that exists here. And so it has absolutely, I want to communicate that so you know that from me, Jan. I do not believe that anything that you've done is anything more than your job. So.
Well, it is political, but she is doing her job. She told us, don't do what we went ahead and did. So we all know that.
She also told us not to decrease taxes.
Oh, yeah.
We didn't support her there either. So,
Yeah.
I mean, that's just, unfortunately, these are decisions we have to make. And anyway, I just wanted to explain that.
I hope she doesn't get mad and quit.
Yeah, she might. She's threatened it.
I know she has, and we need her very much. Okay, we are at the end of our 7 p.m., so what we have to do now is we have to decide if we're going to go on, or we going to, and if we are, Jonathan, I think, has recommended that we
We need a motion.
add an
So
extra.
we ended item 8 as appropriate, and that was the item that we were on when 7 p.m. hit. So now to move forward, y'all would need a vote to proceed.
We need a motion to proceed if anybody wants to proceed.
I don't want to.
Well, we can,
We're here, so let's get it done. So
we
I'll
can
make a
certainly
motion
quit.
Second.
What's the motion?
To continue.
1 hour.
To continue how long?
1 hour.
Okay, so it is 7:18, and you want to continue for an hour? And do we have a second?
Yes.
Okay, could you call the question?
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Halagus?
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Mayor Rowan?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay,
And
before we
Mr.
go
Mayor,
on-
so when we get to 8:18, we would have to do the same thing again.
I understand that. Does anybody want to take a 5-minute break before we get into the next hour?
No.
Pardon me?
Mr. Mayor,
Let's go.
I'd like to, no.
Okay.
Well, we're at an
Do I
easy
hear
one,
any-
Mr.
do
Mayor.
I
You're
hear
at the
any
consent,
yeses?
so that should be easy.
Pardon me?
We're at the consent, so that's an easy one.
Nothing's easy here.
Oh, come on. Yes, it is.
Motion that we approve all consent items.
A second.
I want to take some things out of the consent to talk about. I want to talk about 9B and 9M and 9N.
It's like, give me a vowel. Bio. Okay, you said 9M and N?
Let me see what I did say. M and N and B.
Got my little fortune joke there.
Nevin, the consent agenda has to be unanimous, is that correct?
I don't think so.
Do you mean unanimous voted on?
Mean
Yeah,
to
to
pull
approve.
something out?
No, to approve all would have to be unanimous.
Well, there's been a motion and a second to approve the entire consent agenda.
But does it have to be a unanimous approval? Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. I thought it did.
I mean, I don't recall anybody asking me that before.
I believe it's a simple majority.
Okay. So you don't want to talk about B, M, and N. Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, Mr. Mayor, I think where I stand on this is that if I find something in consent and I want to talk about it, I'll just tell Jonathan I want to talk about it, and then it'll come off of consent and get dropped somewhere else before we even come to this meeting. But the whole point of having the consent agenda is so that we approve it and move on. So
We've never done it like that. We've always pulled items out of the agenda. People want to talk about them.
what I'm saying is you wouldn't know that I wanted to talk about it because I'd had to tell him before the meeting even starts, like a week in advance, or not a week in advance, but whenever we get the agenda, I would say, hey, I want to talk about this item. And then he would know and he'd just pull it off. Because the staff decides kind of what goes on the consent agenda. And it's of every time we come to a meeting, something gets pulled off. So
That's true. Every time we come to a meeting, something gets pulled off. So do we need to meet with Jonathan on Friday afternoon when the agenda comes out and tell him what we want pulled off?
if that's how you would like to do it, I just give him a phone call.
No, I'd like to do it right up here. I'd like to look at things up here, and I'd like to pull them off if I want to pull them off.
Mr. Granger, would you amend your motion to approve everything minus those 3 items so we can continue forward?
Yes, I amend my motion.
I second the amended motion.
Can we look at a rule about this in the future so we don't have to worry about this? Never mind. We'll just go on with this, and maybe we can talk about it at our weekly meetings. Can you call the roll, please, Ms. Smith?
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Halagus? Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Mayor Rowan?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Item 9B is consideration to approve the special event application for New Year Eve Bash event on Tuesday, December 31st from 5 p.m. to 1 a.m. at the Dive Bar hosted by the Dive. The Dive is requesting a road closure on Bayview Avenue from 11th Street to 11th Court. Staff recommends approval for this event.
Okay, what I wanted to talk about, and I called you during the week, Jonathan, about why couldn't we do a ball drop like downtown? I don't know how big this ball drop that they have there. And so my thoughts, the Dive doesn't sound like a real high quality place to have a special New Year's Eve deal. Maybe it's great. Maybe they have a great big ball drop. But my concern and why I wanted to bring this up is why couldn't we do something like this downtown? We have a new fire truck that I think is like 7 stories high. We couldn't put a ball drop on the fire truck and do something like that in front of the hotel downtown?
I think we absolutely could, not necessarily this New Year's Eve, given all the planning and everything and the money. This is not a city event. This is not costing the city a dime. This is put on by the private individual. They're not requesting any of the fees to be waived. It's almost $2,000. I don't believe they've done this before. This is a new thing, so I don't know what the ball drop's going to look like. But I know I love the idea, especially a year from now. All of the streetscapes will be done. And as you acknowledged, texting over the weekend, downtown is looking and doing great and thriving, and we agree. And I think working with Mr. Kretzer and the Downtown Improvement Board in November, kind of starting back in November or October to plan for that, I think that's an awesome idea, and Mr. Mefford and I already have it penciled in.
Okay, that's good. I think that's something that listen, we all went to the Christmas tree lighting downtown. I mean, it was fabulous.
Yes.
There were lots, and we'd probably have more than that on a New Year's Eve. So I just think that we need to push the city. We need, it's our city. We need to be proud of it. We need to do things. So I can understand we'd have to work pretty fast. I'm sure we could work pretty fast if we wanted to, but if next year's the year, then that's fine. I get it. That's what I wanted to talk about. So I want to make sure everybody sort of knows that. Maybe we ought to do it over in St. Andrews. I'm thinking of something big, but downtown would seem to be the best, the best place.
Yeah, around that Four Points Plaza, I do agree, from Laverne to Oak and up to Fifth. I mean, closing all that down, that is a great footprint for, I think you'll see probably lots of parties there. And, I think we'll see that first part done up to Fifth Street first. And just wait till the Martin Theater's done. It's really going to be awesome.
I just want I would love that. I would just think that'd be great. But I do want to, just like what we talked about money, though, it's expensive to put on.
That's an expensive party.
Really?
But we can work up to it.
With our fire truck and a few cops down there to block the road?
I mean, if you're going to have thousands of people down there, you need more than a few cops for everyone's safety. Traffic, Harrison Avenue is a pretty busy road. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you want to have all that, and you want to we want to coordinate with all the businesses to make sure, that they bring in extra staff, extra supplies and all that. I think it's a great idea, Mr. Mayor, and I look forward to us rocking and rolling next year.
Good.
So, and I hope they have a successful event in St. Andrews, and it's going to be kind of a country music theme. I think it's going to be received very well. So,
Mr. Mayor, that being said, I move we approve 9B.
Second.
Ms. Smith, you call the roll, please.
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Halagus?
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Mayor Rowan?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Item 9M, as in Mary, is consideration to approve Barge Design Solutions Amendment 1 to task order for SRF Area D14 roadway improvements to reduce travel lanes that are currently 15-foot down to 12-foot and 10-foot lanes in the amount up to $43,000. Relevant background information is included in your agenda packet. Staff recommendation through the Director of Public Works and the City Manager's Office that the Commission approve this task order.
My concern on 9M, I don't see any reason that we should be reducing the lanes down to 10 feet. I think if we got roads that are 15 foot and 12 feet, we need to leave them alone. And so I feel that we should not be narrowing the road. I don't care what Dover Cole had to say about this. This is common sense. We're cutting these roads way too small. We're making cars run up against cars. We're knocking off mirrors. Just not a good idea. So the reason I bring this up, I'm all in favor of the roadway improvements, whatever we need to do in D14, but I'm not in favor of narrowing the roads. I don't imagine I'll get much support, but that's where I am.
Jonathan, do any of these roads have parallel parking adjacent to them? Do we know that?
And I don't know that, but I don't believe the answer is yes, sir. So, and again, I mean, I understand, but this is in accordance with the Complete Streets Ordinance that we need to follow unless this commission makes a direction change. And I'll just say the police chief and I hear from people all the time. I understand the concern for narrower roads, but we don't need residential roads to be wider than interstate roads. We have people speeding through these roads. And so narrowing them down does have the impact that we want from an objective engineering perspective. And it also creates less for us to maintain. Less asphalt, it helps us save money. So it makes the roads safer, it slows traffic down, and it also saves us money in the sense that we have less asphalt and square footage to have to maintain. So staff recommendation again is that the commission approve this, Mr. Mayor.
Where is D14?
14 is in St. Andrews. It's mostly cul-de-sac roads north of Oakland Terrace. So I'm assuming those are the 10-foot roads, and then, which I think is 13th Street. Yeah, 13th Street is the only. So there's a map that's attached.
Yeah, if you look at the last page on your agenda item, sir, of that particular item 9M, you'll see it.
I used to have this area in representation. I don't know that there's anybody there that's looking for a giant wide road. I mean, yeah, I don't think I don't necessarily anticipate that from any of the.
And we have examples where we haven't done that in the past and we regret it now.
There's no commercial, it's all residential, all that there is there.
Well, I'll give you a little example here. Cherry Street's been narrowed down, and you said it's to make things safe. I'd like to know if there was any data before Cherry Street got narrowed that it was a dangerous road, because I lived on that road, 35 years, actually closer to 50 now. I've never seen an accident on the road. So I think that this can talk about we're going to narrow the road and make it safer. I'm not sure the roads are unsafe. So that's my concern, is that we're narrowing these roads for no particular reason. And I think someday we'll wish the roads were wider. Would anyone like to say anything more, or would you like to make a motion?
Move we approve item 9M.
I'll second.
Ms. Smith, can you call the roll?
Commissioner Granger,
Yes.
Commissioner Street.
Yes.
Commissioner Halagus. Commissioner Lucas.
Yes.
Mayor Rowan.
No.
Motion passes 4-1.
9N is the clerk's, Mr. Mayor.
All right, 9N, that's, Ms. Smith, we've already tortured you a bit. So you get one more shot.
Okay.
Tell us what you're thinking.
So we keep talking about the Hurricane Michael money. That's Hurricane Michael money. There's money in the water and sewer fund. There's water in the transportation surtax fund. There's water in the CRA funds. There's no money in the general fund. The general fund has no money. So there's money in the Hurricane Michael fund. It really should be used for Hurricane Michael uses. If we have another event, it was like $110 million just in debris removal for Hurricane Michael. So $20 million is not going to get you very far to get rid of your debris. The $150 million loan is invested. So if you think you can just cash out that investment and make what you put in there, then that's probably a delusion as well. The general fund, if all goes as planned, there's time. The thing is, the fiscal year just started. It's December. We have until September. If somebody would do something, it could get fixed. That's the real message here. It's going to be zero if we don't do anything different than what we have planned.
What sort of thing do you mean that we should do something to get it fixed?
Well, you have to.
Quit spending money?
Yes, because you haven't, unless you can find another source of revenue, which the tax boat and the fire assessment boat have both sailed. You can't raise those anymore until next year. So unless you can find another alternate source of revenue, or you have to cut spending. And there's no, you need to understand what's in the general fund is people. People are in the general fund, the fire department, the police department, the parks, the clerk's office, the accounting, IT, the mayor and commission, the city manager's office. These are administrative and operational departments that there's no capital involved here. It's people that drive this bus in the general fund. So you cut people, I don't know. I don't know what your answer is, but that's what's in the general fund is people.
In your report, you talk about the reserves as a percentage of budgeted expenses and reserves as a percentage of budgeted expenses. You know, okay.
Right.
Is that a good idea? I mean, I think we said it was, so do you think that's something we need to keep an eye on?
What do you mean?
In other words,
if I didn't think so, it wouldn't be in this report. Because I'm only required to give you the first part of this report. This is not a requirement. This is my fiduciary duty because I'm not going to be the one holding the bag at the end of the year when there's no money left.
Okay.
And the treasurer, why did you let us run out of money? It's not going to be me.
Gotcha. No, I appreciate that. And the point here is that number keeps going down.
Right.
And so you think it's a useful number, and that's why you're doing it. You're kind of trying to wave the flag at us.
Yeah, it's an alert. It's an alarm.
And telling us we need to save some dough. Okay, well, I appreciate that. Anybody else want to talk about? I think this is important.
Well, I have it's not that question, but it's about the budget though. So, because if these are kind of blanket things that are being thrown out, like overspending. I'm not aware of anything like the big grant money, the big infrastructure stuff. That's not like just spending. That's money
that's not in the general fund.
Okay, I know, but I'm just talking about, I want to make sure everybody understands that. So, and then like the the natural gas trucks or whatever, like everything I look at, and it doesn't matter which budget it comes out of. I'm just trying to make a point. I always check on our agenda that always says whether it's budgeted or not. So I'm not aware of any and I'm legitimately asking this, and if it's, maybe that, is that what you're asking? Is that everybody just pay attention to what's already budgeted and what's not? Because we approved the budget based on all of staff, all the people that are there, and everybody cut a lot as well. Are you talking about things that are just not budgeted? I mean, and if
there is no spending that's not budgeted. That's illegal.
Okay,
We're not allowed to spend any money that's not budgeted.
Okay, so when you say overspend, I'm a little bit confused when you say that. Like, what do you mean we just shouldn't be buying these gas trucks, or we shouldn't have put that? Is that kind of what you were talking about? Like, if it's budgeted, because you say overspending makes me feel like we're talking about spending stuff that's not already in the budget.
No, it's in the budget. The budget has been too high. The budget's too high.
Okay, well, that's, that, I just didn't understand what you were
The expense budget is based on $500,000 increase in millage.
Right.
And the fire assessment as it was originally presented.
Right.
That's what the spending budget was based on. Neither of those things happened.
Well, that doesn't make any sense. It seems like you did.
Wasn't the budget then redone?
No.
The budget was approved with using almost $6 million out of reserves. So we budgeted with use of reserves. And what Jan's saying, if we would cut back our expense budgets, that would be less that we take out of reserves. And she just said, if we spend every dime that we have budgeted and bring every dime in that we budgeted to bring in for revenue, then we would be at this dangerously low level.
Basically.
If we cut any expenditures that we can cut would give us a little more cushion.
Well, then I think we need to consider, as every, in the past, usually how we've done it, because we haven't been in this situation. I mean, we have definitely been way worse than this situation after Hurricane Michael. But usually, for the most part, everybody was very comfortable if it was in the budget. I would get uncomfortable if it was not budgeted, because, then you'd have to take it from somewhere else. The other thing is we usually have a lot of carry forward too. So even if we have it in the budget, we don't necessarily spend it. We have it attached to something, but we don't necessarily get to it, or we don't do it, or whatever. So, okay,
That is correct.
That's true, but that's the risk. That's a risk that you're taking. And it's budgeted. There's nothing that keep everybody from not spending it. And I apologize, HR's in the general fund too.
So in the future, wouldn't it be more wise to approve the budget after you do the millage rate and a lack of fire?
That's why they give us a preliminary. That's why I was saying, like, don't go down that road unless you're really going to follow through with it. So when we did the original proposal. So two things. One, like previous year's budgets, and going back, even predating me, there were expenses that were not following inside of the budget. PMO that we reconciled just a little bit ago is one of those expenditures. In this go around, what we are doing, which I agree 100% with this plan, budgeting the interest expense of the Hurricane Michael loan, both to the enterprise fund, which is water and sewer, and also to the general fund, which is where some of these projects are benefiting. So the thing with that, though, is that hopefully at the end of this, we're going to have some type of interest revenue that came from that, but we don't know what that is. And so I still agree with the point of there is further work for us to do on cutting expenses, but one of the end items that I just added is part of doing something. So none of us can cut anything by ourselves. We have to agree on something, and that is what we have not agreed on. And so if we want to get in a room and do a workshop on what issues we want to address, but it is a political process, and there's going to be somebody that's going to be mad about that process. And so it's got to be something we're all resolved in. Otherwise it's not going to go anywhere.
I just keep coming back to the fact that I know we have money we could use. General fund. So whatever. I just wanted to make sure I understood her, and if there was something I was missing, and I kind of am. So I appreciate you giving me that clarity, and I'll double check on that stuff when we do it, because I always kind of move forward with that, and it's been well. I would only get squirrely if it was not in the budget. So, which happens. Stuff happens every year.
Technically, the PMO was the big chunk, and it was not budgeted, but it was assumed that FEMA was going to be paying for that.
I know.
So a lot of the consternation here is a result of us cleaning up the books from the Hurricane Michael. There's still more to go, so I'm not sure how much of that 20 million is going to be left when we do finish. But I don't think it's going to be a huge chunk that we have to take out of it. But there are more unreimbursed expenses floating around that will need to come from that $24.5 million.
And Jan, if I could just say, thank you for saying that. I mean, I think that watching you go through this process, now having worked with you for a few years, I know how much care and diligence you put into this. The next stage for us is a difficult one. And
Yes, it is.
I know we've got your support in doing it. But to your point, all the issues that we are seeing come out are things of you actually fixing and addressing certain things. And so when I'm having conversation with citizens, I'm saying like, hey, look, like the reason for this is actually, even though it's a negative that, hey, it wasn't calculated for here, it's a positive in the aspect our books are getting fixed and they're getting better as we're moving forward. So I just want to commend you. I know we get intentions sometimes with things, but like, I know you take your fiduciary responsibility and what you put together in every one of these financial reports. I read every single one of them. I know where we need to go, but it's going to take a unified front to get there. So
Thank you. Thank you for saying that.
Yeah, and I would like to add too, you put the 150 million, she brought it to us to go ahead and take all of it out and reinvest it. And, she's hoping that's going to generate about $5 million. Of course, that's going to stay in investment and keep making money, but it's so complicated. It's hard to express to all the citizens like how it all works, but we're getting there. We're getting there.
Yeah. Motion.
Do we need a motion to?
A motion to approve.
To approve 9N. I'll second that motion.
Who made a motion?
It's Mr. Street. Can you call the roll, please, Ms. Smith?
Commissioner Granger? Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Halagus?
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Mayor Rowan?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, I'm going to talk about the Citizens Advisory Board. And this is something that we have in our charter. We can have a Citizens Advisory Committee. So I asked Michelle Bryant and Ms. Brenda Lewis Williams, to help me with this. And what I am proposing is that we start a Citizens Advisory Committee for Parks and Recreation, because I think that's a necessary one that we can start on. And I envision after we do this, maybe doing it hopefully we'll do it for several other areas. So let me, I can pass out something I wrote up about this. Y'all can read along with me if you want to. Let's see, you need 1, 2. I guess we The Parks Culture, let's call it PCR, Advisory Committee is an 11-member committee appointed by the mayor and commission, with each having 2 appointees. The one at-large member is appointed by the majority vote of the committee members. The committee serves in an advisory capacity to the Panama City Commission on issues relating to the planning and coordination of recreational and cultural programs, parks, special events, and other leisure activities for the citizens of Panama City. Some of the roles and responsibilities include, but are not limited to, provide recommendations on the development, planning, maintenance, and operations of existing and future public parks, playgrounds, athletic fields, recreation centers, and other recreation facilities that are owned, operated, or planned by the city. They will recommend priorities for programs and facilities to assist the director of PCR in preparing and submitting an annual operating and capital budget to the city manager. They would promote a policy of providing recreational and cultural programs consistent with community needs and the budget of Panama City. They could serve as volunteers for special events. They will report to the City Commission on a monthly basis. The committee consists of 11 voting members with a staff liaison appointed by the director of the PCR department. Members serve 2-year staggered terms so that the terms of 6 of the members will expire in even-numbered years, and the terms of the 5 members will expire in odd-numbered years. This committee would serve in an advisory capacity only to the City Commission and does not receive any form of compensation. The PCR Advisory Committee will meet at a time to be set by the director of the department. I asked Keith Meffer to take a look at this, and Keith, do you have anything you wanted to say about it?
He's going to defer to me on that, sir.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So, I mean, that would not be appropriate. I mean, so my only concern with this, if y'all want to do something, that's great, but I think that it'd be more appropriate having the city manager's office working with y'all to make appointments. I mean, I wouldn't be one to make appointments to the planning board that then makes recommendations to you all. So I don't think it'd be appropriate for directors to, manage from the bottom up like that. So, that's just one thing, I'm working very hard as the city manager not to create different fiefdoms, building a bigger team. And so I want to be very consistent with how we treat these departments. So if you guys want to do it, I would have some thoughts and would love to be, maybe it's a workshop or maybe it's some one-on-one meetings or maybe it's an agenda item in the future and we have some more time to talk about this. I mean, I'm just seeing this for the first time. I'd want to see how other cities do it. I do have concerns, like what if they make recommendations and y'all choose not to take them? That could create tension and I think that could happen. So I would honestly, at the end of the day, my personal opinion, just as I give just my counsel to the 5 of you, is I would not allow anybody to be on a board that y'all did not approve. That's kind of the way it is for all these boards right now. The elected leaders that represent the citizens need to make these decisions, and I'll lump myself in here, not bureaucrats or staff. I think people need to be able to get directly to their representatives that make these type of decisions. So I think that y'all would need to affirm any member of any board, which is the way it is right now on a number of these the boards: planning, architectural, infrastructure, surtax. I'm trying to think of some of the others. So those are just some of my initial thoughts, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners.
Okay, so you don't want an advisory committee of the people to listen to the people to bring ideas to the director of to you. You don't want the public to come and talk to you and tell you what they want to do. So that's a break.
No, that's not what I heard him
not
say.
Not what I said at all. No. I said I would want you guys to be able to approve them as the elected authority in the city of Panama City, which is how all the other boards are done.
Well, this thing here says we would have 11 members, 1 appointed by the mayor and commissioner, each having 2 appointees. So that would seem to me to be a relationship with the commission and mayor and 1 at-large member, right? So you don't want to get an additional advisory committee, is what I'm hearing.
Mr. Mayor, again, that's not what I heard. What I heard him ask was to be able to take this under advisement, to work on it, and to work with us to bring it back. And I would be in favor of that process as well, given that we're all just seeing this for the first time tonight.
Okay. So, Mr. Jonathan, you're going to get together with us and talk about it, or you want to put it on the agenda next meeting? How are we going to decide this?
I mean, I'm happy to follow the direction of the commission. I mean, I would want to know if this, the way this looks in other cities. I want to know, are there, why are we picking parks and culture? Is there one for the police department? Is there one for the fire department? Is there one for public works? I don't know why we're singling out one particular department, and I don't know if there's, or is there just a citizens advisory committee that is not necessarily assigned to one particular department?
All right? Okay.
What'd you say?
I said, is it okay if I speak as well?
Sure, go ahead.
First of all, I want to give you some credit because last time you brought up advisory board, it was like, well, maybe that's something to consider if you have like a goal or like a topic or a place, and that's what you've done. So that's awesome. Thank you for that. I'm just going to give a little tidbit on how I've done it in the past. Doesn't mean I've got the right way, just some things that have worked for me in the past. And if we still want to go and do process, I'm all about looking at the process. So let's use Parks and Rec. So, and I think you've even been a part of this before you were a commissioner. I would get together, like, let's say it was, if my concern was Daffin Park. I would just do it on my own. I would get, any citizen that wanted to be involved in it, we'd make our own, citizen board, and they would give all the input back to that project or how they want to run. It doesn't mean, and then I would bring it to the commission if it were something that was like they wanted to change or upgrades or whatever. I did the same thing. I got some kids from Bay High one time. I think we did a whole kids advisory group for playgrounds. Yeah, at one point, so if I'm not saying that's the way you want to do it, but I'm saying you really don't need us in a sense of if you want to put together an advisory group on your own, it's informal, but you can put it together and get the feedback from who you want to and bring that feedback to either Jonathan for Parks and Rec, or if it's something that needs to be voted on, could be brought here. So usually I've just done it on my own when there was something I thought that, people really wanted to put some input in, or I thought they should. I didn't even lean on the commission. I just did it anyway. But
Well, I would like to have the commission be involved in this, and I would like to have the people out there. We're thought to not be very user-friendly, and I would have to agree, we tend not to be user-friendly to our people. And so what I want to do is I want a committee that would sit and meet and give us some ideas. The reason I chose Parks, Culture, and Recreation, because I think we have a lot of parks, so we've got a lot of things we could do. I think having one for the police department might be a good idea. Maybe one for the fire department too. But when I'm going to look at a project, I like to start off something easy that we can understand and we can get behind. So I guess I'm going to have to look somewhere else to find something we can get we're
all considered the process of getting him to look at it for sure.
I haven't even said anything yet, and I've already voted no on it, apparently.
You certainly did. Jonathan voted for you.
I think Jonathan's just trying not to create more complication to the process. I think for me, two things. One, that my support be contingent upon. You've already started to kind of address some of that and giving a more refined scope. I would still like to see a more specific objective, and I think that Jonathan could probably provide that back to us, for us to kind of have some stronger parameter on it, as well as a defined time. And the reason why the defined time is very important is we have citizens advisory boards that are defunct. And so they sit on the books. I go and try to deliver ornaments and find that they've died 3 years ago, and I think that there's some advisory boards that we already have in existence that we need to kind of clean up. We either say we're going to reappoint to that or we're not. One of those is the cemetery board, and we either need to get rid of it or we need to reappoint to it and give it a function. So I think just define time, define objective. Not against it in concept. I think it could be effective as long as it's given the right parameters. I think this is closer than what you brought us last time. I really for earning my support at least. So
I listened to you.
You did. I did, and I could see that. I would like to still be able to obviously read it, and I think what Jonathan's offering is to kind of refine it a little bit and maybe bring it back to us, and you guys work together and kind of get a little more defined parameter on it, and it very well may be that it moves forward. So I'm not against advisory board, but I do a lot like what Jenna said. I'll get a group together. I'll use them. The other thing for us just to all recognize, we had 2 advisory boards going through Hurricane Michael projects, the Civic Center and the Martin Theater. And so if you don't give them strong parameters on budget and objectives, you end up with a dream that we can't execute, are very painful to execute. So I believe in that part of the process to refine it as much as possible. So.
Very good. Good points. I will be definitely talking to Jonathan, and we'll see if we can't bring this back next time in January.
Great.
Because I think the people really are interested in this, but I think having a drop dead date, so to speak, you can always renew it. Yeah. But that way, you know, it's gone unless it gets renewed, because we certainly don't need a bunch of stuff laying around that we're not using, and it's not of any benefit.
Well, that's a good idea too, is to do that. The only thing I'd like to add in from my perspective is I don't want to add more to the director's plate. And there, so even if we do, like, think about even the planning board. And I think what he was trying to say earlier about the planning board is that even if you come with a nomination, that person still has to be voted on by all of us. So even if you brought Jan and said, I want to nominate Jan, you can bring that, but then we would all have to vote in favor of putting Jan on the board. So we can't just say you're that person and that person. If you do it formally, if you do it informally, you can choose whoever you want to. So, and then the other thing is that, I still think it needs to be specific. Like, these people would be called upon when there's a project to be discussed or to be upgraded or to do whatever. I mean, just meeting every whatever for, you know, they should be at his, I think they would be well at his service. So, like, let's say he's working at 80 Harris or something. And then he could say, okay, hey, can we pull together? I'm going to need these, you know, selected people to whatever. But I just want some protection and a hedge for him too, because just those people still aren't the voice of everyone, right?
That's true.
So, you know, we still have to be very careful, and maybe we rotate out. Maybe we have to. That's why I like the little focus groups, because it was like what was relevant. But whatever, y'all will hammer that all out. But I'm in support of citizens, of course. So.
And thank you. Yes, that was my point, was that I felt like anybody that would serve on a board like that should have to receive a majority vote of support from this body in order to create that support and that unity to the best that we can.
All right, very good. Well, we can talk about it, and we might even bring Brenda Lewis Williams down there to help us. She did a lot of research. So thank you. We'll talk about it next time.
So there's a 10D, we added 10D.
Oh, 10B, I'm sorry. We did have an addition, yes.
So I'll keep my comments like pretty brief and direct. We're talking about doing something. The House passed a FEMA interest reimbursement bill a year before last, and it was not taken up in the Senate. They have, as of yesterday, reintroduced the bill and have allowed it to proceed forward. So my ask to the commission is that we make a letter of support to our two senators, as well as the Florida House delegation, in support of seeing that bill move forward, so that we can get what every other storm has gotten, and reimbursement for interest expense. And so it's the fair thing to do. It's the right thing to do. In addition to that, what I think we should try this time that we have not tried is maybe enlisting some help in DC. I think Jonathan probably has a few ideas on that that can just try to add a little more political advocacy to our table. I think the county will probably be doing the same thing as well. This is a big deal. So this is millions upon millions of dollars worth of reimbursements, and other storms have gotten that. So we're just asking for what everybody else has gotten. And so, but the iron's hot. We got a new administration. We got changes happening. The House voted yesterday to see it again. So I just like to see us all sign a letter of support and try to get it. So.
And I would just add, I think we can also, we could also use some help with the FEMA roads appeal. I think some political pressure on FEMA could be helpful to that end as well. You know, if you've watched the news, FEMA has come under some scrutiny for maybe some partisan actions. And so I think, you know, we may be the victim of that. I don't know. So I think that, you know, and that's $20 million on the table right there.
These are not small numbers.
No, they're not.
Staff use our recorded signatures to put on the letter.
I don't know if we have. I think we would draft a letter, and I would get each of y'all to sign it. That would be very easy for us to get done in the next couple of weeks. Yeah, I'd like to see like a true blue signature on a letter like that goes to Congress. Yep. All right. So.
Okay. Do we need a motion to do that, or you can just go ahead, John?
I'm here. Yes, I think we could do that within my spending authority limits. I just want to make sure that there's consensus. It seems like there is. Maybe a vote would be just prudent. I think Mr. Zimmerman usually appreciates a good vote.
I didn't hear money.
Well, I mean, if we
hear a money number.
Yeah.
Hiring a lobbyist, right?
Yeah, I mean, if we look at hire someone, I mean, it'd be a small amount, you know, for a couple of months to just help out during this transition period. I think we could do that. We have continuing professional services. We have, I don't know, Mr. Zimmerman, since you're wanting to say something, sir.
what I heard was that, one, I think it would be appropriate for this commission to vote and approve sending the letter. And then two, Mr. Hayes indicated that he has up to his spending authority. He could hire a lobbyist, but he's not talking about paying $100,000.
No.
I think there was talk about a lobbyist for 6 months or so to help on a variety of things, primarily the roads appeal and also this, to get it pushed across the finish line. Being able to get a FEMA grant to pay for the interest cost on our loans is a tremendous way to help our budget if that could occur.
So can we work with reach out to the county, reach out to Springfield, Parker, Callaway, Lynn Haven, Panama City Beach? They're willing to go on board with this as well and do like letters.
Yeah.
I think
Team approach, I think, is great. Yes, sir.
All of the elected officials from the entire county coming at Congress over this. Obviously, I don't know how much impact that would be, but it'd be much more impactful than just one municipality coming.
I would agree with that, and I would request maybe that the motion, if y'all would consider altering it to include, I'll be happy to reach out at y'all's direction.
Did you motion?
I didn't motion, but you're welcome to.
Well, then, let me think about the motion.
I have a motion.
Yes, someone
From
made a motion.
Halligus. Commissioner Halligus motion.
What did you motion?
Oh, I just motioned for the signing the letter.
For all the
I'll second.
municipalities?
Well, will you modify your motion to include staff working with the county and other municipalities in the county to do like?
100%, add that modification.
Second the modification. All right.
Got a yes.
Who's going to second the motion? I'm sure somebody is. All right, Ms. Smith, can you call the roll?
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Halligus? Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Mayor Rowan?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right.
Okay, wait a second. On the issue of paying money to this thing, I think we have to address that because maybe we can do something with other people so we don't have to pay all the money, and we probably ought to try to be reasonable.
Maybe I probably should have been more clear. That was my intent of concerted effort of, hey, let's all write letters, but then also let's pitch in
Get some behind the scenes help as well. Yeah. So, I mean, I have, to Mr. Zimmerman's point, I mean, I would have no desire to come anywhere close to even sniffing my spending authority on an effort like this. This is in my mind, a small effort, but it's very focused. It's very strategic. And I think that makes a lot of sense.
But if you put in, say, just for argument's sake, say you put in $10,000 out of your discretionary spending out of your budget, and other cities did the like, then we could actually have quite a few folks helping with this moving forward.
Yeah, but my only comment to that is I think we're in a little bit different situation with our road appeal than some of the others are. I mean, we're talking, so.
But the interest coming back off.
Oh, the interest. No, I agree with that. There's two separate efforts. That will help everybody for
Every
sure.
single one of them. I mean, Mexico Beach included, every single one of them would have.
Look, I'm happy to have a conversation with Mr. Micah and all my colleagues that are other city managers and see what type of participation and everything. But I mean, even if they're not wanting to contribute much at all or really be a part of it, I still think it's prudent for us to move forward with
agreed.
Full force.
Funding needs to come from the existing budget.
I agree with that.
Thank you.
Yep, 100%.
So if it's coming from the existing budget, I feel comfortable with. But
I mean, it's.
I'm kidding.
Here's what I would say. We've tried multiple times on this effort, and so this is a new day, a new dawn, and so it's a good time to try something different than we've done before. And so I think that's really why I just felt like, hey, let's bring it, let's give it what we got. But yes, I think Jan's point is that, and I feel confident you guys can make that work.
Awesome.
We have a motion to sign the paper, to sign the letter. So now we need another motion, I think, about turning it over to Jonathan for how much he wants to pay and authorizing him.
I'll motion for as long as it's inside the current budget. So
I'll second that.
What's the current budget?
I'm not sure what he has in his budget.
Meaning that he's not going to bring us a budget amendment.
I'm not going to bring you a budget amendment.
To say, hey, I
gonna have to
need more
cut
money.
something to do this.
He's going to have to cut something.
Yeah.
Out of his budget to pay for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Somebody's budget, not mine, not my budget.
Not her budget.
Not my budget.
So he's going to cut somebody's budget to pay for this?
Yes.
Okay, you heard that, Jonathan.
Yep. Roger that.
All right.
I think
would you-
Public Utilities would gladly support with the effort
Yes.
to see the 20 million in roads get accomplished. So-
Well, we'll let Jonathan figure that out, I guess.
Yes.
We have a motion and a second. I think we understood it's to let Jonathan do some negotiating with a lobbyist on our behalf. Is that-
For these two particular issues, yes, sir.
Okay. Would you call the roll, please? Ms.?
Commissioner Granger,
Yes.
Commissioner Street.
Yes.
Commissioner Halagus. Commissioner Lucas.
Yes.
Mayor Owen.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, we're now into the city manager section, and I'll just point out that these first 4 items are all about the downtown marina, its future, some specific issues, as well as the pending agreement and negotiating that's ongoing with City Marina Partners. And so I know this is going to be a lot, but I think we're at a point now with the Civic Center being nearly completely gone. It's time for us, as we go into calendar year 2025, to start moving forward and showing some additional progress down there. So staff is definitely looking forward to this time of deliberation for these 4 items and getting some guidance and direction from the commission. Item 11A is consideration and approval of the conceptual design of boat slips in the southeast basin of the downtown marina. As background information, city staff received 5 conceptual design options for the southeast basin of the downtown marina. At the December 7th, 2023 commission meeting, the city commission approved the design agreement for both basins not to exceed $450,000 and to bring back for the commission consideration of the Joe PC concept design and any other substantive requests by Joe PC. City staff requests direction on which concept design to move forward in the design and permitting process. Staff is seeking input again on which of the 5 design concepts to move forward with. And again, this would be paid for in any particular agreement with City Marina Partners, but we are wanting to get some design. And so you have these in your packet. And additionally, I did email out the 5 options to y'all last week to give you some additional time just to skim them. So Mr. Mayor, Commission would turn this over for y'all's deliberation and direction.
I don't mind saying which one I like if you guys have got ones that you like.
It's which one, sir? I'm sorry.
I'll explain why. Concept 5 was my favorite one, and part of the reason for that is it didn't, I mean, like it just made sense. And it also provides the greatest amount of flexibility, I felt like, moving forward with the 275-foot come along. I mean, that could end up being slips for all we know at some point. I mean, there's lots of different options it could be, so.
Are all of these options good options if we decide to expand the boat ramp? Do they all fit in?
Yeah, so I think one of the misstatements, and I've probably used expand, and I apologize, it really should be enhance the boat ramp. We're not really widening it. We're just,
Okay, that's what I thought.
it's really wide enough right now for 2 people, for 2 trailers, but because there's, I mean, I've done it. Ma'am, I have no doubt that you could back a trailer up perfectly down that boat ramp. No, but because there's not a real divider in there, and so in fact, that's one of the next items is, is the additional design of that boat ramp and going after the permitting to fully design that, and you'll kind of see that. But it's really more of an enhancing it, so we don't really need any additional space. I know we have a representative from City Marina Partners here who provided these design layouts to us, Mr. Harrison. If y'all wanted to maybe get down in the weeds just a little bit on some of these questions with him. I do know one of the decisions we have to consider is, the long-term location of the fuel dock. In that, so obviously, if there has been some talk and ideas about putting the fuel dock kind of opposite of where Harrison's restaurant is, kind of on the other side of the base of the T. In that case, that would actually have an impact on the design. So you might have to look at, say, concept 3, which has some more space up there. So not my decision, but I would encourage the commission to consider Mr. Harrison addressing us, since he's the one that provided these on behalf of City Marina Partners.
For me, I'm not saying I had some type of great epiphany, and I'm just trying to move us along.
Well, that's a large number of slips, Mr. Street, obviously, so.
I like number 1 or number 4, and the reason I like them is because they provide the maximum number of slips for the people here in Panama City. And I think that's what this marina, this is what I would call the East Basin. And I think the main thing of the East Basin that needs to happen is we need to have the maximum number of slips for boats. And we need to keep the fuel dock out where it is, which I would call the southeast corner, it looks like. So
You said 1 and what, Mr. Mayor?
1 or 4?
1 and 4, thank you, sir.
Well, I'd support I'd support 4 or 5, either one of those, mainly for similar reasons.
Okay, how about if Mr. Harrison, does anybody else want to talk before we bring Mr. Harrison up?
Yeah, I'd like to ask him some questions.
Okay. We need to talk about another hour, or we need to talk about doing something different.
Well, we'll need to finish 11A, and then you guys will decide after we finish 11A what we do, sir.
Okay?
Good evening.
That's a tall order to try to finish 11A, so.
I think we can do it.
You can, but I don't know if we can.
William Harrison, 101 Harrison Avenue. So these different concepts were drawn by us prior to decision and demolition of the Civic Center. There is a drawing that is also in your package that is what I would call the original Wooden Partners drawing that has an amphitheater on the near the bulkhead where the boat ramp is and will be. The difficulty with that drawing is that it has those piers connecting to that bulkhead. And so one of the challenges that we have in looking at these different concepts is marrying it up with whatever your goals are for that property along that bulkhead, because there needs to be access to those slips for vehicles, whether it's parking, equipment, those kinds of things. So we need to take that into consideration when we look at these different options. There's not a particular option here that we would recommend one over the other. There's pros and cons with all of them. I don't know whether your goal tonight is to get down to 1 or maybe 2. And then I would recommend that there be some collaboration with Wooden Partners if you ultimately decide to hire them to draw a new concept plan that is in your package so that we can make sure that all this flows. But I'm happy to discuss any of the details of this as much as you want to get into it.
There been any market analysis or anything else like that? Did any of these were others, or these are all good?
These are all good. Okay. To the mayor's point about this is kind of the local side. When we look at what the market is in Panama City and for this area, all of these are supported by the market data that we have. The difficulty that we have, Commissioner, is if we get the slips too small, then it's not really functional. What we're trying to do here is to have a good mix. We will probably end up with lifts in here as well, where you can put smaller boats on lifts, even if they're shorter than the slip length that are shown in these different drawings. What we would do is, let's say you've got a 35-foot boat and you want to use a 40-foot slip, then you're going to pay for a 40-foot slip. So, but another market turn that we need to do in all this is to figure out how many lifts do we put out there to get the boats up out of the water.
Would the location, so we've kind of communicated our intent to do an amphitheater downtown on the Marina Basin. Do any of these work better with that, or just remains to be seen?
Well, it depends on access is the main issue for those slips. Coincidentally, there is in Orange Beach, Scott Burt, who couldn't be here tonight, he manages that marina there. There's an amphitheater there. There are 28 different events there each year, which is about every other week. And it really increases the occupancy of the marina for leases, because people want to put their boat there and they come and sit on the boat for whatever is the entertainment. They also bring in and raft other boats in addition to just the fixed slips. And so the amphitheater, if you decide to go in that direction, would be complementary of the activities that we're proposing in each of these different concepts. What I would recommend against is the Wooden Partners, their old drawing. It has the connection onto that bulkhead, and then there are a bunch of bushes and all that kind of stuff, and it just doesn't work for people trying to access their boats.
That drawing doesn't even have the boat ramp on it, so
Correct.
we know that drawing is going to change. So
Yeah, which is why I would suggest that we have some collaboration with them. And we had a discussion with the mayor about expanding the boat ramp. And then what do we do? What's kind of is there a turning radius out there? What do you do with parking? What do we do to really maximize the functioning of that boat ramp in light of some of these different concepts? Now, we have, as Commissioner Street pointed out, a number of lay-along docks in these different concepts. Those can handle larger vessels, and so they're not fixed slips. And as you know, we're doing some of that at St. Andrews, for the day docks, and a little bit on the fixed docks. But this is trying to maximize some flexibility in discussions that we've had before about loopers and transient overnight vessels and that kind of thing. Some of these give more flexibility to that than others.
My only question is, concept 4 is it will leave room to leave the fuel dock where it is, if that's the decision that this commission makes, or the next commission or whatever. It does leave room for that?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And obviously the boat ramp.
Yes. And as far as the fuel dock is concerned, we've had a lot of discussion together about what to do with all that. And there are pros and cons with whether we're going to do it up close to Harrison's or whether we're going to leave this one functional at the end. If I can have a personal preference, my personal preference would be to leave that one there out on the end and consider doing one for larger vessels over by Harrison's. What we're trying to do, particularly in the Western Basin, is to accommodate larger boats. There are a lot of boats that pass by us in the Gulf that we don't ever see because they cannot get into any of the marinas in Panama, basically in the San Andrew Bay system, to refuel because they're too long. And so we're going to use the West Basin to be able to do that. And particularly if we have a fuel dock on the bulkhead where Harrison's is now, then that would accommodate larger boats. And the concept that you approved on the West Basin allows us to accommodate boats up to about 120 feet. So selling fuel is something that really drives the profitability of the marina year-round.
I like both.
Yes.
Have to add one, but keep the one that's their preference. Okay.
I know we've been kicking this around for a long time, but it's getting complicated. And, I wonder if we ought to have some kind of a workshop on this and try to kind of put the whole thing together. I don't think voting on it here this time is a real good idea. That's my own thoughts.
Yes, we have, when we proposed all this, we suggested a number of workshops to go through the details of all of these. My personal preference in having done large projects and controversial projects that require, a lot of public input, either because there's a lot of interest or because they're complicated, is to have more in-depth discussions, with the public and give them the opportunity to speak and do it at different times and different days over some period of time to let them have input and then come back with kind of a compilation of what those ideas are and ultimately have a vote. We did that with the relocation of the airport, and we got some crazy ideas, but we also got some good ideas. And there was some people wanted to put in a cruise ship up there on Burnt Mill Creek. So you get crazy ideas like that, but sometimes crazy ideas end up being the best ideas. And so we would welcome that and be happy to staff that for you and to bring in all of the design experts and engineers and, the amenity folks and all that to be able to answer questions.
William, would it be okay for us to give you some feedback maybe tonight so you guys kind of can hear
Yes.
at least what we're already leaning towards? And I like the idea of working with Wood Partners to try to update. So there's a couple other things that we need to kind of get into. We're having conversations with other people that want to partner, whether it be with amphitheaters or whether it be with other things. So we kind of need to we need somebody to kind of help hone us in. And I think that's what our goal is with Wood Partners, is to kind of try to help
We agree.
get some preliminary site plans so we can get the public input we need to make the decision. So I don't think we have to make a decision, but I think what we do need to provide today is what we're that. I can communicate support for option 4. You guys obviously know I've communicated option 5 as well, but I'm fine seeing that in concept. Sounds like 4 of us could support that. Janice is over there saying so much, so I mean, she's got so many thoughts on marinas.
She said number 4 looks good to her.
So she's like, good.
I would like to say, because we had there were several workshops that we've had in the past. Of course, it's been a while, and the one that I like the best, because if we have just a one-night workshop, people can't come or they can't, or they don't, then I hear people complain they don't get to put input because they weren't able to be there. Love the idea of y'all hosting an event, but then continuing by leaving the concepts out and letting people come and put their names in the, in the Dropbox. And that's kind of what we did with the hotel. They put up a couple different drawings, and then, St. Joe was there and engineers were there to just kind of casually answer questions. And then people were able to fill out comment cards and put them in. But I like the idea of it being up for a couple weeks to do that. But that'd be great. And then I think just from direction purposes, it looks like we all kind of, we think probably 4, but we don't have to vote on that, right?
We don't
And we
know
just
until
kind of.
an amphitheater could affect that design. So
That's right.
that's why we need to get a
Right.
conceptual plan together so we can get feedback. Or the community come back and say, how dare you do option 4? That's the
That's
worst
right.
option of all the options.
That's right. That's right.
This is just a concept. I think a consensus would be good because we want to start creating that visual image. But again, this is just a concept.
Yeah.
This is not final. We're not going to engineering. We're not, this is, I think this is a good and necessary first step because, I feel I do want to push on this because I know that getting this downtown marina back online is a strong desire of this body and the public and of our partners at CMP. And so, I want to gently push a little if you'll let me. But again, this is only concepts. This is not the final plan. That will have to all circle back after the workshops and additional feedback and the approval of the P3 with CMP and all of that as we move into 2025. But we need to start moving down the field.
Is that what you're saying?
I think so. I mean, just that you're in favor of us moving forward because all these dominoes kind of fall as we move A through D.
Well, I'll make a motion to move forward with 4, with the exception that once we get feedback from the public and all of that, if we need to make any adjustments.
Good. I'll second that motion. Any other discussion? So the motion was to go with 4 unless something turns up against it.
Preliminary. Limit. In the beginning, we'll go with 4.
Yes, right. It's just a concept. Yeah.
Adjustment.
Anybody else want to, okay. Ms. Smith, can you call the roll for concept number 4?
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Halagus?
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Mayor Owen?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Mayor, if you would indulge me for a few minutes.
Yes, sir.
While we're talking about marinas, if you don't mind me mentioning a couple of other things. One thing to keep in mind, to Jonathan's point on the timeline that we're looking at, we need to look at whatever is the commission's goal for when we want the 50 slips to be operational for downtown, and then back up from that to figure out when do we need to have a deal, or when do you need to move on and do something else.
What are the 50 slips for downtown? I thought the 50 slip thing was over in St. Andrews.
We have it for both.
Oh, where's
Yes.
it going to be? Where's it going to be downtown?
It's on the West Basin. And so we have a permit application, a permit exemption application that was approved by DEP that allows us to build 50 slips on the West Basin. That would be, basically in the middle of that West Basin. And so if we look at the timeline on that, to the city manager's point, let's just take, for example, if you want those 50 slips to be open by June 1st of next year, then we've got maybe 60 days, maybe 90 days to have this complete for us to be able to move forward and get that constructed to have it open June the 1st. We had this discussion on St. Andrews, if we don't want to open, the Christmas shop in January. And so we just need to be careful as we talk about this. I don't want to plan things out for, collaborating and thinking and so forth, to where we're going to end up pushing that date. If you want to be open for the summer, then we just need to be aware that we're coming up on the deadline to be open by June 1st.
We all agree that we can have an open workshop or whatever, like in January, like.
Well, with all due respect, that's, again, these all four connected. 11D is to get an additional financial advisors to look at the agreement that we're working on.
Talk about it after that.
Yes, ma'am.
Gotcha.
I'm ready to move forward, but this body has indicated y'all might want to consider bringing in a new financial advisor to look at the agreement with CMP instead of the one that we've had. So we've got a task order with the one that we've been using, GAI, and then two other additional financial consultants for y'all to consider tonight.
William, can we get like whatever agreement that kind of preliminarily, can we get something like before of, so we can already start like kind of going through the process?
Yeah.
I mean, I like the timeline that you described. So, I mean, that sounds like a good timeline, but I just want to make sure we've got enough time to digest and get through all the other things. I'd rather say like, hey, this is what the agreement looks like. Here's our conceptuals. Here's these things. And then we've got 30 days to get through workshops and process through all the other things before we've got the final approval.
Sure. I'll get that to Nevin.
Okay.
Let me see if there are any other questions about downtown before I want to talk about St. Andrews for just a minute. I know this isn't on the agenda, but while we're here talking about this.
You talked about boat slips on the west side, the 50 slips. What if we wanted to do all the slips on the east side that you've got here, and we chose it? That's a bigger lift, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Don't we need a lot more permits, probably a lot more money?
Right. We have to get a permit from DEP and the Corps of Engineers for total build out on both marinas. Now with, who knows what's going to happen with, the Army Corps of Engineers, the delegated authority that was sent from the federal government to DEP for 404 permits, a federal judge ruled against that. And so now they have been scattered all over the country, out of the state of Florida. Whether all that is going to change with the new administration, I don't know. And whether it's going to change immediately, I don't know. We can't depend on that. It's going to take at least 6 months to get full permits on both marinas. So the sooner we can, get on with that, the sooner we can go construct it. And so that's what we're trying to do with this, so that we can get your approval and we can come up with permit plans and submit those, because it's going to take 6 to 12 months probably to get through the Corps of Engineers. Now, if the president-elect moves all of the Army Corps projects back to the state of Florida, then all of this may be way in the back of the line, because I think there's about 1,900 permits that were pending in the state of Florida that have been scattered across the country. And all of those may come back to Florida if, I don't know what led him to do that. I mean, it's very helpful for these kind of projects. But I don't know where we're going to fall in that. And so the sooner that we can make a decision on what the concept is so that we can get to the permit application, the quicker we can get into that process and get a full permit. So that's going to take some time. But I would recommend that we move forward on the 50 slips downtown. Unlike St. Andrews, we don't have any tenants for those 50 slips. At St. Andrews, as you know, we're moving 28 from Dock 1 over to 2 and 3 as soon as we get 2 and 3 built, those 50 slips, so that we can then come in and rebuild the bulkhead and make the improvements to Dock 1. And so of the 50 slips there, 28 of those are going to be used by current tenants, whereas downtown, it's 50 new tenants. We're starting from scratch. But we can have all that completed by June 1st if that, I mean, I'm using that hypothetically, but as a start of the season, that would be, you know, the height of demand on June 1st.
Okay, so your advice downtown is that we move on the 50 on the west side?
Yes, sir.
Sounds reasonable.
Yeah, so the permit's in place, and we can do there the same thing we're doing at St. Andrews.
Have an agreement with them before they do that, yeah, okay.
Right. And so there are some things, I think, Commissioner Street, to your point about maybe we don't have everything, you know, buttoned down on, you know, some of the issues. And Mr. Zimmerman and I have talked about this before. For example, in upland uses, you know, because this was the last time we really talked about it, we were waiting to see what the commission was going to do with the Civic Center. There may be some things that we need to come back to later, you know, sometime in the future and say, okay, we're going to address something different. You know, whether we go down to one a fuel dock or, if an aquarium or, whatever it is built on the marina that changes, from the amphitheater, then some of those things are just going to have to be
dealt with
sometime in the future.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
But let me address for a minute on St. Andrews. So we got everything started. There's a lot of materials out there. I know you're getting questions about, what happened when everything was going, and then, it seemed like we hit a pause. The commission approved a permit exemption application, a second one for St. Andrews, because there was an issue about the fairway, which is, where boats pull out of the slip and head towards the fuel dock between Dock 1 and Dock 2. So that is, Dock 1 is right along the bulkhead, Dock 2 is the next pier. And so that fairway is pretty tight. And so what we were trying to do was to move that dock over by 30 feet. We can't modify a permit exemption. We can only apply for a new one. The problem with that, and the reason why we're in this kind of pause, is because the statute outlines the location of the replacement dock must be within 5 feet of the dock that we are replacing. And so the challenge that we have is that the dock, whenever it was originally built, was not built where the Sovereign Submerged Land Lease said that it should be built. And so we have raised the issue to DEP when they said, we can't allow you to move it 30 feet. And we said, look, here's the issue. The dock that we're replacing was in the wrong place. So if you look at the Sovereign Submerged Land Lease, which we think is a controlling document, then we can get about 20 or 21 feet of the 30 that we were requesting. So DEP has never run into this problem before. And so we're waiting for them to give us guidance back about what to do. Ultimately, if they say that we cannot build, with a 20-foot additional fairway, then we're going to go back and rely on the existing active permit exemption that has it, closer to Pier 1. So that is what's going on with all that. So ultimately, we had a meeting yesterday with Mr. Mefford and Mr. Hamilton about the status of everything. In the big picture, we're on track to complete the way, in the time frame that we have contractually obligated with you. But in the meantime, we're working on trying to figure out this issue with DEP. So hopefully we'll have an answer on that this week, and we'll move forward one way or another on that. So I just wanted you to know the status of that.
I thought that had already been resolved.
It hasn't.
Because we've been talking about that for, several meetings, I think.
Well, we have about these two different exemptions.
About this fairway, the fairway,
Yes.
right?
Yes, so that is the second permit exemption. The conversation that I had with the DEP on Friday in laying out why we made this request and the difference between the sovereign submerged land lease and the erroneous location of the dock that we replaced, that was removed. We're trying to get guidance from them on whether they will let us place the dock within 5 feet of what is in the sovereign submerged land lease. And if that is the case, then we'll withdraw the second request and proceed on with construction.
So there's still the possibility of doing something by this summer, I think.
No, we'll be
Maybe not
finished with that
everything.
in March.
Pardon?
We'll be finished with those 50 slips in March.
That's by the summer, sure. Good.
Yes.
Thanks. That'll be snapper season for sure.
That's right.
A little early, yeah. That's great.
Let me also mention, Mr. Hamilton raised a question during the king tide a couple of weeks ago. There were some boats that were not able to fish because the tide dropped so much they, would, bend their props and shafts getting out. So we're going to have to come back and figure out if we can do a mechanical dredge within 30 feet of the Dock 1 bulkhead to remove some of that so that those captains can get their boats out. But we'll address that later. Any other questions?
Not right now.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right. Who's going to make a motion to extend the meeting for another hour, or does somebody want to take this and put it in January? I think there's a few things that we'd like to do, so I don't know that we need to finish every one of them. If somebody would grant us, I guess, maybe a half hour, and perhaps we could cull some of these things that we don't really need to do now, or now maybe we got to go for an hour and try to end early if we can, but there may be some stuff we can cull out of here.
I'll just state the January 14th meeting is going to be a big one already.
I'll move a motion to move another hour in hopes that we don't go an hour, but just so we can get this work done.
I'll second that motion, unless I heard a second down there from one of the men. I guess not. Ms. Smith, can you call the roll?
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Halligus?
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Mayor Rowan?
Yes. Those were some grumpy,
Brian, he was like, yes.
those were
Motion
some
passes
grumpy
5-0.
votes.
All right, item 11B is consideration of task order to Panhandle Engineering for the design and permitting of the PC Downtown Marina Boat Ramp in the amount of $149,750 and approval of the accompanying budget resolution number 2024-1210.3. As background information, the city recently applied for funding to replace the existing boat ramp through the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, FWC, Florida Boaters Grant, but we were not successful. The FWC informed us that having a shovel-ready, fully designed plan in the next grant cycle would significantly improve our chances for approval. Panhandle Engineering has issued task order 13135 for the design and permitting of the PC Downtown Marina Boat Ramp. The total cost for this task order is again $149,750. Funding for this initiative will come from the proceeds of the property sale at 309 Maple Avenue. which amounted to $162,212.66. This project encompasses surveying, geotechnical services, environmental consultation, permitting assistance, coordination, and meetings. Again, staff recommends approval to execute this task order and the approval of Budget Resolution 20241-210.3. And you'll see on your screen, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, y'all already approved this general concept plan back in the late spring or early summer of this year. And IT, if you could keep shuffling through that. So you'll see, again, we're not really expanding the boat ramp. It's an enhancement of it. Cleaning out, it's very, it's kind of a very steep drop off. So we'll fix it to that end. It's also taking that parking and maximizing boat trailer parking and creating a flow. Next slide, please. All the way back towards Government Street, which, side note, we need to find a new name for that road because there's no government facilities on it anymore. But to that end, and this, I believe, if we approve this today, then we would incorporate this concept into whatever we do with City Marina Partners and with the amphitheater and Wood Partners, because it is my understanding and staff's understanding that this is the desire of this commission, is to protect this boat ramp and to preserve it for generations to come. So we want to enhance it, maximize that boat trailer parking, and then fix the immediate part around that. And I think this will have very little impact on concept 4, which y'all have, seemed to indicate y'all support for as far as the build out of the boat slip. So again, we sold that piece of property at 309 Maple Street. It was for the purpose of Snug Harbor. And so it has to be spent on marina type functions. It can't go to paved roads in the Cove or in Glenwood or Venetian Villa or St. Andrews. I've covered all 4 of you. So again, given the commitment of this body to protect this boat ramp, we feel like this is a very worthwhile investment and effort. And again, we've gotten feedback from FWC that having a fully designed project that's shovel ready will increase our hopeful efforts to get construction dollars from FWC. So staff recommendation is to approve the task order and give us the go ahead.
I think this is a real bad idea. We're talking number C, 11C, about getting Wood Partners to give us some concept designs down there. And here you want to throw $150,000 away to enhance a boat ramp that may not even fit into the design that we're going to do. We got this money, but I don't think it's not burning a hole in my pocket, but I guess it's burning a hole in your pocket. This is unless your idea or your purpose here is to give Panhandle Engineering a job, I think this is really dumb. The boat ramp is very serviceable. It needs improvement, but it's serviceable the way it is. So I think we should have an overall concept of what we're going to do before we start spending money on how we're going to redesign a boat ramp that we don't really need to redesign right now. So I think this is a real bad idea, and I would hope that the rest of the commission would also see it that way. We can always spend this money later. We had a lot of talk from Ms. Smith here. We need to listen. We need to quit spending money. And this is money that we don't need to spend right now. And we might not even get the permit. So we might spend this money and we might be turned down by the DEP or whoever else is going to give us the okay to do this. So very bad idea. And anybody else want to tell me what a good idea it is?
Okay, so I don't have a problem with if we approve the working. I am so sorry. It's a bypass, so it's fine. I'm okay if we approve working with getting the site plan down first and then bringing this back, because it does kind of make sense. What if we decide that the parking needs to go the other direction or something? I don't know. But I will say that one thing we definitely learned after the storm was we had to have shovel-ready project. Like, we had to have the engineering shovel-ready. That's how we got grants. That's how we got a lot of the grants that we got. So I don't think it's a bad idea to do it at all, especially if we're not spending. We're taking money that we sold a house, that we have the proceeds that was bought with marina money for Snug Harbor and keeping it in the marina. So I do not have a problem with that, but I do agree with the mayor that maybe we should go ahead and we should probably do the site, the site plan, because I mean, it kind of would be us getting ahead of the project, right?
Yeah, I guess I look at it from the opposite perspective. I think that what y'all want for this boat ramp should drive that part of the marina.
Yeah, I see that too. But
And some of y'all have communicated that to it, which is why we put this forward. So I think we give this to Wood Partners and say, this is not negotiable. And we know that we want, if we do an amphitheater down there, we know that we want the amphitheater to be a little bit closer to the water.
see that that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
We haven't discussed that exactly, so I don't really know
Yeah.
that. So that's why I think that it is a priority. I think that's obvious. I think that the parking is a priority. I think that's obvious. And I really know that the mayor and I feel that way for sure. And so I'm not saying that we should take anything out of it. I'm just saying I didn't know. And you're right though. I mean, I don't think anybody's going to want all that parking behind with the amphitheater, but I hadn't really thought about that, but I could see it going both ways. But we do have to have whoever we give it to. We do need to have shovel-ready plans to be able to get a grant, or we just don't go for a grant. We could also, that's an option.
So part of the thing is I've done now 2 surveys online with boaters specifically, not non-boaters don't this is for people that use our ramps. And so consistently, exactly what this addresses is exactly what they wanted addressed. Extending the launch pier because people get their trucks stuck.
Sure.
Having a double launch, that was another thing that was communicated. And the fear with marina development has always been that this thing's going to disappear. I'm all in to just go design the thing, have it get a grant, go ahead and build this thing out. And so that there's no question whether the boat ramp's going to go, whether it's going to stay or those
Promise
things.
we'll get the grant, but I agree with that. I will say that
We've had it before, so I don't have my fear is not that it's not going to happen.
I will
It's
say
just
the
when.
feedback I'm getting from people who want to use the theater, the outdoor theater, is definitely to have the backdrop of the water over there.
And not a bunch
No
of boat
doubt
trailers.
about it. Yeah, so I'm okay with that then.
So a great example is the one that came in that does the touring acts that I think they met with Brian too. Their thought on it was your back of the house is your back of the house anyway. They didn't care that the boat ramp was there. They were actually, hey, that's a great location for it, so there wasn't any kind of negative to that. I think the smaller amphitheater, maybe it needs to face a different direction. Maybe there's I don't know. But if we don't solidify, and we've done this multiple steps, we solidified how much parking has to remain there, can't go away. If we solidify the design and making the improvements that people have already asked for, well, then what's the argument? You're not taking away a boat ramp, and it's just it's a dead issue. It's improved, and we all move on happy.
The greatest thing I like is that we're saying this is the most important, and then everything else is around that. And I didn't think about it that way.
And I think the other thing is we all know how difficult it is to change things once they've started. So if you start it now, any future commission, there's already a shovel-ready plan to do this. Whether it's funded or not, it's probably not going to change a whole lot because it takes more effort to make the changes. So anyway, that's my argument. I'm fine with whatever anybody wants to do. I don't see any negative with designing what people are already asking for.
And it's coming out of marina money.
I would think we would need to get this Wood Partners and have some input to them and talk about what we want overall. This money's not going to go away. We can always do it later on. And so that's why I don't think we should be doing this right now. The marina, the boat ramp is not going to go away. It's very functional the way it is. We can make it better, no question about that. But do we need to spend $150,000? And I think it goes along with our philosophy down here, which is ready, shoot, and then aim. And that's what we're going to be doing. We're going to shoot, then we're going to aim. So it will keep up our long-term philosophy. I also am concerned, have we gotten other bids for the design and permitting? We're talking about $150,000. If we put this out to other engineering companies?
Just rotate through all the engineers, don't we?
Yeah, this Panhandle has already done some of the preliminary work that, you'd have to start over. So, because y'all approved efforts with this back in, like I said, it was either late late spring or early summer when we went for the grant to get the design money. And I'll just say, even if we don't proceed with that, to me, I'm going to give this mock-up to the Wood Partners guy anyway, because this is kind of what it needs to look like. The question tonight is do we want to try to enhance the boat ramp with FWC construction dollars? We know there's challenges with it. Regardless of the build out of the marina, the boat ramp, I know people say it's fine, and I think it is fine for some people, but for some people it's not. There are some challenges with it. It is very steep. There are issues down there. It does need some beefing up. It does need some TLC. It survived a Category 5 hurricane. So even if we did not move forward with, even if it was another 2 years before we really know what we wanted to do with the downtown marina, and I'm not saying it will take us that long, but this needs, in my recommendation, this needs to happen anyway. And that should kind of drive the boat, pun intended, for the overall design. Because again, I think to Commissioner Street point, I mean, this is the feedback that we've gotten, enhancing this area and locking it in. So
If you have problems backing your boat down at City Marina, you can take it over to Snug Harbor. So I don't think that's a legitimate argument. This is money we don't need to spend. We need some people that. We need to be conservative with our money, and I'd like to see a list of all the engineering companies that we used, because I want to see if there is a rotation where everybody's getting a shot at things.
there's also a time, just so you know, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, that we have this in April in order to get on the grant cycle. I apologize for leaving that fact out.
But it's also, you said we're going to be using FWC money. That's not necessarily true. We might not get the grant after you throw $150,000 away. So
right,
that's not a guarantee whatsoever.
And if I communicated it was a guarantee, I apologize. There is no guarantee, but they have communicated to us that our chances are much more enhanced if we have a design project that's ready to rock and roll. And we get told that all the time from state agencies and federal agencies.
Say we don't get the grant, we still have these engineering plans. We could, some in future commissions, because it's the boat ramp will get, it's just like everything else. It's going to need something.
Pull them off, update them, and either go for another grant or go out to bid.
We can go after, I mean, there's other grant sources beyond just that one. So, I mean, look, I don't use this ramp. I mean, for me, it's not even attached to the district. I'm just like, this is what people have asked for. We have restricted funding dedicated to the marinas to do exactly this. So, I mean, that's kind of where I sit with it.
What if we did get the grant?
Huh?
What if? Same thing, all that infrastructure. Everybody was like, oh, we spent like, what, a few million to do all the stuff for all the infrastructure, and then we got.
Yeah, I've had enough conversations about this boat ramp that I would really like to just finish it and people be happy with the final result. That's where I sit with it. But.
I would like to say that it will continue on our road of fiscal irresponsibility, that we're going to go ahead and spend this, that we don't have to spend it. We can always spend it later on. There's absolutely no reason to spend it right now, except that it'll help Panhandle Engineering with a $150,000 job. So is there a motion to deny 11B and not to proceed with the shovel-ready endeavor to help our boat ramp obtain a grant from FWC? All right, I'm going to pass the gavel down there, and I would like to make a motion to deny this task order to Panhandle Engineering and not permit the downtown marina boat ramp for $150,000 because it's a total waste of time. It's a total waste of money. We can always do it later on. And sometime, we need to be mommy and daddy and tell the kids that this is the best thing for them. They don't need this ramp right now. They can go to Snug Harbor or they can go to Church Street. We have other marinas. We have other ramps here in town.
Evan, if that motion fails, does that get approved? Like, how does that work? How does a negative motion work?
Well, if there's a second and there's a vote, then if it passes, then nothing happens. And if it doesn't pass, then nothing happens, because you would then need an affirmative motion to approve a task order to Panhandle, regardless of what happens with the I'm not suggesting nothing happens either way, but there
no, you're right.
There would need to be an affirmative motion to authorize the city to enter into this task order, regardless of what happens on the motion.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Zimmerman. There's a motion on the floor to deny 11B. Is there a second? Hearing none, the motion dies for lack of a second.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lucas. And we can continue on with our ready, shoot, aim down here. And
I'd like to make
pardon me?
I'd like to make a motion to approve exactly what the citizens have given us back and for feedback on improving the downtown marina boat ramp.
I'll second that.
Okay, as a point of discussion, I'd like to make sure everybody understands we don't really know what we're going to do downtown, and this may conflict with it, but we're going to go ahead and this motion will go ahead and spend that money. And maybe it'll be good, maybe it won't, maybe we'll get it, maybe we'll get the grant, maybe we won't. Would you call the roll, please, Ms. Smith?
Commissioner Granger,
No.
Commissioner Street,
Yes.
Commissioner Halligus,
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas,
Yes.
Mayor Rowan.
No.
Motion passes 3-2.
Right. Item 11C is consider.
Nevin needs to read the budget.
Yes,
I
and you
apologize.
also
Yep, there is a
adopted
resolution. I
a budget
apologize.
Resolution. Thank you.
Welcome.
And I was still.
11B.
Yes. 11B, 2024-12-10.3, a resolution providing for the amendment of the approved fiscal year 24-25 budget for Panhandle Engineering Task Order 13135 for the Panama City Downtown Marina Boat Ramp.
Item 11C is consideration of approval of a task order to modify the rendering of the downtown marina to include the amphitheater and an enhanced boat ramp with Wood Plus Partners in the amount of $7,850. As background information, Wood Partners provided an initial concept design master plan of the downtown marina, which needs to be updated to reflect an expanded boat ramp and parking area in addition to an amphitheater in the new location. This updated rendering will aid in shaping and sharing the vision for the downtown marina and provide a more accurate visual for the fundraising efforts and long-term strategy. Staff recommends approval of task order with Wood Plus Partners in the amount of $7,850. And Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, if you'll turn in your packet to the very last page of this item, you'll see the current rendering that was done several years ago. And our desire, if you approve this evening, is to obviously put the boat ramp back in there. As we have been directed, update the West Basin with the plans that you have approved, and then lay over in the East Basin concept number 4. Where we would like some direction on as well as to where to put the amphitheater. Obviously, the drawing that you have in your packet has the amphitheater in the position where the old boat ramp was. So our recommendation would be, based on conversations with each of you and the public, and also with St. Joe, is to move that more to the west over in that area. And then, the TBD area can remain. I don't know that we necessarily need to come up tonight. I know there's a lot of ideas and thoughts out there, but that's just a recommendation. And I do know and I believe that this will be a valuable tool, again, in helping us craft a vision and direction, again, as a concept, not necessarily the final set in stone plans.
I move a motion to approve.
I'll second, but I would like to add something in discussion.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
I think we've looked at two different concepts and amphitheaters. One is the smaller one that we see visualized in the Wood Partners. There's another concept that I guess that has been presented of what Macon, Georgia did on a larger amphitheater. So I think it'd be good to get both of those concepts. We also have the PCMI, whatever, I don't know what their group is called, but they've got an aquarium type facility as well, as they've talked to us before. So I think it'd be good to get visualized so we can kind of get to the point of does this fit, does it not, and make the next decision as, expeditiously as possible. A small theater, probably we can still expand the commercial district down with little shops and things like that. A large amphitheater, probably not. It's probably just going to be a large amphitheater. I couldn't even tell you what an aquarium would look like down there, but those are all the three things that at least have had conversations with me. So, and maybe you guys have had others as well. So, but I would like to see those conceptualized so that we can kind of look at the layout.
That also means that we have got to make a final decision. If the Civic Center, if there's not going to be any future of the Civic Center coming back to that spot, then that kind of opens up, maybe something different. We had already voted before, but of course you and I didn't vote that way.
Yeah.
And so, because it kind of would matter, doesn't it?
Well, the Civic Center doesn't fit down there if we're doing boat ramps and things like that. It's obvious that to get to a larger Civic Center, than what we had, you have to take up more space.
Okay,
So,
I just wanted to throw it out there.
I was kind of already there, so.
Along that line, I'd like to say I'm not abandoning the idea of a performing arts civic center. I think we need one in our community for this conceptual design of an amphitheater. I would urge us to take full advantage of the beautiful view of the water, which was not taken into consideration of the Civic Center. In the redesign, because I think the original auditorium had glass windows, whereas when we redesigned it, it did not. That's a concern, is that we take advantage of the view that we have there.
Like to go on the record saying that the more we talk about the Civic Center, the more I feel like it shouldn't be just the Panama City taxpayers. And so, the whole county uses it, all the different cities used it. It's really is a wonderful thing to have, but it really needs to be a group effort. Talking about not just spending money. We need to think about our people.
I would agree. It needs to be a group effort, and it does not need to be down on the marina. That's too valuable land, and we'll get to see this 11C. We'll get to see these plans, and then we'll have to go back and we'll look at the marina boat ramp design, and we'll have to change that. But as Commissioner Nichols used to always talk about, we have plans on the shelves all over here. Anytime we want to do anything, all we got to do is go look for an old plan. So it'll join the old plans cemetery that we'll have down there. It seems hard to believe that we're going to pay, even though it's only $7,800, to get plans for amphitheater, which is all that's good, but we don't know what it's going to do to the boat ramp, and we've already thrown $150,000 away on that. Anybody like to talk or make a motion?
I'd like to call the question.
Pardon me?
I'd like to call a question.
Very good. Do we have a
sorry.
motion? Did we have
I'm sorry, Commissioner Granger.
I know
I'll
it's late.
withdraw
It
that.
is late. Thank you, Commissioner Lucas, for.
Did she yield? Did she
I think
yield?
so.
Yeah, I
Yes.
took it back.
Okay,
I think this is a very nice drawing, so far as drawings go. I think that paying $7,000, almost $8,000 for a new drawing is a bit much. I do think that if we did get different renderings out of this, because this is conceptual drawing, this is not engineering documents, so they're not done to the same level of detail and scrutiny. But if we were to get the two different sized amphitheaters out of this, I think that would be a much better value for our almost $8,000 than just going back and saying, hey, put in the boat ramp and, put in the parking for the boat ramp. And does that make sense?
It does. I think that's reasonable, and I'll have a conversation with them.
What do you think of making stick diagram, what I call stick diagrams? I'm not an engineer, so I don't, because this thing with all the plants and stuff doesn't really make any sense to me. But, just stick diagram, sort of saying it could be here, it could be there, something of that nature. And it
Mayor,
wouldn't have
you'd
to be
like a
exact.
diorama?
You're talking a more rudimentary.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Design. I think that may be fair if, as part of the negotiations, if they say, well, you're not going to get the same level of detail. That's
Yeah,
fine.
I'll have that conversation. I would think that drastically changing it would be more money because he's kind of just updating. He's already has the foundation. This is not drawn by hand. So, but I think adding in the two different sides, I think we want to look at the amphitheater that one of y'all mentioned that's up in Macon, but then also the one that's more simple and kind of let y'all see that. But I think we fit that in so that it doesn't have an impact on the boat ramp. But I do agree, we've gotten that feedback that, Commissioner Lucas highlighted that, we want to position it in such a way that you maximize the beautiful view and you're not looking at a sea of boat trailers. And so I think that's why, again, this is all connected. We want to push that parking more north up towards Government Street.
And Mr. Mayor, what you're asking for is going to cost more money, the diorama, to make it three-dimensional?
I'm not saying three-dimensional at all. I'm saying you could hire a draftsman to make some drawings like that considerably cheaper than this. It would just be concept. It wouldn't be exact.
You meant like toothpicks.
You meant real stick figures?
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I meant stick lines is what I meant.
Oh,
That's, I'm way off base from you. I'm sorry.
I will add that I had
A stick figure would be interesting. A diorama.
I will add, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, I did have a conversation with the engineering division, and when we do decide which path y'all want us to move forward on, outside the boat ramp. So the potential foundation for the aquarium, the amphitheater, how all that is laid out, the TBD area. We have a lot of that capability in house on the engineering division, so we would do that a lot of that in house. Especially with the amphitheater and the initial layout of all of that outside of the footprint of the boat ramp. Just for your awareness.
Personally, I see these two things as, one, we made a commitment to the boat ramp to remain, two, and furthered it by investing in the engineering, and then two, we're going to get plans back so we can get feedback from the general public. We can't get feedback from our citizens if they don't see what we're trying to do, and so we need to kind of get something out there for them to see.
Okay, I've heard a couple of times mention an aquarium. I don't think an aquarium belongs down there, but I don't know how that got into the conversation.
Just a group that's interested in doing an aquarium. That's really it. Just like we got groups interested in doing civic centers, groups interested in doing all sorts of stuff.
So there's a group that has come to the commission, to you?
They're looking to come in January.
Pardon me?
They're looking to come in January.
Oh, okay. Okay, well, interesting. I like to stay ahead of things, so I'm not too far behind.
Don't worry, I'm the same way. People are like, oh, is there an aquarium going? I said, I have no idea what you're talking about.
May I please call the question?
Yes.
Thank you. You're welcome. I'll call the question.
Ms. Smith, would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Halagus?
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Mayor Rowan?
No.
Motion passes 4-1.
All right. Item 11D is consideration of proposals to provide consultant services for the downtown marina lease negotiations and accompanying budget amendment resolution 2024-1210.8. As background information, at the September 12th, 2024 commission meeting, city staff was asked to seek additional options for a firm to analyze the proposed public-private partnership with City Marina Partners for the downtown marina. 3 proposals were received from the following firms: CSG Professional Services, which is also GAI, Nimble Strategies, NMBL, and PFM Advisors. Staff seeks further direction from the commission in regards to the direction they would like us to go. And I would yield to Mr. Zimmerman to maybe add some additional commentary prior to commission consideration and deliberation. Mr. Zimmerman?
There is a need to have a consultant to help us because this consultant would be able to provide expertise as it relates to revenue projections, as to an analysis of the proposed market. I know we rely on CMP for things like that, but then we need a consultant. Also, this consultant would be looking at little bit at the design, but from my perspective, the thing a consultant brings is looking at revenue projections, expense projections, and then ultimately that drives the share between the city and CMP as it relates to the payments under the lease agreement. So all three of them are qualified, but we need a consultant. That's my speech.
So this came up because, Mayor, I believe that you were concerned, like who we were using as a consultant. And so you guys brought us back some other consultants in case. One of the consultants is on here is the consultant we've already been using, right? GAI. Okay.
That's correct, yes.
Two new ones, PFM, they're Florida-based. They do a lot of work. And then the other one is, it's not Nimble, but it's something like that.
Nimble?
Yeah, it is Nimble. It sure is. And they also have a track record. I've talked to this individual. It was fascinating. They did work on raising money and doing projections and the feasibility on the St. Louis Arch. It was able to get federal money, state money, local money, a new source of, I think it was a sales tax, and then also private donations. But they also do things like this as well.
Yeah, you're right, Ms. Howell. I guess I did ask for, to get some other firms in here that would give us second opinions, and I realize that we do need a consultant. We use GAI all the time, and I think it's time that we cut the cord and we use somebody else, and that's why I propose this. I said this before down here, and I'll say it again. GAI, back in the Sonnenblick era, was all about putting 2 hotels and 2 parking garages for $200 million on the city marina until they needed to come up with the cash and they couldn't do it. But at the same time, GAI approved everything they were doing until they couldn't come up with the money. So I just feel that it would be in our best interest to seek another firm, and I was very impressed by PFM, but it sounds like Mr. Zimmerman liked the other one.
Oh,
I think you didn't give an opinion, did you?
No, I did not give an opinion.
Well, I thought you said because they had done this work on the St. Louis Arch that you were sort of...
What I said was I was giving context and color to who they are. But PFM I didn't talk about because I am so familiar with them. They are the financial advisor for Bay County. They do work for Bay County. They have also done other marina type projects. They're just a well-known Florida firm. I just provided some context for Nimble because they're not as well-known in Florida, and they did do the work on Florida. But I am not. I can work with any one of these three.
Okay, that's the next question I was going to ask you. So all 3 of these look fairly good as far as you're concerned.
I could work with any, I mean, me personally, I think the city could be served by all 3. Obviously, I'm familiar with JAI and Mr. That's, he's not the only one, and somebody the city commission is comfortable with.
Okay.
Whoever you pick, Mr. Mayor.
Pardon me?
I'd like to say something.
Okay, go right ahead.
I actually don't disagree that I came in on the tail end of the Sonnenblick deal. I mean, I don't know about all the money and stuff that you said, but there were some things I might have liked to have seen handled a little bit differently. But so I'm good if we want to hire somebody else for other projects. It's just this one that I'm against. And the reason I'm against that is we talked about time. GAI was the one that has already been knee deep. We've already been paying for them to look through this. We'd be paying someone to, just have to go back and learn all the other stuff. They're the same ones that did the St. Andrews Marina, that one as well. So it's not because I think he's like the best in the world, by the way. And I'm not saying he's terrible or anything. Obviously I wouldn't trust his opinion, but I'm definitely okay with getting a new consultant and having someone else on the docket for us to reach out to besides that. But I think it would be a real detriment to the downtown marina. We're sitting here talking about, time limits and getting these 50 slips and doing these things. We trusted this consultant enough to do the other ones. Plus, I'm just going to say it, I don't really know what's taking so long anyway, because it's really the same lease as what we did with St. Andrews. So couple things I'd like to say is, it's my opinion, I'd like for us to stick to this project, stick with this. I'm fine with us saying we can use these other people for everything else that comes up. But the other thing is that I don't know if Keith is still a point man for the city between, for staff and all that. If he's not, I'd like him to be, I want to make sure I'm not trying to tell you what to do. I'm trying to tell Jonathan what to do. I would love for him to make sure he's being super involved and that we're getting these things done from a time, perspective. But I would like for someone to answer, like, why does it take so long if we already approved one for St. Andrews? I mean, there's a little bit of difference here, but not much. So.
I can answer.
Okay, thank you.
One reason, of course, that I recommended GAI back in September was because Dr. Beisch and the entire team, he has a team. He has a captain, Captain Bruce. He's got a guy that's familiar with construction, and they're very familiar with Panama City. Thought it could be done quicker, easier. We worked with them in the past. That's why I recommended it.
Okay.
Why hasn't the lease been done? Because we're waiting on a consultant. The actual lease itself, I believe that Mr. Harrison and I could give you all a draft in January, and so you could just have some blanks in it. But the lease is going to look like St. Andrew. The lease presented to you will look like the St. Andrews lease, except it'll be obviously different where it needs to be different as far as different. It could be, here are the three principles, and is that one, it will be like St. Andrews lease. Two, that the city will assume the responsibility for the bulkhead. It makes sense because we've already done
it's
work.
in good shape, yeah.
It's relatively good shape. The number three, CMP pays for everything else that's in the water. Then four, CMP would pay for the parking that it needs. So I think that can all be accomplished speedily.
So the reason we haven't yet is because of this. We wanted
The
to.
reason I haven't is because that I haven't pushed to get a draft in front of you because we really need to
Get a
engage.
consultant
We
to
need to
look
get a
over.
consultant.
Okay. Thank you.
But I'll work with anybody this commission is comfortable with. But obviously, I'm comfortable with Dr. Beisch. But
You see any reason that if we hired somebody else, they couldn't catch up and do it just as fast? Okay.
I don't know if they could do it. I will work with anybody. We just need somebody.
All right. Well, GAI has done the hotel and they've done St. Andrews Marina. I think it's about time we try somebody else. And I like PFM. I thought they had a good presentation here. So that's where I am. Does anybody else want to talk about?
On that note, I think somebody might need to make a motion.
Let's use PFM.
Second.
Discussion?
I don't think so. Not for me.
Didn't you make the motion?
I did.
That's okay. Thank you. Ms. Smith, can you call the roll?
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Halligus?
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Mayor Rowan?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Let me reiterate, I'm happy, staff's happy to work with PFM as I read the budget resolution I think they'll do a fine job. They're a well-known company.
It sounds like we can't hardly go wrong with either one of them, really. I think it's sometimes good to let somebody else look at things.
Resolution number 2024-1210.8, a resolution providing for the amendment of the approved fiscal year 24-25 budget for the consultant services for the Panama City Downtown Marina Partnership negotiations.
Item 11E is consideration to approve and authorize execution of a change order in the amount of $733,528.00 for DAG Architects Incorporated for additional hours necessary to complete the Martin Theater 3 buildings complex project and the accompanying budget resolution 2024-1210.1. Relevant background information as well as a supplemental memo is included in your agenda packet. And I'll just highlight that staff intends to request reimbursement from FEMA for the architectural services under the open claim for the Martin Theater project. I believe staff recommendation is approval and authorization to execute this change order in the amount of $733,528 to DAG Architects and the accompanying budget resolution 2024-1210.1, again, which is attached. Mr. Zimmerman?
I'd like to point out a couple of things. A memo from Mr. Hayes and I was sent yesterday that tried to break out in a broader way the $733,528. The first item was how much work has been completed to date that DAG has indicated they've done the work, the city's relied on the work, city used the work to bid out the project, city asked DAG to do the work, and that amount is $440,046. Before I talk about the next two items, I'll just digress on this item. Their contract says that the owner and architect shall appropriately adjust the architect's services if the initial information materially changes or if the scope changes or something like that. DAG has maintained that the scope changed over time and that was not what the original contract said. So if that occurs, and if you believe it has occurred, and that's why the timelines are attached there, then there should be an appropriate adjustment. From my perspective, I believe that there is evidence that the scope changed. I can't tell you exactly that $440,000 is the amount that's owed, but from my perspective, and looking at their contract and looking at the facts that have been presented, some amount of adjustment is warranted. The next two items, work in progress. Here, this is additional tied to, because the scope increased, but it's tied to contract administration. This would be billed on an hourly basis, and this is a not to exceed stipulated sum. For example, Burke requested, and I think staff thought that was a good idea, or maybe DAG thought it was a good idea. Anyway, to have weekly meetings rather than biweekly. And so if that occurs, then they've added in at $150 an hour how much more money that would be. If they don't occur, then that $46,800 is not incurred. I mean, if the meetings don't occur, the cost is not incurred. The $146,682, once again, that would be billed on an hourly basis. The final item there, and all this makes up that $733,000 number, is there's $100,000 for value engineering. A portion of this has already incurred, around $12,000. But this number, $100,000, was in the bid that Burke provided. So in other words, think through it this way. Burke, there was an allowance for $100,000. If Burke could enter into a contract with DAG itself and say, hey, DAG, I need some work done and to value engineer whatever. DAG would do the work, DAG would bill Burke, and then Burke would pay for it, but it would all be covered in their contract. We don't want DAG working for Burke. We want DAG working for us. And so it makes sense to allow this $100,000 to increase in the DAG contract, but the money would actually be coming through Burke through the contract that they bid as an allowance. We do, and we pointed out that we have every expectation that this would be covered by the FEMA grants, but that's my explanation there. There's a lot of information that's been provided that provides the scope creep, and then also the fact that it was not brought earlier, which obviously hindsight, it should have been brought in October of last year when it was clear the direction we were heading on the Martin Theater. But that's my explanation.
Well, it sounds to me like we sort of owe the money. And Is that your explanation?
Well, we owe, let me back up. We do owe money. We owe, I believe, that would be my advice. And if you feel that they've done extra work based upon all this, I think it's reasonable to feel that they have done more work, that the scope did change materially from when they started. Now, if you want them to continue doing the contract administration and the value engineering, then yes, we would owe them more money. But that is only earned, that's hourly. If they do the work, they get paid.
That has not been done yet?
No, has not. I mean, the 440,000 has been done, but those additional numbers, the 146,000, the 46,000, and the 100,000 has not occurred yet.
And they want to do that? Or they,
Yes.
Okay, of course they want to do that.
Well, sure.
Do we need them to do that?
Yes, we need it done. It makes sense that they do it because they designed it and they would have the most familiarity with it.
Thank you for that discussion. Would somebody like to make a motion?
Yes, I've been briefed with the attorney as well as with DAG and have visited with them in their office to get an understanding of all of this. And I'm confident that we owe what we owe and we need them to continue the fine work they've done on the project. Given that, I move that we approve the recommendation from city staff.
All right, I'll second that motion. Would anyone like a discussion? Ms. Smith, can you call the roll?
Commissioner Granger,
Yes.
Commissioner Street,
No.
Commissioner Halagus,
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas,
Yes.
Mayor Owen.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-1.
Mr. Zimmerman?
I'd like to read a budget resolution, 2024-12-10.1, a resolution providing for the budgeting of capital funds.
Item 11F is consideration and approval of Budget Amendment Resolution 2024-1210.5 in the amount of $143,617.00 for REP Services Change Order Number 1 for the Millville Waterfront Park Improvement Project. Relevant background information is enclosed in your packet. Staff recommendation through the through the City Manager's Office, is approval of Change Order Number 1 to ensure safety, timeliness, and integrity of the project. This is, just as background, this is playground equipment in the Millville Waterfront Park.
Ms. Halagus, would you like to make a motion?
Absolutely. I'll move a motion to approve.
Second.
Oh, very good. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Ms. Smith, can you call the roll?
Commissioner Granger,
Yes.
Commissioner Street,
Yes.
Commissioner Halagus,
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas,
Yes.
Mayor Rowan.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Commission adopted Resolution 2024-12-10.5, a resolution providing for the amendment of the approved fiscal year 24-25 budget for REP Services Change Order 1 for the Millville Waterfront Park Project.
Item 11G is consideration to approve Budget Amendment 2024-1210.7 to transfer travel trailer sale proceeds received for a Panama City Police Department trailer in the amount of $6,175.00 to be used for police department operating expenses. As background information, the Panama City Police Department recently auctioned a lightweight travel trailer via auction, receiving $6,175.00. The funds from the sale will be used for various police department operating expenses. Staff recommendation to the Chief of Police is that the Commission approve this item.
Okay, is there a motion to approve Budget Amendment 2024-1210.7?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Mrs. Smith, can you call the roll?
Commissioner Granger, Commissioner Street,
Yes.
Commissioner Halagus,
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas,
Yes.
Mayor Owen.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Commission approved Resolution 2024-12-10.7, a resolution providing for the amendment of the approved fiscal year 24-25 budget to utilize auction proceeds for operating expenses for the police department.
Item 11H was a consideration to award a contract for the invitation of bid for bid PC 24-050 Project Storm Group Q to AAG in the amount of $1,093,892.07. However, this afternoon, myself and Mr. Zimmerman received a letter from AAG Services. Dear Mr. Hayes, at this time, AAG Electric Motors and Pumps wishes to withdraw its bid for bid PC 24050, Project Storm Group Q Equipment Package in the amount of $1,093,892.07. Due to the nature of the bid language and the city staff will not approve the BBA pumps equipment submitted by AAG, we ask that our bid bond also be refunded in full. Commissioners and Mayor, I would support the return of the bid bond to AAG, and we will bring forward another recommendation likely at the December 30th special commission meeting. Mr. Mayor?
Very good. Is there a motion to accept the withdrawal from the bid by AAG Storm?
Motion to accept and refund the bid bond.
I'll second that motion. Mrs. Smith, can you call the roll?
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Commissioner Street?
Yes.
Commissioner Halagus?
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Mayor Rowan?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
And item 11I, consideration to approve the special event application for the Panama City Farmers Market event for every Saturday in 2025 from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. in historic downtown Panama City, sponsored by the Panama City Downtown Improvement Board. PC Downtown Improvement Board is requesting a road closure on Park Avenue from Oak Avenue to Third Court. However, once construction begins on Park Avenue and the McKenzie Park area, with Area 012 construction, they would want it to be closed on Harrison Avenue from 4th Street to Oak Avenue. The PC Downtown Improvement Board is also asking for a waiver of all police fees once the transition to Harrison Avenue occurs. However, I do believe there was some update to this, and I apologize, the agenda item was not updated. But we've been working very closely, and I just think we need to all give Maria a hand for hanging in there till the very last agenda item, the executive director of the DIB. I don't know if I need to get, and I apologize because I was told this, but I remember either Mr. Mefford or Chief Smith. I know we've worked out something with one officer, correct, potentially, and we're working on something. So I don't know if a complete waiver of fees is still requested during the time of construction or not. Can you refresh my memory? Yeah, please, sir. I'm sorry. Is that okay, Mr. Mayor, if Mr. Mefford comes forward?
Be delighted.
Okay. Be brief, Mr. Mefford. It's the last item.
Yes, no doubt. Keith Mefford, Director of Parks, Culture, and Recreation. Yes, that's correct. They have agreed to one police officer with the road closure and 4 barricades that I believe the chief is going to provide with possibly a small fee for the barricades that is normal procedure. So I think that's the agreement, and I think everyone agrees to that.
So we're paying for one cop?
One police officer, yes.
Okay.
We're not. They're agreeing to. Bill is agreeing to pay with that for the, Mr. Davenport is agreeing to pay for that fee. So he's not asking for those fees to be waived.
Okay.
So he'll agree to that. Everything should be good.
Yeah, I think the real reason too is we are asking for a road closure, which y'all have the authority to do that, not us. Closing Harrison Avenue is a big deal.
I see.
Yeah.
Very good.
And it's just in that block from Oak to the clock.
Would there be a motion to approve the special event application for Panama City Farmers Market every Saturday in 2025 from 8 to 11 with some modification as needed for road closure?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Mrs. Smith, can you call the roll?
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Commissioner Street? Commissioner Halagus?
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Mayor Rowan?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Motion to adjourn.
I'll second the motion. Ms. Smith, can you call the roll?
Commissioner Granger?
Yes.
Commissioner Street?
Yes,
Commissioner Halagus?
Yes.
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Mayor Rowan?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. The meeting is adjourned.